was funny as fuck. Yeah, no, but honestly, I was actually gonna go work at Mech because, dude, outdoor stuff is so expensive, and apparently you get a 25% discount if you work at Mech. So it's like a mountain equipment co-op. It's like an outdoor activity store. Yeah, like do all of the climbing ropes, all of the carabiners, all of the breeders, all of them.
Nice. I mean, if you have a little extra time, like, I don't know. But I thought I had extra time. I could like work the house in the morning, be social. Otherwise, I would just sit inside like for 2 weeks without seeing anyone. You forget about it. Like, I would break it out.
Yeah.
Even if I'm in it's not going outside.
Yeah. And it's also nice to have like work friends too. It's like a very specific. No, it's like
fun.
Work friends are known as the friends of last resort. That's your work friends.
Oh my
No one else in your life.
Like, hey, Steve, who said that he wanted to go back to school to be more social? Who said that?
Yeah, because school friends are good. School friends are work friends.
Yes.
No, they're not. Work friends are people who just happen to be working the same job as school friends. People that share common interests and passions with you. You're going to do the same thing.
No, job you want to work with.
Yeah, those types of jobs are unavailable to normal people. No, okay? Yeah, I know. You're a hot girl. You do whatever the fuck you want. Okay? But for us mere mortals, you have to settle for shitty service work. If you got a job that you wanted, people share passions with you. That's not described by a grocery store.
No, I feel that.
well, everybody needs food, so you're passionate about that, you know?
I feel that. I want to do this boxes all day and run around.
Well, nothing is stopping you right now from going to work at a grocery store. So if you want to, knock yourself out.
Yeah, I was about to go work at Post.
But you felt okay, and then they would give you the sales that you wanted, and then...
No, I didn't see it. They couldn't offer me more than
This week on About Apple, but at least shift direct about rather than passive aggressive.
What's like an equivalent to Hollister? What's another location like Or is like Hollister or Goldie?
Hollister is most okay, it's not because I got to talk to people who sell clothes.
Yeah. Okay. I've never been in a Hollister. I think it's like an American thing. When I went to the States and I went into a mall, I saw Hollister, but the closest thing that we have is Abercrombie and Fitch.
Wait, people are being stupid. I can't, like, blame it to be...
I was about to get triggered, guys.
Here's the thing. No.
She's getting triggered. We have done emotes in chat. Don't be...
Learn Overwatch with no tab ever.
Wait, what are we playing? Valorant. No. What do you mean no? Why not? Oh, is it good? I've never played it. How did we get the mid guy with us? Why is he back?
Here's the thing. No.
He's getting triggered.
Okay. In America, you guys have really, really weird work, okay? Where you don't get any time off, you don't enjoy it, like you can get fucking, like, fired for nothing, stuff like that. I know at least in Sweden, that's not really the case, and people are actually working things that they really enjoy, and they have, like, you know, you can get, like, time off, you can get all that shit, but just because you have such a weird work system in America, you guys have no fucking idea what the fuck you're talking about. Okay? But like, really, like I think in, I don't know, at least in like Scandinavia, it's like way more chill, and people actually enjoy the shit they do, and they actually get paid enough. But America doesn't seem like that. And I'm just saying, I wanted to work at Host because it was fun, okay? And there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Yeah. You guys are being weird. What's wrong with me saying that I enjoyed, like, working in the company? Why am I full of shit? No, I enjoy doing it. I was about to do it almost. What is stopping me? I'm streaming. And I enjoy streaming more, but I wanted to have 2 jobs at the same time. I wanted to stream and work. I wanted to do both.
Live a Hannah Montana life. Full-time streamer, part-time Hollister worker.
Like, we're in the same line as them. No, I'm being real. Yeah, I wanted to because I felt like I can't stream like 8 hours a day. That was too much for me. That was too much streaming. So I wanted to have like maybe like 5 hours a day. That was like 10.
Oh shit, was a white name that sucks.
I like having 2 hours. Why are you saying the most privileged take? What is wrong about that? I don't understand.
kind of like imagine you're in Ethiopia and there's a bunch of starving kids and you start talking about like, oh my God, like one of the things that I really enjoy is fasting. I really like going long periods of time without eating food. Like I find that it like cleanses my body. That's kind of what it feels like.
Really? Wait, no way. Wait, why would you say that you enjoy something that most people hate?
Because there's a difference between like doing it for fun versus like that's all you have for the rest of your life.
How is that? Like, if you're saying that working at Hollister is miserable, that's such a weird thing to say. I don't know. That's so weird because I thought it was. I don't know. Everyone
That's
that I
because
work
you.
with
That's
liked
because
it,
when you
I
do it,
liked
you do it as a.
everyone-
There's a difference between doing something as a hobby versus feeling like that's all you have left to do for the rest of your life.
But that's what I did. I worked at a grocery store and I worked at Hollister, and that's how I saved up money to go to New Zealand. And I had my own apartment. I paid for my own food. I paid for everything. I paid for rent, all of this shit, and I had these 2 jobs, and I enjoyed it.
And that's great to work for a little bit as a kid at Hollister. That's okay. But it's
No, I had 2 jobs. I worked probably like 12
But
hours
as a kid,
day,
as a
and I
kid,
slept
as a
like
kid
4.
though, that's not like something you would want to do for the rest of your life.
Not for the rest of your life, but for a bit at least.
Sure, for a bit.
But for some people, this is for the rest of their lives.
Yes, and once
They don't have to. They can switch another job.
it's another shit job.
I don't know. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, it can be fun for a while, but you're not supposed to like talk about wanting to go back, especially because most people probably wouldn't want to.
They offered me a manager position.
Most people wouldn't want to go back and be a manager if you've already made it out, right?
Huh?
If you've already made it out, like most people probably wouldn't want to go back to it, even if it was for a manager position.
Maybe it depends on what they work with. Of course they did. Wait, ask that? No, it was because I was the best seller. I might be very easily entertained. That's also a thing. But hey, be happy for me.
Everything in life is entertaining.
And
Yeah.
that I'm happy with small things in my life.
Well, that your experience with those small things is probably different than most people's experience.
What do you mean?
I don't know, just a feeling I have.
What?
That your experience is probably a lot different than most people's experiences with those small things.
I don't know what that means.
You know, I don't really know what it means either. I'm just trying to build in Terraria, trying to build my buildings. Melly.
Hello?
How's your day today?
Shut up.
What do you mean?
What?
Why are you telling me to shut up?
She's mad? No, not mad. I just find it really insane. I don't know, that if I say something that I was like, I don't know, fuck, how am I supposed to say this?
She is baiting
All I can
donuts,
say is,
right?
no, I
Been falling
can't.
into the trap, right?
I can't. I just think it's pretty insane that, I don't know, at least in America. America has so much money and people can't enjoy their jobs. That's insane to me.
Okay, that's kind of true, but I promise you it's probably fairly similar in Sweden as well, okay?
No, it's not.
I
don't think. Not from my experience.
There is 0% chance that your friends in Sweden would be happy working the same jobs at 30 that they worked at 18. There's just 0 chance. I know that to be true.
People do.
But not happily. I seriously...
I don't know. It doesn't seem to me like people complain much.
You think that
I don't know.
if you're in
Here's the thing,
Sweden...
Americans
Wait.
are really-
You think that if you're in Sweden
I
and
don't
you've
know,
got friends that are like
Americans are
35 years
weird.
old and they work at Hollister...
Seriously, Americans grew up with like, yeah, you want to become rich, you want to become famous, you want to be that perfect doctor, you want to have all this money and all that shit. We don't really have the same kind of culture over there. So we don't really care much if we have a job that is like super like crazy good or something. People are pretty happy. They go to work, they get their money, and then they go home and they have free time. It's like, that's what it feels like. At least. That it's more of a thing. People seem way more chill.
I mean, they might be more chill, but I'm pretty sure that most Swedes probably wouldn't want to work at like a grocery store as they get like older and like, that's probably not true. I mean, we can drag more Swedish people in if you want to chat with them, but.
Okay, sure.
No,
Or
well,
just-
I have to go to a debate like 5 minutes ago. So.
$5. Mom and Dad, stop fighting your scarring Jade. King Stallion, $5.
I just got a
Making
tent in the
11K
mail.
A year working
Yeah.
full time is fun,
And you know how
guys.
much it weighs?
Hold on, 3 pounds.
1.5 pounds.
Wow, crazy. Did you buy a coffin too?
No, I should though. I'm gonna die.
I'm probably
On
gonna
the trip.
be murdered, but.
Yeah. Oh well, I guess that's what happens when you go camping with Twitch chatters.
Random guy reached out to Jade and he said he wants to go camping with him, so Jade is gonna do that. Probably get killed.
Nice. Yeah. Good night, Brimback. Take care of yourself, you German / Afghanistan. KG? We do use KG, but I also don't measure myself in KG. I just measure myself in pounds, so I just use pounds. You'd love to get your tarot reading today if you're up for it? Yeah, totally. Totally.
Oh shit. Okay, I gotta go. I love you guys. Have fun. Be careful. See you
Okay,
soon.
see you. Bye-bye.
Is. All right, we're gonna start. Ready?
Alright, hi. Wait, what are we starting? Where is everybody? What? Hello?
They're down. They're backstage.
Oh my god, where are we right now? Is this not backstage?
No, this is a front stage.
Can they hear me right now on stream?
Yeah, they can hear
Oh,
you.
well, thanks for fucking warning me, Brittany. Thanks, bud.
Okay. Okay. Bye. Sorry about that. All right. Hey, guys. Welcome to Politically Provoked, an interactive podcast where we host debates, panels, and interviews. If this is your first time joining us, don't forget to hit that subscribe button as well as the notification bell to keep up to date with all our future debates and panels. We are primarily on YouTube, but you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Discord, BitChute, and TikTok. All the information is in the banner below, or you can just search Politically Provoked and we should pop right up. Politically Provoked is a neutral ground where people from across the political spectrum can either duke it out and debate or just have a casual discussion in one of our panels. Either way, we try to represent both left and right-wing views on every episode. I'm your left-wing host, Brittany, and this is your right-wing host, Todd. How are you, Todd?
Doing great, Britt. How you doing tonight?
Doing good. A little nervous, but I'm good. All right. So, our first guest is a popular online leftist and has a YouTube channel where he does debates online and commentary. He's also one of the few people that has debated both Big Papa Fascist and the Misses. So let's bring on Mouthy Infidel. How are you, Mouthy? Oh, you're muted.
Hi, I'm doing okay.
We're having a rocky start. Okay. All right.
And that's because the way these algorithms work, it propels content that is sensational and divisive. So the conversation, I really want to make sure I'm being clear here. I don't think that conservatives have never been banned by big tech. I just think that there's no actual bias towards people for holding conservative views, and any kind of disproportionate banning is probably because of TOS violations. So yeah.
All right, thank you. And then I'm just going to ask one more question to both John and Mouthy, and then I think we could just open up the floor and have a conversation. But, you know, I know that with Trump, he was recently banned from everything, but they were talking about trying to lift that ban, and I guess they didn't. But I am wondering if you guys, from both the left and right point of view, think that they should be banning Trump, and I don't know, just what your stance is on that, and if these social media platforms are failing because of him, because I know that they like to say that quite a bit. So, Mouthy, if you want to go first.
Whether or not they should have banned Trump is kind of like a weird thing for me, because I kind of feel like deplatforming can be justified if somebody is like spreading a lot of like just false information, conspiracy theories, etc. And Trump was certainly doing that. So I think there's justified reason to deplatform him. But on the other hand, I mean, he's a former president of the United States. He can go on Fox News whenever he wants to. I don't think we're going to, in any meaningful way, curb President or former President Trump's ability to like spread disinformation and harm the sort of general political discourse. So I kind of feel like banning Trump is more of just a virtue signal than anything. But I don't really have strong feelings about it one way or another.
What about you, John? Because I also know that didn't you used to you had more of a Star Wars channel before, but what happened with that? You stopped talking about it.
Yeah, I just shifted as time went on. So, I mean, as far as the Trump thing goes, I definitely think that you know, you need solid grounds to ban somebody, and of course, you know, there's the grounds are like I guess it gets in this muddled. You're kind of in this muddled ground where it seems like what exactly counts as disinformation? Like where do you draw the line? And so I think as far as Trump getting banned, especially not letting him back on, I think it's just bad for the platform in general. I think it's in Twitter's best interest to have Trump on their platform, and just like CNN, you know, they're missing Trump by, what is it, 50% of their ratings are down by 50%. I think it's bad for Twitter too.
Yeah, I don't know if I mean, now we don't have Nick, but for Wurzel, do you think that conservatives are we can kind of just go into open discussion, by the way, but do you think that conservatives are actually targeted because of their views, or do you think that it's
yeah. It's just like you know, like as I said, I think TikTok's the worst when it comes to like censorship shit. And it's just like an absolute lived reality, right? You know, I don't have a study saying that I get fucking banned 37 times a day, but I do live in the world where posting even the most mundane, like, you know, I read the fucking terms of service like 7 times because I've been banned like
so
7
long.
times, right? No, I read it because I'm a little fucking dweeb, you know, and I kept getting all my videos taken down. And, you know, I'm not violating anything. It's not even like close to violating anything. And still every single video gets taken down. They will put your videos into review before you even fucking post them when they flag your channel as you know, bad opinions or whatever the fuck. You know, like, and like, you know, I'm involved with some like big guys up there, right? Like Republican Hype House, guys with like millions of followers. And, you know, they have a contact in TikTok. This is kind of like inside info, but they sort of just tell them to go fuck themselves every time they appeal for a ban. And then like other left-wing people who have similar contacts, they'll just like hit them up every time. Like unironically, right? I was in conversations with report appeals on TikTok, and I was trying to convince them that I was a left-wing satirist who was actually a transsexual the entire time. And I swear to God, I would tell them that I'm gay over and over again, and they would unban my videos. Like, it worked. It worked. I would literally in the appeals just type, "I'm gay. Why are you discriminating against me?" And they would reverse the ban on all my videos. It you know, it just happens. I think it happens on the left wing too, right? Because it's not really like a left or right issue. I think it's like there's a bunch of you know, one party people, you know, a bunch of these fucks taking money from the special interest groups and shit, who really want this like status quo of like shitty America to continue, and anyone on the left or right who like fucks around with their little status quo mono narrative, they start getting fucked up the ass pretty hard.
Okay. Well, so this is, by the way, you guys, this is open discussion, so we can just kind of jump in if you want to talk. But
Yeah, can I just say really quickly, in terms of what John said about there's not really like a super definable line with regards to what counts as disinformation. It's true that whenever you put in place a policy, there are going to be sort of places where that policy or that definition gets kind of fuzzy. However, when you're the president of the United States and you're spreading conspiracy theories about the election being stolen despite your own Department of Justice, your own handpicked judges, like in pretty much every single credible person in the world disagreeing with you, I think that wherever we want to draw that line, I think that probably crosses it. And with regards to what Alex said, I just want to say I think it's incredibly ironic to hear a right-winger talking about how lived reality should trump empirical data.
Who the fuck eats
Would
pepperoni
you say
pizza? That's my response. Who the fuck eats Hey, did you order a pepperoni? You called them up and you asked for a fucking pepperoni pizza? Like,
All right,
what
let's
are you
try to
doing?
act like
That's
adults
right.
here and talk a little
Yeah,
bit
I
about
think it's really hard to design like any type of like TOS. It's not going to seem like it discriminates against conservatives, since the whole party is like batshit insane when we look at things like conspiracy theories or like biases or whatever. Like if you have like rules where it's like, oh, like you can't spread harmful conspiracy theories, like I mean that kind of like de facto discriminates against conservatives, since like half of them are bought into like this fucking insane QAnon shit, or a lot of them think that the election was stolen, or like a lot of them like don't think vaccines are real. Like, so I mean, like in terms of like, is there a bias? Like, yeah, I mean, but I mean, in terms of like, how do you actually like address stuff like that? That seems to be like a very, very tricky question that like most of America is kind of asking right now. Like, what do we do about the conservative question right now in the United States is a difficult one.
Right.
Yeah, meanwhile,
Is
we
your
had
method
Russia
working?
collusion. Yeah, go ahead.
Is your method working though? You know, you deplatform people and then they just like make new platforms. By fucking with people in this manner,
Nobody's
you
going
just
to bitch you,
radicalize
though.
them further.
That's
No,
not
no one's
actually
going to
really
bitch you,
true.
but they're
You
going
go
to Gab. They're
No,
going
that's
to fucking
really-
Facebook.
the
They're
truth is-
making
how many
new
People are
accounts.
on Gab.
Deplatforming definitely.
Wait,
So Gab is actually like such a failed. I don't know why we bring up Gab. Gab is such a failed platform. Like Milo Yiannopoulos left for that like a year or two ago and was like crying and complaining that nobody went there. Deplatforming seems to work insofar as it like gets people not noticed as much online. I don't know how much it changes the average American's opinion. I personally am not in favor of deplatforming. I'm just saying that it's pretty hard. Like I can understand if you run a company, like I wouldn't want to host people talking about how like vaccines don't fucking work or that like the election was fucking stolen. Like I can have some empathy for the people that run these platforms here. But I mean, anytime you talk about conspiracy theory, you're like almost massively going to disproportionately like ban conservatives for it. I don't know what the solution is to that problem.
Some other people were trying to talk. I don't want to.
yeah, I know there was a few people trying to say something. Oh, Hunter, did you want to go next?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I guess like Alex, you seem to be pretty convinced about the bias towards conservatives, and I definitely think that like I kind of want to piggyback off a little bit what Destiny said. I guess is it is definitely challenging because that line is subjective. Where you draw that line is definitely a challenge, and I think that it's about like, I guess just recognizing, right, that, yeah, what, I'm going to go ahead and kick this back to Destiny. I'm sorry. I kind of forgot what Alex's claim was. Please, I'm sorry. Go on. Trying to take the more chill approach and maybe a little too chill.
Okay. I mean, I don't kick it back to me because I wasn't kicking anything right now. So I said what I was going to say.
Truly
yeah,
an
sure.
epic
So,
point. I feel thoroughly debunked myself.
Thank you.
I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, like we can talk about like any number of like conspiracy theory we want. I mean, like somebody brought up the Russian collusion stuff. I guarantee that whoever brought it up probably doesn't know anything about it. I mean, we can talk about that.
I bet
I
I
mean,
know
we can.
more than you, but anyway, what the point was, like whether it's sharing fake news from Syria, it kind of seems like certain fake news is okay. Listen, I've given up all my social media, so I don't give a fuck one way or another, but it is funny that we're allowed to peddle certain fake stories, and then other fake stories are. But like,
Yeah, like what kind of like fake stories are allowed to be peddled? What do you mean?
Okay,
by that?
let's talk about Syria when ABC put fucking gun range video from fucking Kentucky and said that the Kurds were being massacred. That was a mainstream media that just pumped this thing. I know they apologized a couple days later, but once the genie's out of the bottle, there's no putting it back in. So
okay, but like, is there a punishment to like? Is that like in any TOS where like, oh well, if you like mislabel something, if you share something,
I don't know if
well, that's kind of what that's like the subject of what we're talking about, right?
Footage from Kentucky and saying that it's from Syria, I would think that would violate the same fake news narrative. But again, I
don't know of any platform right now that says that like fake news is banned. That's not in the TOS of any platform that I'm aware of.
Right. Okay.
Well, all right. In like principle, right? And you know, I feel like Destiny's a bit on board with this, given his own like getting fucked up. But like, you know, conspiracy theories and shit like that. You know, if it's so crazy, it's so retarded. Why would you not want it to be like an open pit? You know, and I know that there's always going to be dumbasses who believe whatever the fuck. But I would much rather see people get pummeled into submission and make their entire ideology a joke, rather than like we just give it into the hands of corporations in order to dictate to us.
People
what is
say that,
true
but
and what
like
is false.
clearly that doesn't work, right? I think it's like, isn't it some 48% of the Republican Party right now believes that the election was stolen? So clearly like that's like a massive number of Americans. So clearly that idea doesn't work. And like the election fraud shit is something that has been debunked in more ways than could ever be debunked possible. We have multiple three-letter agencies coming out. A lot of these department heads picked by Trump. You've got Trump's federal judges that have gone through all of these cases over and over again. You've got like a number of other media outlets, both mainstream and alternative, and in other countries. Like this has been debunked like more fucking ways than you could ever debunk something, and there's still like a fuck ton of people that believe it. So clearly the idea like, oh well, let's just bring them out into the sunlight and let the crazies get weeded out doesn't seem to be something that works with Republicans. So
I also want to say really quickly that like another problem is like I mean, sure, we can say like why not just let people spread like blatant misinformation and just factually inaccurate shit so that we can debunk it? But the problem is like, why would we want to waste our time like debunking like factually incorrect shit when if we didn't have to deal with that shit, we could actually talk about like interesting things that like could actually like you know, be fruitful in some genuine way.
Yeah, so we'll just have what is reality decided for us, and then anyone who disagrees with the reality that we assert, we fucking ban them and make it so that they can't talk on the internet.
Well, again, I don't think you don't get banned from like talking about like flat Earth or like people listening. I don't think you get banned for like fake news. I don't know where this narrative came from or whatever. But I don't think that's the case. But the problem is that like, so there's kind of two separate discussions happening here on what should the TOS be or whatever versus like fake news. But the idea is that like they're for certain groups of people, like what is reality isn't like something that they very much care about, right? It's usually just whatever plays into my particular ideological basis. And the idea that if we just platform more and more of this stuff on social media, it'll go away. I mean, that doesn't seem to be the case so far. I don't see why we would expect it to change.
If we want to talk about me, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. In some cases, it seems like they're only adding credibility to theories though when they do ban something, right? Because it's like the moment they step in, ban it, all of a sudden it looks like, well, you know, what's your reason here? And of course the narrative goes like, see, they're afraid of truth. That's why they're banning it. So that's another problem that you have
in the world to talk about shit, right? Trump could talk about whatever he wanted in his rallies across social media. Like Trump wasn't banned on Twitter forever, right? Like, so, I mean, it doesn't seem like they didn't need the credibility of being banned back then. They still believed everything that Daddy Trump said, so.
I mean, I also feel like just a large percentage of the Republican electorate is so deranged that, like, I mean, do you really think that, like, there was a substantial number of people who were like, no, I don't think the election was rigged, despite, like, the, like, crazy, propagandizing from Trump and so on. And then as soon as Twitter banned him, like, that's what pushed it over the edge. Like, I don't feel like that's an actual, like, substantial problem.
Right. And another thing that's really important, too, is that a lot of these bad ideas and these conspiracy theories lead to genuine harm to the world. So, I mean, January 6th is a perfect example, right, of like repeated brainwashing and conspiracy theories about this stolen election. A lot of it was fueled by Donald Trump, and that led to like a
A
violent
woman getting
outbreak.
shot by the police, and then a few people having boomer heart attacks.
Well, what do you mean, dude? That's
truly
someone
the
who got
worst,
shot by the cops. man.
worst thing that's ever
pretty
happened
bad.
since the
Like,
Civil
what do you
War.
mean?
Well, I don't think it was more so that a
Since
woman
Pearl
got shot. I think it was
Harbor,
more
that's
so that we
the
had people that wanted to like break into the Capitol building and try to overthrow a government. And it seems like there are a surprising number of people in the Republican Party that would support that. I think that's the more shocking. Even if 20 people died, who the fuck cares? It's not a matter of like who died or not. I think it's just the idea that like a riot was literally championed by the president of the United States to overthrow the government, whether it was successful or
Well,
not.
it wasn't championed, right? And he said
championed.
no. He said go home.
It was.
You know,
Come
well,
on.
hey,
When did
listen,
you
It was
say
like
guys,
the most
I'm gonna
time.
have to
He said
step
go
back
home.
on that.
OJ said he
After
didn't
saying
kill
they're
that girl.
special
Cosby
and
said he didn't rape
everything
those
else.
women. Like, I mean, like, if we want to
He
read
was
things, we're like,
exonerated. He was
Wait,
actually
when did he say-
exonerated in the
Good.
impeachment trial? So you guys have been debunked on that one. Also, are we really saying violence is the ultimate bad thing that
Republicans had a majority in the Senate. Of course, he got exonerated in the impeachment trials. How do you think that's like
Are we really
irrelevant?
saying, sir, that the media had nothing to do and the media frenzy around George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, all these offenses, all the fake hate crime hoaxes which are coming out, that had nothing to do with cities being burned for fucking months? That had nothing to do with thousands of different fucking instances of Black Lives
That was
Matter?
peaceful
It's not just
protest.
you can, like,
just right wing, and those actually killed fucking people. We didn't just get murdered by police, all right? But violence, violence is the ultimate bad thing. But it doesn't matter when it's your boys, eh?
Don't you?
I
don't you think
specifically
there's a little
said
bit
it
of a
wasn't about
difference there?
violence. It was the idea that the president of the United States was championing people to try to overthrow the government.
No, actually, Destiny, I think that's a valid point. I don't think you've been vocal enough about being anti-rioting.
True, good one. But like, regardless, yeah, I think the idea is it's not really a matter of the violence committed or the amount of violence. That's a separate discussion. I think it's the idea that the president of the United States was like championing people to try to overthrow the government. I think that's a big problem. I think that should concern probably every actual American that cares about the strength of our federation.
At what point would you say that he did that, though?
When the president of the United States is saying that your elections are not trustworthy, and he's saying that there is a conspiracy along with the leading other party, like the Democrats and everybody in media, to try to disenfranchise your vote, and that nobody in government can be trusted, that nobody in academia can be trusted, I think that you've created sufficient conditions such that it seems like the only logical next step is probably rioting or probably trying to overthrow the government. Like that morning, he even tweeted out that Pence couldn't be trusted anymore, his own vice president.
Yeah, and just a really quick add on that, if we want a direct quote, Trump literally said, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Yeah, like he.
So how do you want to interpret that?
It's such a dumb
Let's go
thing
in
to
front
argue
of the
about.
Capitol and peacefully protest. Another direct quote from
He said, "Go march."
That was after they were already in there. Like, it was kind of a little late for that, right?
No,
Yeah,
it wasn't.
he
It was
tweeted
at the
that,
end
like,
of his
6
rally, you
hours
fucking
after.
dweebus. No, it was at the end of his rally. The last sentence he said, he said it. Rewatch his fucking speech that he gave
Sure.
before
So,
anyone
but the
started
problem
marching.
is that saying "let's be peaceful" once, after for months building this grand narrative about how the election was stolen from him by like the evil deep state and Hugo Chavez fucking vote counters, I mean, that's not really gonna like mean much. Like the amount of people who heard him say "let's be peaceful" is a lot smaller than the amount of people who heard him say all the other shit, which would lead them to think that the correct course of action is to storm the Capitol in order to overturn the results of a legitimate democratic election.
Or why were they marching then if they didn't think that Daddy Trump wanted them to?
Well, they were there to protest.
Why did they go into the
protest
Capitol
what?
building? What were they protesting?
The Capitol
election.
Police let them into the Capitol building.
What were they protesting? Capitol Police didn't let them in.
Or the
Yeah, that's not true either. I'm going to go actually
The
get my fact
DC
check
police,
really
or the
quickly.
Capitol Police, whatever you want to call them, did not let them in. They broke
The
in.
DC police did, and the service was down, so they didn't have communication lines.
They
Or at
so
least
they
the
broke in.
sufficient
We've like
communication lines.
you can't lie about this because there's more video footage of this than probably any event in like modern American history.
I saw it with my eyeballs. Though.
Okay, that you probably
Do you
saw
have a
that there
study?
were.
Did I have
You
my
ever
eyes
study-
closed, dude? What
No,
the fuck was
wait,
going on? Did I
so-
have my X-ray goggles and I was looking at people like fucking Spider-Man or something? Like, what
It's
are
not
you
about X-ray. What am I
saw
talking about? What are
fucking
you
DC
talking about?
police move the fucking gates with my eyes, dude.
Yeah, I know. So I know what you
Bring
saw.
me
'cause
your
we all
fucking
saw.
study,
We all
dude.
saw. We all saw. You can laugh nervously as much as you want because you're being exposed in 4K for being a
Nervously.
brainless
I've
dipshit.
seen your
okay?
penis
But
in real
literally,
life. I've
we've
seen
all-
your penis on a
literally-
picture of it. It's tiny. My
Literally,
nerves
not
are
a
back and
literally.
forth, boy, over
Literally.
here.
First of all, my dick is not tiny. Thank you. you.
You posted on the forums. You hate when people talk about it.
I don't hate you. We can talk about my dick all you want. I don't give a fuck. If you want to spend 2 hours talking about my dick,
yeah, I do.
I love talking about dicks. That's fine. We can do it all you want.
Yeah.
But let's before we move to that topic, I didn't know that was on the discussion panel tonight. So the video that you're referring to, and if you want to go watch it, you can go watch it again. The DC police or the Capitol Police did not just let the protesters in. They didn't open the gates. There were already protesters behind there. You can see aerial footage. They'd already swarmed the Capitol.
I'm talking about my eyeballs being there in person.
Okay, but the problem is
no one cares about if you were there in person, then you probably know less than the people that watched the videos then, because you only had one perspective. There's like 50 million hours of footage.
I watch CNN, sir. I know a lot of it.
No one is talking about CNN. We've got videos on Twitter. We've got Fox. We've got CNN, MSNBC. There's a million fucking media outlets. They all came from your guys' cell phones. Okay?
So it goes from no police officers whatsoever let people in to, there's different footage. You just got to believe me, dude. I was there.
It's kind of like saying, like, if you go to a bar and you beat up the bouncer, and then the bouncer's like, oh, fuck, like, whatever, like, going. You're like, oh, the bouncer let me in, LOL. Like, what kind of
when Ashley Babbitt was shot, there was police officers standing there talking to them in the crowd of people moving forward. You see it in the video. There's two.
Yeah, that crowd. What that was, what that actually was. Hold on, I just looked this up. This was standard protocol when they're getting overwhelmed. They're supposed to actually like step back when they're outnumbered.
No shit, because they don't have the numbers to fight at all the barricades. Any reasonable like non-dipshit human knows this. Obviously, they broke in, right?
Well, this guy is a dipshit though, so
I know.
Help him out.
Hunter Avalon.
Saying my name and laughing is not a roast, buddy. If anything, it's actually a win for me.
If I called someone Hunter Avalon, they'd be offended.
Wait, Alex, were the cops at the Capitol intentionally like helping people smash through the fucking windows as well, or was that like fake footage?
That was way later.
Why does that matter though?
Because the point I was making was there's communication differences, and everyone was not on the same page. That's why it turned into a clusterfuck.
No one was on the same page when people started to break into the Capitol. No one here disagrees with you.
Yeah, wait, what is that
the
point?
Different police.
Wait, what is the relevance of that?
The different police didn't understand. There were certain cops and certain different, like I think DC police were the ones who were letting people in, taking selfies with people. It's literally like a boomer rally. Like the fact that
DC police guy got, he was literally like, I think he was fired. And maybe even indicted.
Yeah, afterwards.
Yeah. But how does that prove your point? Like this was like
that there was confusion. They didn't know what the fuck was going on.
There was confusion. There was confusion. They didn't know there was going to be a fucking riot. That was the confusion.
Indeed. We're all on the same page here. Yes.
That was the confusion. Yes. Not whether or not they were supposed to let them in.
DC wasn't known. Oh, wait a minute. Because the Capitol Police was notified by Muriel Bowser. So I don't want to get stuck on January 6th either.
Like, talk about January 6th all you want, because I don't know if you guys have any idea what actually happened.
I
think he just likes the
timeline. I can
over and over again
for you too, because like I said, people did know that this many people were going to Washington. But again, there's really no sense of getting stuck on January 6th. But we can have a panel on that later. I'm down, because like I said, we have the DOD who days before was asking for the National Guard and was denied. But anyway, I digress.
So for anybody honest, it doesn't know. So the problem with the communication is that Bowser fucked up, and she was worried that she was going to recreate like a Lafayette Square. She didn't want National Guard people there because she thought it'd be a bad look, and they thought the Capitol Police could handle everything that happened. And they weren't ready for the scale, the number of people that showed up, and how violent they would be. That's what happened on that day. It's like you can go and look at all the statements, all the communication, everything that happened. That's the problem. That is what happened on that day. That's where the coordination problem was. It wasn't about letting them in. Nobody thought they should ever let protesters into the fucking Capitol or anything like that.
Okay, man. Tech censorship.
Back to tech censorship.
Yeah.
And bring your studies, Alex.
Do we want to start at
fucking studies, buddy? Have your studies.
Yeah.
I don't know why people is it like a joke to bring up studies now? Is that what you guys do? Like laugh at it?
Well, it's just kind of weird.
Or we could say your name.
Yeah, it's kind of weird
okay, yeah, sure.
that in with your like intro or whatever. Oh, studies have proven, fucking comprehensively that. But like even when you made that video, like that's a laughing stock video. You got like roasted like 1 million times, picked apart 1 million times, and you're like still on that, just like pretending like it didn't happen.
That's because I'm right.
Like, you're
because I don't back down my positions when I get made fun of by like dipshits by you. So yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know what. Here's the thing. I think part of the reason.
You went on TikTok.
Hold on, wait. Can I actually just respond here for just?
No. You went on.
Part of
TikTok
the problem here, I think, is that you think that literally. buddy.
Come on, you got it, dude. I'm letting you speak. Come on.
Okay. I think that you genuinely think that I think big tech censorship never happens or something. Another thing being, even if I got picked apart or made fun of multiple times, that's irrelevant to me. Were any of the criticisms actually valid? No. So what are you saying? Do you think that there is an algorithmic bias against conservatives? And why are you so afraid of bringing up studies when it comes to this subject? I'd like to know.
I'm not afraid. I just like making fun of you, honestly. Like, I just think it's boring to if we're like Googling like 30 different studies that we haven't read and trying to use that validly in a fucking debate on the fly.
Wait,
it doesn't make any sense. If you want to come to these things with fucking studies saying, oh, look at all this bullshit, I'll bring one that says the other. It's just how it is.
I would actually be really interested to see a study that said otherwise, because I've been looking for one. So that'd be actually really helpful if you have one. But yeah.
Well, none of the fucking information is out there. TikTok is telling me that shadow banning doesn't exist, even though I have seen 0%
Well, TikTok
for
is,
you
I'll be honest, I will say that I'm not actually as familiar with TikTok. It's completely plausible that they are censoring political speech, especially considered they're a Chinese-owned company and they literally have like certain restrictions there.
Well, and also no company is going to admit to shadow banning, okay? It's the same thing when
Shadow banning, you guys. What is it? What is shadow banning?
So colloquially, when people say shadow ban, typically what they're talking about is this idea that nobody gets to see your content because you've been like removed from the platform, but you're not really notified of this. So maybe on Instagram you post pictures and it doesn't go to anybody's feeds, or maybe on Twitter you tweet and nobody sees it in their timelines. Like this is like what people typically mean when they say shadow ban. But most companies will say they don't shadow ban, and truthfully, they probably don't. But what they actually do is they like massively deprioritize your content such that you're effectively shadow banned, but they can get around admitting to it because they're not actually shadow banning you. It's kind of like when companies say they don't throttle your internet. They probably don't throttle your internet. What they do is they deprioritize you on the node such that if anybody else is trying to access similar data pathways, your speed is limited so that other people can access the network, right? Like it's like they'll have like some technical way to kind of get around it, even though they're actually, effectively shadow banning. But like no company's going to come out and admit to shadow banning. I don't know if anybody does that.
Right. I think that there's absolutely a conversation too to be had about like the power that big tech has. I absolutely think that they do have too much power, and I want to have that conversation, but it's really challenging to have that conversation when you try to base it on an essentially a lie that conservatives are all being like disproportionately banned for being conservative.
I didn't say conservative. I said anyone who is contrary to the mono narrative of the political elite. And that's why I think Destiny got banned too.
What is the mono narrative of the political elite?
What does that even mean?
We need to go to war in the Middle East. We need tax cuts for millionaire corporations.
Is Joe Biden trying to pass tax cuts for corporations right now, or is he trying to propose like a pretty substantial tax increase both in terms of corporate taxes and the capital gains tax rate? Like, I don't think you know what you're talking about here.
Yeah, Trump seemed pretty hell-bent on Middle Eastern shit too. I mean,
yes, indeed. You can't like box me into like one fucking little box of, oh, you're a Republican, therefore why aren't you supporting fucking corporate taxes?
Well, no one is trying to box you. Hold on. You might have like the very binary mind state that it's like either Republican or Democrat, but you're talking about like some monoculture pushed by the political elite. I'm sorry, do you believe that Trump was part of the monoculture of the political elite? Is that?
I don't think he was, but I think he was advised by like a bunch of dumb people, and I don't think he had a full grasp on the situation politically. I don't think he was prepared enough to deal with what was going on.
Can you talk a little bit about the structure of the political elite? Like, who are they? How do they control things? Where do they get their marching orders from? How do they decide what like the next monoculture is going to be?
I think it's a mutually beneficial relationship between these like pseudo aristocrats of like millionaires, like the senators, congressmen, these people who have a beneficial relationship with the money providers, which would be like NGOs, corporate lobbyists, foreign interest groups, stuff like that.
Can you like point to any, rather than using like a whole bunch of buzzwords, do you have like anything more concrete you can point to, or?
I talk about. No, I'm not. All right, friend. Yes, I'm gonna eat my pizza and throw out claims of anti-Semitism. That's epic. No, I've done specifically a lot of research into Black Lives Matter, and they haven't released their most recent financial reports, but it's very clearly like a crazy scam. There's a lot of dark money involved. What do you mean?
Like clearly how? Like what's the evidence of that?
If you look at the income statements and stuff like that, they recently said that they profited 71 million from the last year, but that's not how it is. They're owned by I forget the name of the new company that owns them, but it's this NGO which has a lot of different investors from Acorn, and which is involved in Thousand Currents, which was essentially like a little base like split off, which previously owned financially controlled BLM Global, and via going through Act Blue, they can not claim money, and then Act Blue obviously gets it, and whatever money they claim does not go to Black Lives Matter Global or to the different divisions of Black Lives Matter Global, but rather to this financial overseer, which was previously Thousand Currents, and once that previously Thousand Currents had it, and they then divvy up the money and will give it to Black Lives Matter Global, and not 100% of the money. Also, I believe the only financial reports we had last year was for 2019 under Thousand Currents, right? And 89% or so of that went to like bullshit, like travel expenses, salaries, just all this different garbage, fucking consulting fees. And we only see like about 9%, I think, of legitimate like Black Lives Matter division spending. We have the same pattern for the new owners, obviously the same investors, the same money sources as Thousand Currents. And so they got 70 million, but they probably got like 100, 200 million in bullshit expenses that didn't end up going to Black Lives Matter. It's just like all garbage. It's all garbage. And if you look at the new company,
Is Black Lives Matter a 501c3?
They do not have a 501c.
Then why does any of what you just said matter?
Because their financial sponsor does, and it is a it's a charitable organization. It does not have the financial capabilities of being a nonprofit. That's why they have a financial sponsor, which is a nonprofit.
Okay, so has anybody submitted any of this stuff to a court to go through to see if any like malfeasances occurred, or do you think the courts are all corrupt?
They have no responsibility to spend it wisely, and they have no responsibility to claim the money that is donated to them. If they do not claim after 30 days the money that is donated to them via Act Blue, then whatever money is not accepted is then accepted by Act Blue as defined in their terms of service on Act Blue, and is then spent generously to whatever different Democrats are in Act Blue, as Act Blue's only Democrat platform for fundraising.
So what's the problem thing here, or what's the bad thing?
He asked me how Black Lives Matter was a scam, or Black Lives Matter.
It's a scam because if people donate money to Act Blue, if they don't claim it in time, it goes to other people that Act Blue sponsor. Is that a scam?
Act Blue is like a Patreon, right? So imagine people were donating.
Act Blue is like it's the fundraising platform that the Democratic Party uses, yeah. But I'm saying that like if you donate to BLM and you use the Act Blue platform, right? When you click donate on BLM, it takes you to the Act Blue page, right? How is it a scam if they say that like if the money's not claimed or whatever, that it will default back to the Act Blue platform?
Well, no, I just think maybe it's not a scam because technically there's nothing illegal about it. I just think it's a lot of shady, dark money shit. And really, when people are donating to assist Black lives, they're donating to give people caviar.
We keep using these buzzwords, okay? Dark money. It's not dark money, right? I'm pretty sure that most donations that go through Act Blue, I think that has to be publicly accounted for, right? These are FEC
The donations do, but the money that is unclaimed by Thousand Currents or the financial sponsor, Black Lives Matter, that is not tracked whatsoever.
When you donate to Act Blue, don't you always receive do you receive a receipt for that donation?
When you donate into it, it is tracked. They know who is donating into it due to financial security laws. But once the financial sponsor of Black Lives Matter on the other end says, we don't want this money, we don't want however much money, they don't track how much money is denied, and they also don't track where it is spent amongst Act Blue.
Okay. I mean, if it's not like a nonprofit reporting, then I wouldn't expect it to be, right? That's not standard for any company to release like a detailed financial statement saying where any of the money goes. But
if you think it's fine that upwards of 85% of the money intended for Black Lives Matter Global doesn't end up in the hands of Black Lives Matter chapters, then like that's your party, right? I don't care.
I mean, do you know on average for a charity that gets for like charitable donations, what percentage of that is spent on direct aid?
Well, there's a bunch of really garbage charities. Like I'm pretty cynical of charities in general. They generally do this similar thing of spending a lot of money on salaries and on consulting fees and on travel expenses. I think I think actually in 2019 they spent exactly as much on travel expenses as they did giving to Black Lives Matter local chapters. It's ridiculous stuff. Other charities I'm sure are garbage, but I can see a garbage charity and point it out.
Yeah, so I don't know, I didn't know anything about this. I just briefly looked it up. The first thing that I found is an article from Politico, or not Politico, but factcheck.org, and apparently this is just not true, at least according to this one article, or at least this is there's some controversy around this.
So
apparently there's the Black Lives Matter managing director basically said that all the contributions to the DNC are publicly reported to the FEC, and you can review the public FEC reports to confirm that there has never been any extra donations to other DNC candidates that were meant to go to Black Lives Matter this.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of misinformation about this, right? And this is right-wing people's fault because they didn't understand the process. They thought that you donate to Act Blue and then Act Blue can spend it as they will, but that's not the case. They didn't understand the concept of denying money from Act Blue. So it was that is misinformation. That is untrue. But
wait, then what's your
general
claim?
effect. my claim is that they say that Act Blue gets $500 million, right? That 1,000 Currents or the financial sponsor Black Lives Matter can say we want 50 million every month we're taking out, and 1 month we say we don't want 25 of this million. After 30 days that 25 million is forfeited to Act Blue. This is their terms of service. What a lot of Republicans were saying, which is misinformation, is that the 500 million lump sum is donated to Act Blue, and then Black Lives Matter I guess just hopes that they get money from Act Blue, but that's not the case.
If that's their public terms of service, is it really fair to call that a scam?
Dude, this is your program, right? If you want this, fucking go for it. I don't care if you guys are getting ripped off when you donate to Black Lives Matter, really. I don't think a lot of people think that they're going to end up, donating $20 to Black Lives Matter, and $2 of that makes it to Black Lives Matter chapters. And, $5 of those dollars are denied by the financial sponsor of Black Lives Matter, and instead given to, Chuck Schumer or whatever the fuck.
I mean, that's fine if you want to take issue with the process. My problem is when you say that something's a scam, it seems like you're implying that there's some legal malfeasance here, when it seems like they have a public terms of service. You might not like how it operates, but I mean, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, listen, I guess it's people's fault for not doing their research on their own, but it's not something that's widely published or tracked. I think it's something that's hidden from the public at large. That's sort of how it is.
Do you know where Trump's donations go to his campaign, or how he spends those amongst his legal team or anything like that?
I've not looked into that specifically, no. I just thought Black Lives Matter was interesting. I actually happened upon it on chance.
Oh, of course.
I do have two questions that people did a video of. Might as well just do those now. I'm going to do from Big Papa Fascist first. So, let's see here. It's my first time doing it like this, so let's see how it works.
Big Papa Fascist here. Question for all of you, liberals on the panel. You've spent years, in some cases, calling different conservatives on YouTube Nazis, and they're saying that we use white supremacist language, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which led to the deplatforming of conservatives everywhere, all over YouTube. And now you seem like you're upset because some of you are getting deplatformed. Why should we care? Why shouldn't we just laugh at you?
All right. So that was obviously to Destiny and Mouthy, and I guess Hunter had to leave. His kid woke up or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to laugh at it, you can laugh whoever you want. Sure. I think it's kind of funny when some people have been screaming at people getting deplatformed forever who are getting deplatformed. I'm not one of those people that historically called for deplatforming people, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just I don't really care. If you think it's funny, that's fine. I'm not here to convince conservatives that they should be convinced about left-wing people being deplatformed, because obviously I don't think that that's going to be borne out. I will say, I have generally always opposed deplatforming people just because they say controversial things, because I generally think that obviously there's always a chance that we're going to be incorrect in our positions, and I think sort of like engaging with sort of controversial ideas is a mechanism through which we can be more certain that we're not just sort of echo chambering and deluding ourselves about things. I do think there's a decent case to be made about deplatforming on the basis of spreading misinformation, because it's just like you're not really getting any value out of that in terms of like discourse or exchanging ideas. It's just like a harm on our ability to have conversations.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. We talk about like misinformation a lot, but like this is assuming that like we have a bunch of fact checkers on the up and up. Like these guys are not human beings with political biases themselves. I mean, just recently, you know, the New York Times, who's one of these like organizations who people use for fact checking on Facebook specifically, you know, in their legal case with Project Veritas, they're arguing, you know, under oath that their news articles are protected by the First Amendment, because even though they are news articles, not opinion articles, even though the writer of the article is not an opinion writer, but rather a news writer, that they are still opinions and therefore protected by the First Amendment. This is literally the sole opinion of the author, so therefore they can't be prosecuted. Well, we have people coming out here putting forward their political opinions, calling them facts, saying that they're absolute truth, and then deplatforming or destroying those, banning, you know, taking down the posts of those who go against the narrative. That's a bit fucking insane, dude.
This is like so many disconnected arguments. So first of all, like if you're talking about writing op-eds, those are always opinions, even if they are published by. And then secondly, news should always be protected under the First Amendment, regardless. I don't know who would make an argument otherwise.
In this specific case, it is a news article, an article that is expected to be nonpartisan, an article that is expected to be based on the truth and the ethics of journalism. They did not reach out to any of Project Veritas's people. This is all in the legal document. And they argue that it
when
is
you're writing an article. You don't have to write an article where you're required. When you take journalistic ethics, that's not like a part of the Constitution or something.
We use it as fact checking for the purposes of taking down fact-checked posts.
None of this has anything to do. Yeah, this has nothing to do with the law, though, right? Facebook isn't like adhering to the law when they take down like fact-checked like posts or whatever, right? If you're talking about somebody making a legal argument for why a news organization should exist, we're not using that same basis by which we talk about like deplatforming misinformation online, right?
But how can we call it misinformation when the fact-checking comes from what is essentially an under oath considered to be opinions of the author?
Sure,
right?
But because somebody defending something, it's just a different standard by which we evaluate things. So for instance, like one of you guys laughed earlier when you're like, oh, well, you know, we debunked the Trump thing because even under court, you know, they said they didn't incite a riot. Inciting a riot in a legal sense, that's a really big deal. I personally don't think that Trump should have gotten charged for inciting a riot under like a legal sense, because that's a huge thing. And you don't want to have this precedent where like if a president says some things and people riot, now we're like always suing the president. But that doesn't mean that I don't think in a more general or even in a more moral sense, he absolutely incited the riot. Of course he did. Everybody knows that. But there's a difference when we talk about like the legal standard by which we apply to something versus like a standard that a tech company might apply when they ban somebody, or like a general standard we talk about when we talk about like misinformation. These are all like really different standards. I wouldn't appeal to like a legal case defending like the First Amendment right to exist of something to say whether or not it's like factually correct.
Look, if you can't say he legally incited a riot, I don't think that you can say that there's grounds that he, you know, unless he says, you know, you could use these words and say like, oh, fight for this and stuff. But you have politicians on the other side of the aisle saying the very same things. You know, you've seen these compilations of speeches. Yeah, they're out there where
they're not.
A number of times people have said words like fight. I mean, it's a very common political rhetoric.
It's not common. It's actually so uncommon. It's the idea that you have a president that's undermining your own electoral system. Maxine Waters has never said anything remotely comparable to the totality of Trump undermining the entire U.S. system, every single branch of U.S. government, every single agency related to the executive. Like, no, but Maxine Waters, it's not even remotely close.
Can you name a Democratic politician who like continually undermined the legitimacy of an election, which like every court, like the Department of Justice, pretty much every credible person.
Hillary Clinton conceded the next day.
What about the Russian collusion?
Continued to call it illegitimate. Look up all
illegitimate in what sense?
She didn't even come
to. That is not true. Hillary Clinton did not call the election illegitimate. That's just a total fucking lie.
Hold on.
Can I get a quote? We can hold on all day. Hillary Clinton did not trying to say that like a foreign power might have been involved in propagandizing American people. Blah 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 blah. We can have those things all the damn. That is way different than saying that is, but not by it does. It's a different thing. Are these all the same thing to you? Is propaganda to influence an election the same thing as saying the actual vote tallies, the vote tallies were rigged?
Look, if she's saying that Russia influenced the election, I don't see the difference. Either way, you're saying the election is rigged.
It's illegitimizing.
How do you hold on? Wait, hold on. That's just a phenomenal statement. So just so I can be clear, what you just said, you don't see the difference between claiming a foreign actor might have influenced how Americans vote versus saying that the actual vote totals themselves were altered. You don't think there's a difference?
There's obviously a difference, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing, though. You're saying that the election is under question.
Okay, I just want to hear that. I just because this is a phenomenal.
That's assuming that there's always this narrative. That's what you ended up with.
No, I want to hear this. I'm just curious if you guys all agree with this. So you think at the end of the day, it's more or less the same if there is a foreign actor trying to influence our election as there is people in our own country changing and rigging vote totals. More or less, it's the same thing at the end of the day.
No, that's not the question that was asked. Somebody just asked.
Why are you backing away from it? I just want to hear somebody own that statement.
Because I got.
Don't say it if you're not going to own it.
He said it. I will say it. I said that Hillary Clinton said that he was an illegitimate president. That's verbatim. And look up the word illegitimate. That's what I said. So you're bouncing the fucking ball around, not me. I'm telling you that the person who ran in 2016 called the incoming person an illegitimate president. That was the whole. Now you can try to explain it away all you want, my guy.
No. The problem is you can say that they both said it's illegitimate, but the point that I think Destiny was making was that what Hillary did with regards to saying the election was illegitimate in your terms is not comparable to what Donald Trump did. So just saying that you can consider both of them claims of illegitimacy is not enough to make your point. You have to make the point that these two claims of illegitimacy are like comparable in their severity and their implications, which they're very obviously not. And not only are they not comparable in terms of their severity or implications, but Hillary Clinton also never called for us overturning the results of the 2016 election because of that Russian influence.
No, they ran a fucking counterintelligence operation. Yeah, while the incoming administration. But we'll talk about that later.
Holy shit! You want to talk about how Trump was apparently tapping the phones of Washington Post reporters? I didn't know we wanted to go into that. We can go there next if you want. That was just released today.
We could go into how Rudy Giuliani's iCloud was taken too. You want to talk about that?
Oh yeah, that's because Rudy Giuliani got that Hunter Biden laptop. They had to go. They had to take him down. He was too powerful.
Attorney-client privilege?
Obama tapped Trump during the campaign. Like in this, when it first came out, it was a crazy conspiracy theory, misinformation. If you were spreading it, you're a fucking lunatic. And then what happens a few years later? They figure out it's true.
Not Trump though. They tapped. Who was it? He was tapping. It wasn't Trump. It was somebody in his inner circle, Carter Page or something.
Yeah, do you think that's comparable to? Do you think that's comparable on calling for your followers to overturn the results of a democratic election, though?
He was calling on Mike Pence to overturn the results or to do his duty.
You said earlier that he called for people to show up at the Capitol to protest to like pressure politicians to overturn the results of the election. Like,
that's First Amendment, man.
The First Amendment is
that has nothing to do with what we're
overthrow the government.
Peaceful protesting.
Peaceful protesting. That's what they were doing. They broke into the Capitol.
He literally said at the end of his speech, "We're going to go peacefully protest, patriotically and peacefully."
Wait, are we talking about legality or are we talking about the morality of what happened? Because I feel like you're like bouncing back and forth really quickly. Because like
we're getting too fucked up. We're getting too fucked up on partisan shit, right? Like it's
you're getting too fucked up on partisan shit.
Your brain is like this.
Look at what you just said to me. I said, "Hey, let's de-escalate. We are getting too fucked up on partisan shit." No,
you're making the revolution.
Piece of shit liar. You're fucked up, not me.
Jesus Christ.
You're making the claim that there is a comparable, like there is an adequate comparison between Hillary Clinton conceding and saying there might have been foreign influence and Donald Trump saying that the vote tally was literally rigged by the Democratic Party and calling on his followers to overturn that. And what I'm saying is I don't think these two things are very comparable. I think that's pretty obvious to anyone who's not a partisan hack. You can call that being partisan if you want. I call that being like pretty objective. I feel like you're
There was
mental
only- there was
gymnasticking
only a
yourself really hard into
multiple
this position.
How much?
There's
Yeah,
only a multiple year corrupt fucking, a bunch of agents of the left wing investigating him for years and years over.
You think an
There's only
what does
the media
investigation have to do with any of
Wait,
it?
what do you mean by illegitimate?
Mueller.
How is
Yeah.
Mueller illegitimate?
He was like hands and shoulders deep into uranium one.
Was
Into
Mueller like?
uranium what? Wait, we're still. I thought we were done with those conspiracy theories like 3 years ago. We still believe in
What
the
do you mean
uranium
conspiracy
one thing?
theory?
Wait, I'm sorry, wait, wait.
It literally happened.
What does the uranium one thing mean to you? What do you think that means?
It's just a bunch of people making a bunch of money.
That was that uranium one contract needed to be signed off by like 12 different independent bodies. Do you think
Yeah,
that was
12 people. Did these 12 people? Did they have anything to do with Hillary Clinton, perchance? Were
lot of
they
them were
perhaps
absolutely
all
independent from
the
Hillary.
best friends of Hillary Clinton? Yeah.
Scythius is independent.
So,
This is the thing.
I'm
This is
curious.
like-
Wait, hold on. I'm curious. Does it bother you that in your world, all of academia is rigged against you, all 3 branches are rigged against you, and all of the media is rigged against you? So literally,
I tried
any
one.
possible piece of evidence we bring up is always going to be Henry. Like, oh, well, they're in bed with Hillary Clinton. Oh, well, that's academia. Oh, well, that's the media. Oh, well, it's all these people. Like, you realize that you've constructed a world where literally every single, or Daddy Trump constructed it for you, where literally every single thing that exists in like all of reality is your enemy. Like, who do you trust for news? Alex Jones? James O'Keefe? Like, who is your go-to for stuff that you can trust?
I trust my eyes and I trust my.
You have
dead
no
friends.
answer. Okay.
Yeah, I do my own fucking research. Do you think
Wait,
some
can I do your own research?
Black
What do you
Lives
mean you
Matter
do your-
shit?
But if you're
I mean, I
somebody
read
trusting the
fucking
news in this
30-page
day and
documents like a dweeb, dude.
You're
I don't go to
30-page documents are
CNN.com.
what? Prepared by lawyers, prepared by judges, prepared by the deep state. Why would you trust those documents any more than the people that read them?
Because I read the primary sources and use my
So
own
you're telling
fucking
me that-
mind to come to conclusions.
I mean, yeah,
telling
seriously,
me
if
that
you're
you're
trusting
telling
the
me-
news like that, they don't have any bias whatsoever.
Wait,
like
so
they're
you're
a
just no one is
legitimate source of
hold on, whoa,
information.
slow down. I can't hear you. You ran the goalpost way too far down the field, okay? I'm not saying that nobody has any bias ever. I'm just saying that it's funny to me that you think there's this massive conspiracy that involves several government agencies, all the media, and all of academia, but you are so smart. You found a way to defeat it all because they didn't alter the primary documents. They have all this power. They've infiltrated every single sector of society, but they couldn't make it past you, the guy banned from TikTok, because they didn't edit the primary sources.
It's not a fucking like aliens coming down and invading
No one
our
said it
fucking
was. You're the one that said you
scenario.
were all powerful.
You know,
Talking about
there's just a
aliens.
bunch of greedy fucking people, all right? There's just a bunch of greedy people.
Okay,
That's
walk
the
it back.
entire conspiracy.
Walk it
What do you
back.
mean?
Come on.
Everyone's,
Walk it back.
everyone,
Walk it back.
aliens
Wait, can I have, like-
investing us. No,
Yeah,
there's
make
a
it
bunch
sound
of
like
greedy
aliens.
people who
Walk it
have
back.
gotten up to ambitious positions of power and who are using it to enrich themselves and their family, just like Joe Biden.
And
did
somehow
with his
Trump, one of the richest people
brother.
in the world, by the way, somehow Trump is being superseded by fucking Obama, by poor
I
Senator
barely
Biden,
even like Trump.
by fucking
I
Hillary
barely
Clinton.
like Trump, dude.
Well, according to the New York Times, he doesn't have that. He doesn't really have that much money at all.
What do you mean? Who said the New York Times didn't say he didn't have that much money? What are you talking
Because
about?
remember when the whole
The
tax thing
taxes,
came out?
Remember?
Yeah, I saw the tax thing. I read that entire article. What about it?
Well, I mean, you're saying that he's one of the richest guys in the world, and they're saying he's practically broke.
They didn't say that, but it's cool that you didn't read it and you just revealed in 4K. Everybody saw you. So they obviously didn't read the fucking article. What they said was he had a fuck ton of liabilities to foreign entities. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm being really mean to you, and I shouldn't be. I'm trying to be mean to the Wordle guy. I'm sorry. No, but like that particular article didn't say that he was broke. It just said he had a fuck ton of liabilities outstanding that were held in some cases in other countries. I don't think they said that he was broke. They didn't make any statements about his net worth. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it was Bloomberg or Wall Street Journal like did an article where their estimation was like he's probably still worth around like $3 billion once you take like all of his assets less his liabilities.
Well, the way they made it sounded like he was in trouble.
I mean, people reporting on the media might have made it sound like that, but the main trouble wasn't that he's broke. The trouble is that it's just
I know
kind
the
of
article
weird.
was like a mile long, but I did read it.
Okay. Well, the scary part, the trouble, was that he might be, if he loses a court case with the IRS, he's going to be in debt theoretically by quite a bit of much of money, and he has a lot of like foreign liabilities to his money as well. That's just a weird spot for the president of the United States to be making decisions on foreign policy or trade policy when he has
Which
personal
country?
liability.
Which country specifically?
There's a ton listed under his debtors. I think Germany was one where there was a lot. There might have been Dutch banks. I think there might have been some Russian banks. I'd have to go back and I don't remember exactly the ones.
Oh,
but I know that there were,
sneaky Russians. God damn.
I know that you're like so horny and hard to hear the word Russian so that you can freak
am.
out over it. But like there were lots of different companies listed. If you want to go and read the article, you can yourself. But like, I mean, I think that and it's funny because if it was a Democrat in the same position, you guys would be down their fucking throat over this. But like having a president of your country that has like a lot of foreign liabilities, it's pretty scary, I think.
Well, it
I'm
just
also
seems like
interested
it
in-
seems like when it's like either Trump's like the most richest, powerful guy, or he's like, he's broke. I mean, it's pretty much whatever suits people.
I don't think I actually said anything related to that at all. I think I said that Trump was one of the wealthiest men in the world, and he has a lot of foreign liabilities. If you think that there's a contradiction in those two statements, I'll be happy to explain why there's not. But I don't think anything
curious about this because you bring up like inconsistency and like how we're appealing to sources, but it seems like you'll talk like extensively about how the New York Times and all the news sources are rigged and biased, and then when Destiny brings up the point about Trump having a lot of money, you say, oh, but according to the New York Times, he doesn't have that much money. Similarly, Alex will say stuff about how Trump was totally exonerated in the Russian probe, and then later on say that Mueller was some biased partisan hack who was out to get Trump, even though it was his document which supposedly totally exonerated Trump in Trump's own words. So I'm just kind of confused about like how these usages of sources is like consistent in any way.
Well, I'm just saying that's what they said.
Yeah, he was making a point about their narrative. That was the entire point of what he
wait.
said.
So I'm curious, if all of these people are so rigged against Trump and hate him so much, why didn't Mueller just dole up fake charges?
Well,
I don't know,
man.
man.
It's so crazy.
Whatever he did didn't work.
Do you think if you don't know that, that's maybe like reason to reflect on like the framework with which you're approaching this?
And this is kind of like
Why don't people just go full corrupt? I don't know. Maybe there's a bit of tact.
They're only going to
maybe.
So it's always like this is how it, like every conspiracy theory dies or doesn't work. It's because like you have like these all powerful like entities that control so many parts of the government, but then they all get cracked by one guy reading primary sources on fucking YouTube, or like they had all the power to do all this shit, but they didn't think of this one thing that would have saved them everything, right? Like why? Like people will say like, oh, the 2016 election was rigged. Really? Then why they lose by like 20,000 votes? Like
all your politicians love you, man. They're just trying to do things for your own benefit. They really have a lot in common with you. All these
you're the one that thinks that
they fucking love you.
I think that a senator that has a net worth of $5 million has more in common with me than fucking Donald Trump, who's worth billions. And if you think anything different, I'm sorry, dude, but you're the tool.
I like how you're trying to make the claim that like our narrative is implausible when you're the one positing that Mueller was so corrupt that he was out to get Trump to overturn the results of the election, but then he released a document which exonerated Trump. And similarly, the Democrats were so concerned with overturning the results of the election that they cheated and manufactured all these ballots for Biden and still got fucking wiped out in the House of Representatives and the Senate. It just seems like what kind of like dumb fucks are concocting these conspiracies where they're like going halfway to like fuck over Trump, but then like they just decide to quit there and like that's it. Like I don't understand.
Is there like no such thing as like nuance in the world? There's no such thing as like subversive methods. It's not like, oh, let's just like fuck with them. Let's do this in order to harm chances in the midterms. Let's do this in order to achieve political capital.
You have a conspiracy for everything, dude. You're untouchable. You're untouchable. Well, you say that like, well, why don't you just shoot Donald Trump? But I bet you believe they killed Seth Rich, right? You've got an out for everything. There's literally nothing that somebody can say because it's either like, well, they've got the power to do everything, or well, in that particular case, they didn't want to go far enough. And I was like, well, the media lied about it because academia lies about it because the entire deep state is lying about it. And it's like, but not that much because you have an out for everything. Like you're literally an unbeatable debate opponent. You're a master debater. You have conspiracies for everything, but not conspiracies that are so strong.
So many of your like preconceptions onto me. It's like we're not having a conversation or like a debate here. We're just having like a little funny like sparring thing, which, you know, I'm all for. I think it's hilarious.
Well, you already said that you wanted to have a funny sparring thing when you were laughing about having sources. Like, what's it like?
I was laughing about Hunter Avalon coming on. I was so excited for that, and then he ran away. You know,
he didn't run away. He's still here. But I mean, like, dude, you're on TikTok. How are you? Oh, did he leave? Oh, wait, did you? Damn, you bullied him out. How?
Yeah. I did that to Nick videos on TikTok too. I got him on, and I challenged him to a wrestling match to the death in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean where there's no laws. And then he left the chat.
He left a while ago, yeah. Okay, I don't know if we should
I got my daughter's piano recital coming up, guys. I gotta get out of here.
All right, I'm just curious. What do you guys think about in terms of the coronavirus when that hit and YouTube's removing videos from other doctors out there sharing their thoughts and opinions on
other quote unquote doctors. I think that the coronavirus is just the most ironic way for
I'm saying like legit doctors. There were
legit doctors that were
who had
peddling
their content.
conspiracy theory bullshit. Like for the people that were trying to say that it came from a fucking lab or that it's not real or
no, but basically just having a difference of opinion from Fauci.
A difference of opinion about what?
In terms of how harmful the virus was.
Yeah, most of these people should not only be banned, they should lose their fucking medical license. Like the harm has never been that it's going to kill everybody or that like young people are dying or whatever. The problem is that there are certain people in society that are vulnerable to it, and that even at a very low fatality rate, if you're getting hundreds of millions of infections, like shit is going to get fucked up. And the fact that we like still haven't gotten over this because there are still people with these like political vested interests in saying that it's fake, or there are these entertainers online that like to spread the idea that vaccines don't work or that the coronavirus isn't a big deal. Like then we're still fucking stuck in this, and that India might give us a whole new fucking virus that now we're fucked for another like 3 years. I don't know. It's incredibly infuriating to me. Like it's one of the few things.
The problem is that people often say this thing where it's like, well, why aren't you allowed to just disagree with the mainstream narrative or the experts? The problem is that you totally are allowed to disagree with like certain things that experts say. In fact, experts debate all the time and argue all the time about the details of certain things. The problem comes when people are disagreeing with the experts about things on issues that the evidence is so overwhelmingly clear on that you're essentially throwing away all credibility and trying to like disagree with certain narratives, like whether we're talking about like hydroxychloroquine or like whether or not masks are effective and shit like that. There's just really no debate in terms of like the political evidence on these things or empirical evidence on these things. So yeah, I guess it just seems like a smokescreen to say like, well, why can't we disagree and then like peddle in certain ideas that are just totally unplausible.
But do you think it's dangerous when information is coming from one particular source?
Well, it wasn't coming from. It wasn't like Fauci or no one else.
One particular source. No, if it's coming from, well, because we've had differences of opinion when it came to the CDC or when it came to the WHO. But I'm saying is like when Fauci seems to be the only one, pretty much the authority on the subject.
So that's supposed to be the case in pandemics. And in fact, it's part of like the rule book when dealing with pandemics that you're supposed to have like one expert who's like going out there and giving takes, because if there's too many people doing public advocacy and like the message gets conflicted, it makes people confused about how to handle the virus. So was there debate among different experts and different organizations about particular details? And did that inform the change in like what Fauci said over the course of the virus? Yeah, of course. But generally speaking, we want like one public facing figure to be the person who's like informing the public about these issues to avoid confusion. And that was one of the big problems is like when Trump came out and Trump started saying shit like, no, actually Fauci's wrong. And actually this is what you should do. And actually masks don't work. This sort of created that conflict, which the guidelines for dealing with pandemics were trying to avoid and setting up that precedent, which is why so much shit got fucked with like dumb fuck Republicans like walking into stores without their masks and forcing security to drag them out and shit because Trump said they weren't effective.
That's boomers. Boomers are retarded right and left. I agree. I feel like it's always cringe when like, some like 18-year-old who thinks he has like, 180 IQ reads some fucking study that they have no grasp of, the greater.
I thought you said you read primary sources.
No, I do, but I know my limitations, bro.
Oh, good.
I act like it.
It is silly, so I agree with that. If we want to talk about vaccine on our tech censorship panel, we can. I just think it's a bit silly that it hasn't, it's not been this long. It was a rushed virus vaccine, and to me that doesn't sound like a fucking plus. That sounds like a big negative. I just want to wait, man. And if I get it,
mRNA vaccine's been being developed for decades.
Yeah,
developed for decades with pretty horrible results long term.
Well,
yeah,
we've had breakthroughs. That's welcome to like all of technology. What do you mean?
Yeah,
like,
man. And if it was tested for the full fucking 2 or 3 years, whatever the fuck vaccines are supposed to be in testing rotation for long-term effects, then I'd be happy to take it. I'm not an anti-vaxxer.
We don't know
that develop something in 6 months and it's perfectly safe long-term. I don't.
You know what's probably not safe long-term is hundreds of millions / billions of people around the planet passing this coronavirus back and forth. forth and us getting more and more fucking variants out of it. Nothing is more funny to me than Americans that will line up outside of fucking McDonald's, like wait for to fill their bodies with fucking, you know, double cheeseburgers and chicken nuggets, and they'll fucking vape on like fucking cherry flavored shit that they bought in some bootleg Chinese store or some shit, and then they'll be like, I don't want to put that vaccine in my body. That body, it might fucking hurt. It might hurt me. Like,
well, and also we talk
the
about
problem,
this vaccine so much, but we don't talk about microplastics. We don't talk about fertility crisis. We don't talk about like anything.
We need to like chill out on that really quickly. I'm just kind of like interested because like it's true that we don't like know for certain the long-term effects of the vaccine because it hasn't been tested for that long. But we also don't know the long-term effects of COVID. And it seems like pretty much every credible source is saying that the long-term effects of COVID are likely to be worse than the long-term effects of the vaccine. This is why like the educated people, like the doctors, I read one survey that something like over like 90% of doctors or like experts in the field got the vaccine like as soon as it was available, right? So it's like, I mean, we could concern troll about like the potential long-term effects of the virus, but this seems like kind of counterproductive.
Or all the world leaders that are getting it too, but maybe you guys think that's fake.
You guys told us don't trust Trump, and then you want us to run out and get a vaccine that was developed under his administration.
Trump had nothing to do with the development of the vaccine. Wait, do you think Trump was in the lab developing?
Yes, I do. I think he added the bleach. I think he added the I do, because he was.
Well, the good thing about not being the good thing about not being like a lunatic partisan hack conspiracy theorist is that I don't have to take up insane positions like Trump helped fund the vaccine, so it's probably like poisoned. I know that's probably what you would be doing if like the vaccine was developed under Biden. And I do think it's interesting that like you tried to call out hypocrisy in that front, but it's actually Republicans who think that Trump is like a god who like was responsible for the creation of vaccine, and who Trump was saying that everyone should take the vaccine, and Republicans still don't want to take the vaccine because it's being administered under Biden, which is even like more ludicrous.
I'm not a partisan conspiracy theory hack. I just eat fucking CNN DVDs and fucking New York Times articles whole to get my fucking IQ up, dude. Dude, come the fuck on. You're projecting all this bullshit onto people because, you know, you've been in your room with your fucking pea spanner jerking off for the last fucking 48 hours straight.
Dude, you say
like,
that
we live in the world, dude. All right.
You say,
you know,
okay, you say that like I'm not
all these
lunatic.
negative shit that you read on Twitter onto people. All these negative qualities you don't like because you're smarter than everyone. I used to be a left-wing libertarian.
I don't have to.
This guy does his own research. Okay, this guy has read the entire Wikipedia article on Project Veritas. Okay, he knows what's going on. He read primary sources, and when I say read primary sources, I mean he listened to Alex Jones talk about them. Okay, this guy knows what's up. All right.
I read the quote document.
I don't have to ascribe any negative qualities to you. Any single like negative epistemic quality that I could ascribe to you has already been ascribed to you by yourself throughout this debate. I mean, you're literally saying like, I don't trust studies. Also, I read primary sources, and fucking Mueller is a partisan hack, and also his document exonerated Donald Trump. You clearly don't have like any consistency or like a modicum of like critical thought with which you engage with these issues. I don't really think I need to like come up with any like big brained insults in order to demonstrate that.
I mean, yeah. If you misrepresent any of all of my points, yeah,
everything's a misrepresented. Okay.
Well, yeah. I made fun of Hunter Avalon for his studies, which were bullshit and retarded, and got.
Why were they bullshit studies? Wait, have you read any of them?
Have you not back in fucking 2017, man.
Oh,
yeah.
But you can't remember. You can't remember.
I remember back in 2017, I looked at them. Yes, and I remember back in 2017, I looked at people bringing up other studies which made fun of him. All right.
Oh, okay.
When we were talking about studies,
so when you say you read primary sources,
we were talking about
watch,
studies
like,
about
an alternative hypothesis video. Okay.
What?
So you guys,
does this world rotate around 2017 for this kid? Listen, you know, when we were talking about studies and the validity of studies, it differs for fields. Okay, we can talk about an economic study, and there's huge credibility to it. And obviously, there's different people with different.
But not
biases.
Sociology. They're both
when we're
social
talking about whether or not tech is
about?
censoring. When we talk about tech censorship, where did the fucking data come from? The amount of bands, raw number without any nuance?
No.
Yes, I did, and that's what it is. The amount of raw counts and their self-subscribed fucking ideology and their bands.
If you read the studies and you are currently claiming that you knew where the data come from, can you tell us right now where it came from, or can you conveniently not remember that?
can I conveniently not remember every detail of a study
Okay,
from
all right. Yeah, we
2017?
can
They
move
came
on. It's
from
okay.
different
You don't have to lie
self-ascribed
to me.
ideologies.
Wait, Alex,
and
you don't have to lie to me. It's okay.
They
This
came
is a
from
safe space.
self-ascribed ideologies, and the banned percentage
What are you
of these
talking
people.
about?
The self-appointed, whatever the fuck you want, bro. Listen, but does that have the R squared of like the majority? I'd say fucking not. You know, what are other
What are you
huge
talking
factors?
about? You're
R
just like
squared.
using words from like statistics 101 classes. This doesn't
guys-
mean anything.
I'm using
So-
very common
What is the
words.
R squared? What
R
do you
squared
mean?
is the percent of
I know what an R squared is. That it didn't make any sense in the context you were bringing it up.
No, it absolutely did. The amount of causation or the amount of effect which can be described by a independent dependent variable to an independent variable. You fucking ditz.
You don't think
Listen,
these? Wait. You don't think studies include
dumbass,
R squared
listen the
variables
fuck
that you
up,
can't
you
even?
little autism
Wait. You're
brain is thinking too fast. You can't fucking listen. Listen for 1 second, you little
Alex,
fucking
I just
retard.
think it's really funny that you claim that you read these studies and you can't remember the studies, but you can remember that they didn't assess causation. It's interesting how the extent to which you remember the studies fluctuates based on what question I'm asking you at a given point in time.
The amount I remember is I don't remember the specific details of different percentages.
But you
all right?
remember the
I remember
R squared
conclusions.
correlations.
It's weird that I remember the conclusions, but I don't remember the fucking specific data itself. The R
I don't think
squared
that's
was
weird at all. I mean, that's pretty
positing
typical of
that
people
there
who
is
don't
other
read studies.
dependent variables which influence the independent variables, which are more.
Which other independent variables?
explanative.
Which ones?
Like personal interactions with the different moderators on YouTube or these different tech platforms. People at a high enough level have personal connections with these people, but how the fuck do you understand
Are you
that
just-
if you
you're
don't,
making
if
this
you don't
up.
put it?
How
What
do you
the
know
fuck?
that the,
I
how
live
do you
in this
know that the
world. I have a
organization-
contact at fucking TikTok, dude.
Okay?
What do you mean?
I know that you
what?
think that
Maybe
your
you
lived
with 4,000
experience is.
followers don't have a contact with
Listen,
fucking YouTube,
okay?
but bigger people do. All right.
I know.
bro?
I
It's
know.
a
Like
real
Steven
world.
Crowder with 5 million subscribers? Should he have a contact at YouTube?
He probably should. Yes.
Well, then why did he get deplatformed?
Probably because they have a bias, man. Probably because they didn't want him, even though he's a fucking.
Well, actually, I think what's happened is now we've revealed that your R squared is actually not accurate, and it seems like the independent variable that you brought up was just thoroughly debunked
Whoa,
by your own
bro.
example, bro.
You're just
Are
saying.
you questioning statistical analysis? What's
Alex,
going on here, big boy?
Alex, you're not doing statistical analysis. You just said that there are potential other variables that are influencing the results of these studies, and you bring up
Yes.
some potential examples.
Yes.
But you need to actually
Yeah.
get. Yeah, but you could do that with literally any study. Every single study you will ever read has some degree of limitations, some degree of exogenous variables that could be influencing the results theoretically.
Yeah, but
Generally
nobody in
speaking,
any of those
That's the
studies
majority
ever
of the
thought
R
of any
squared.
of
It
those.
doesn't matter, dude. That means that you're drawing incorrect conclusions.
No,
from
it
your
doesn't.
Correlation.
The fact that a
Yes, it
study
does.
has a limitation or potential exogenous variable
But if that
influencing the
limitation is
results,
so severe,
generally
it makes the
speaking, in
study
academia, generally speaking, in academia, people don't say, "Oh, this study has potentially exogenous variables, therefore we're going to discard the entire conclusion." Generally, we say, "Okay, the evidence currently points to this thing, but further research is probably needed to make sure that these exogenous variables are not influencing the results." That is how intelligent people think about data. You're just saying,
That's
I
all
don't
I said.
remember the
That's
study,
literally
I
what I
don't
said.
remember the sample size, I don't remember what the sample groups consisted of, but I'm imagining that there may have been some exogenous variable that skewed the results, so I'm going to completely discard the study and say it was debunked.
As
This
someone
is not how
who is
intelligent people think
embroiled
about studies.
in it, I know that there are different factors.
I'm sorry. I know you like to pivot. Like you bring up like data, and then I explain how your understanding of data is not accurate, and then you bring up like, oh, my lived experience, bro. I don't care about your lived experience because it doesn't
My lived
sound like you
experience
have.
is someone who
It
is in
doesn't
this-
sound like you have the intelligence.
What
to,
is this like
properly
autism
interpret
train where
any
he just
sense
fucking
data
talks
that,
for like
accrues to
7
you?
years and never shuts the hell up, dude? Like you're saying fucking
sorry, okay.
nothing. You're
What's your
saying like
intelligent point?
absolutely nothing, man.
That's
I'm
okay.
saying that there are multiple dependent variables which have an effect on the independent variable. Through
is how
my own
every study works,
experience
yes.
in this field, these different variables, which are not described in the specific studies that he uses to forward his point, are more important than this one variable, which barely is even related, okay? And which has its own fucking issues of any sort of correlation being relevant, okay? Like, we're arguing about hypothetical studies. And their
Do you
validity.
remember what independent variables these studies controlled for, and can you list them off to me?
Well, it would be dependent variables that are controlled for, not like independent
Okay, wait.
variables.
But which ones
There's
did they
one
control for?
independent
Which ones did they
variable.
control for?
There's like 7 different studies. I believe the one study
Dude,
specifically.
you can't do
Jesus, boy,
this.
listen the fuck up. I believe in this specific study, it was only the described ideology of the person who was banned and the amount of people banned in that specific category, and he determined, oh well, since it's about even, therefore there's not really a bias, and if anything, oh, it's fucking left wing because of all these reasons. Okay,
so here's the thing, okay? Because I
We're gonna
understand.
move on after this.
Okay, sure. So because I actually understand how like data is generally interpreted in
you're a
like
genius.
academic
It's easy.
circles,
Yeah.
I can say that
you know I went
I'm
to
probably,
college,
wait,
right?
okay,
Like I'm
that's
20.
that's
I
great.
have like
Okay.
5 degrees. Like I'm in this.
5
Shit.
of
I have an
them?
economics degree. Yeah,
Wow,
minors and majors.
that's pretty
bro.
cool, dude. Anyways, so
Wait, just real quick. I just think it's really funny. You have an econ degree, and you brought up economics as like the hard science studies that are taken more seriously in the world of academia. That's really funny to me. I'm sorry, Matthew, keep going.
Yeah, anyways, so like it's just like because I generally understand how like data is interpreted, I can comfortably say that if a study generally points in one direction, we can say that that conclusion is generally indicative of something. Sure, there are always going to be certain things which could potentially influence the results of that study, but until you can actually name me what those are and present me evidence that within the sample group of the study, that was a relevant factor that skewed the data in the way that you're saying it is skewed, which you have not presented me an argument to that effect, then you just sort of blankly, vaguely alluding to the fact that there's methodological limitations in the study doesn't really mean anything, okay? Because that's always going to be the case in any study ever.
That is exactly what I said, that the dependent variable that is being given is not sufficiently explanatory of the effects on the independent variable.
That doesn't mean anything. You're not making any specific methodological critiques of the study.
I am.
You
That
are
is a
vaguely
specific-
alluding.
You don't know what you're talking about. Give it up. You don't know what you're talking about, sir.
You are vaguely alluding
You don't know what
to
you're
the
talking about, sir.
possibility of
You
the
don't know what
presence
you're
of
talking
methodological limitations.
I
that you have
didn't.
not
I've explained it
specifically
fucking
presented.
thoroughly, dude. Fucking listen for 2 seconds.
Okay, wait.
You don't know what you're talking
You're
about.
saying words like dependent variable and independent variable.
Do you know?
But you have yet
definitions for
you
those
have yet
terms?
to. I know what the terms
Yeah?
mean, but you are saying these words, but you have yet to explain what you need to explain in order to make this argument, which is you have to look at the sample size of the study and explain that the exogenous factors that you're alluding to as possibilities of things that influence the results actually were significantly influencing the results within that study among the sample group being analyzed in the direction that you are saying they influenced them in. If you can't do that, which you haven't, all you can do is really allude to words like dependent variables and independent variables, then your critique doesn't really have any merit. And if I suggest for your own sake, you should move off this topic because you already said that you don't remember the studies.
Dude, you don't know what
so
the
if
fuck
you
is
can't,
happening.
if you can't remember the details of the
You guys-
studies or the sample groups,
This is
then
such
you can't really
autism,
give a
dude.
meaningful
Chill.
critique of it.
Okay.
You don't know
We're
what you're
doing-
talking about. Chill out, dude. You have
All
autism.
right. So okay,
Good one.
that was fun. Okay, so
Am I wrong?
We're gonna go into the Q&A.
Am I wrong? I'm not.
What?
All right, so let's just go. I'm gonna
Hello.
do the last
Again.
the last video question.
You've
and
been
then
wrong
we'll-
about most things you've said today.
And then we'll get
Not
into.
that one though.
All right, everyone, pipe down.
Simply ever.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do the last video
Agora tip to you, my
question that
friend.
was sent in, and if you guys have questions, start tagging politically provoked, and we'll get to some of those, and then we're gonna start shutting it down. So let's just get to this this one from. I know we got off topic, but whatever.
Yeah,
I think it's fine. All right.
Good evening, Politically Provoked, and good evening to the panel. My name's Alex Foch, and I'm host of the podcast Depth of Perspective, where the truth has no bias. And my question is pretty simple, and it's pretty straightforward. In your opinion, when it comes down to content creation, no matter how controversial or what some people may consider offensive, should the government be the one to step in and put an end to it? Or should the free market be the one to continue to decide, and why?
The
Go
government
around and
absolutely
we'll
should not be the one to step in and do anything about it.
And
but
we'll
I don't
start with
think
Destiny.
Okay, sorry. I thought we were still open. Okay. Yeah, but no, of course the government shouldn't.
All right, go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, I agree with Destiny. I don't think the government should have a hand in like censoring like controversial speech.
Wurzel.
No, I don't think corporations or the corporate-owned media should do that. And I don't think the government should either. I
When
think
you
it
say
should be
corporate-owned media,
a dog pile. The fact that all the different media outlets, CNN, NBC, ABC, are owned by 5 corporations is what I mean.
Okay, and John?
Yeah, of course. I don't think the government should either.
All right, so we all agree on something. That's exciting. All right, so let's see if we can get to some of the questions. All right, so I am not reading these, so guys, please don't do any prank fucking questions. I get that all the time, and it's fucking annoying. Okay, so from Nicholas V to Mouthy, when it comes to censorship, it seems like Italians are disproportionately banned on all platforms. What do you think?
This is a troll question.
Is it? What the fuck, you guys? Like, what the fuck? Okay, fine. I'm gonna play this like that.
I'm
Okay.
Italian. It sounds
Are
right.
you? And you've been censored, haven't you?
Mm.
Okay, fucking A. I lost.
Oh, well,
all
then in that
questions.
case, yeah, I guess that probably seems like a smart move.
Aw. Okay. You guys have lost the fucking questions. We have an issue here. My questions are gone. So, okay, wait. Ask Destin. Oh no, I'm not gonna do that one either. These fucking people are pissing
Wait, I
me
can
off.
do it. I can ask him.
No,
I can ask
we're
him.
not doing that one. Okay. Should bread tuber from Z? Should bread tubers who advocate Marxist revolution be banned?
Yep.
If they're talking about like violent revolution, when they're saying shit like eat the rich and shit, yeah, I think that shit is cringe as fuck.
True.
Okay.
No.
No.
No, I think they should. It's really funny.
Okay. All right. So from Based Homeschool Mom, I can't even get to these questions. It's a mess. For all, what do you think about Nick Fuentes being put on the no-fly list?
Seems a bit extreme.
No-fly lists are really rough. It's probably important that we have tools to deal with people that we think might be dangerous, but the problem of them having like, it seems, I'm talking a little bit of my ass. I don't think there's much oversight on these when it comes to legal matters. Like I know you don't have to have like a warrant or like a reasonable suspicion to no-fly list somebody. I think most people have issues with them for that reason. So I don't know.
Wurzel?
I don't think you should be. I think
Wow.
it's
Dollar store Nick
yeah.
Fuentes doesn't think Nick Fuentes should have been put on the no-fly list. That's a shock.
Who the fuck are you? Dollar Store
one.
Destiny? Epic.
I guess so.
Yeah. Googling studies halfway through the debate to make an epic own moment.
Listen,
Yeah.
I wasn't Googling any studies. You're the one who claimed to read studies that you couldn't remember the details of. except
Okay.
for
We're
when I
past
asked you.
Studygate. Studygate's
Okay,
over.
okay,
We'll have you guys come on and debate studies.
Wait,
I do think it's really funny that earlier, this is funny to me, is that you did Google a Politico thing, and this guy thinks that that's like a study. So it's funny because he does his own homework when he really means he probably reads shit from like fucking James O'Keefe, because that's a study to him. It's like an op-ed.
No, I think it's silly. You're silly, Destiny.
Yeah,
Did
you're a
John-
silly man.
Did John answer that one? Because
Yeah, I said it was extreme. I thought it was unnecessary for him to be on the no-fly zone or no-fly whatever.
All right, so from Nina Infinity, and I think that's a friend of yours, John. So how do you guys explain Crowder being demonetized after having massive watch numbers, bigger than MSN numbers?
I don't think anyone denies that like shadow banning is or like anything like that is a thing. I don't know. I'm speaking for other people.
Yeah, but it wasn't just that. Crowder is completely demonetized on YouTube. I don't know why. I don't know if it's an advertiser thing or what. I have no idea. I'm surprised it didn't happen earlier, but I don't know why. I do know that political content in general on YouTube is in a really rough spot. Even if you are left-leaning, advertisements, there's a lot of channels that get demonetized on YouTube that do any type of political stuff at all. And you're put in like different categories for advertisements and everything too. It's pretty difficult on YouTube for doing any political shit.
Mouthy?
Yeah, I don't really know. I can't really remember what Steven Crowder was demonetized for. It seems like he was pretty blatantly violating like TOS. Like the shit about like the black farmers was one of the most aggressively racist rants I've seen in a really long time. I think he was demonetized once for like repeatedly harassing that like Carlos Maza guy for being gay or something.
I don't think he got in any trouble for that, which was strange.
Did he? Oh, I thought.
And can Carlos unblock me? I will be nice. It was.
Listen, there's no need to be nice to Carlos Maza. It's okay.
Okay, and then
But yeah,
John?
it seems like Steven Crowder's done things that have broken TOS. Whether or not that TOS is like justified or whether or not he should have been is like a different question. But I don't know.
Did you answer your friend's question?
Yeah, I mean, as far as Crowder goes, you know, if you go against the policies of YouTube, you know, especially if you have a bigger platform too, it's going to be, they're going to put a bullseye. You know, you're going to be out there in the open. So I don't necessarily. I'm looking up right now exactly why he got demonetized, but you know, if they have, again, if you go against anything that they have in their terms of service, you know, once you get in that territory, you kind of put yourself in a dangerous spot. So I don't, you know, I don't think it's necessarily, you know, because you've had other people getting deplatformed as well on the other side. So I don't necessarily know if it's strictly just a, you know, strictly a party thing.
Okay. We're going to take a couple more questions and we're going to shut it down. So from Nicholas, no jokes this time. Yeah, right. Okay. For Wurzel, if TikTok keeps shadow banning, why don't you go to the new awesome platform Gab and try to pioneer a free speech platform? You have a Gab, don't you?
Yeah, I have a Gab. I got like 30-something thousand followers in a month, so it's you know, you guys can shit on Gab all you want, but maybe Destiny you can stream fucking on Gab in a few months. You know, yeah, I'm on there. I think that like a huge limitation to these alt platforms is that a lot of them are garbage. I'm just gonna go back on TikTok in a bit whenever I stop being. It's just boring, you know. TikTok, it's just boring these days. They've just turned it into a softcore porn app, and you know, same as Twitch these days. Now that since Destiny gone, they're all in fucking bikinis and bathtubs these days. You know,
there's like a follower function.
That's what ads fucking love. You know, is naked women.
Okay. From Big Poopy Fart Face, are big tech platforms too powerful, and should they be broken up via antitrust? Let's start with Mouthy.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't really. I haven't read much about like antitrust monopoly stuff, so I don't really have a strong opinion on this either way.
Or Destiny.
That's a complicated conversation. That's probably not good for this. It's a whole other discussion.
Okay, Alex.
I think the bigger issue is in the supply chain. They have vertical alliances and like horizontal monopolies. But yeah, I support fucking with them. I think they should be fucked with a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think they definitely need to be. There needs to be a higher level of account for sure.
We're going to end it at that one. I just want to thank you guys all for coming on. Sorry about Nick that somebody died.
Wait, who was it? Which Nick are you talking? Was it Fuentes?
No. I actually was going to try to get him on last minute, but it was just too last minute.
Oh.
But yeah, no. So thank you guys for coming on.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
We hit 1,000 right before this stream, so I'm very excited about that. But yeah, so thank you guys for coming on. Make sure to subscribe. We have another debate tomorrow night at 8 or 9 p.m. I have to look at that. And that's going to be on systemic racism. And so yeah, make sure to check that out. We have debates like almost every day of the week, and we have a panel once a week. So we have both left and right wing views on every single one of them. So yeah, do that. And I think we're going to close it down. Good night, guys.
Well, that was a thing. I didn't know it. I wasn't 100% sure what was going to happen for that one, but it was a wild ride. Happened to Avalon? I don't know. He said he had to do something for his kid or something. I'm not sure. talking about my dick pics. Holy shit, that's like a 9-year-old meme. That guy must have been a hardcore fan. That guy was a dedicated destiny.reddit.com poster. Rate the moderator against the other moderator. I don't know if we'll ever have a moderator quite as big, quite as base as middle guy. Silver bullets are sold during the war. Oh, I can buy a bunch of it. He offered me another debate recently, but I said no. So debate some guy about super straight. Jesus. I did not mean to buy this. God damn it. Do it to drive the Twitter people insane? Yeah. I'm good on that one. Mandible claws. 100 DPS. Shit. What is this? But I get hit when I get close to anything. So there's meme weapons. Should do more IRL debates. Yeah, if they ever pop up, I will. Unmute dumbass. This is used for certain boss characters where you stand. Yeah, I imagine you probably just sit beside the boss with a ton of buff items and just like Tombs of Scorpion. The gold armor has the better mining speed set bonus. Oh. Oh, we're playing. Oh, well, okay, so we're good. What was the YouTube channel I was debating on? Politically Provoked. Oh my god, I've got messages in my Discord group. Is it Mootin? Is it Dan that wants to play games? Mootin that wants to play games? Oh, just Dan posting dumb shit. God damn it.
No one escapes my bow. The untamed know no fear.
Mootin, come back. Any kind of fool could see I was wrong, and I just can't live without you. Boom, 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 boom. Need to bind rage and adrenaline. I suggest excellency. Can I use rage even if it's not? Melly, 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 mel. I love you. Donuts unmuted? No, they're not. Hold on.
Give me a target. to you.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
High concentration of subjects. Wonderful. Let me at 'em. The heavens guide me.
Okay.
Right between the eyes.
Some fun drama. During the Dylan Burns TV debate, he said, hey, no comment chick. I know you're just restreaming my debate. Stop it or I have to report you. I guess I hate each other. And NCC flagged every video Dylan had with her in it. Holy shit.
No one escapes
Hippy dippy round table talking about vaccine. No, the vaccine patents. Oh, this is an issue I care about.
Oh no, come on.
Oh, come on. You are this is 100. I'm sorry. I know this is my opening statement, but like the fact that you are like surrounded by a bunch of online lefties and then you're like, that's everybody. When Bill Gates literally has a massive charity that spends millions of dollars plastering his name over everything. Now this guy's got it. He doesn't need another person to defend his poor feelings.
So listen, I'm not a Bill Gates like stan.
Yeah. But on this
okay, sorry, go ahead.
I gotcha. Don't worry. I know you're not like a Bill Gates stan. I'm busting your chops a little bit. But
It's too late. It's already
I
like
think that a lot of people
they already got their 9 people.
because Bill Gates has like a vested interest in this. He claims expertise that he's sort
He
of
invited
generated
you?
himself.
He invited me? Oh, but I said no because I had this thing tonight. Because it was complete. I thought this was gonna go on for another hour.
Juan Galt, $5.
I'm not gonna jump on. That's rude as
because
fuck.
he knows he's an illegitimate President
Because right
Hillary
now,
Clinton.
the way that it is right now is companies that can't afford to immediately make a deal with these corporations, often I'm sure to great expense, are in a position where they can't move forward. If you
BRO, it
release
was
the
just a
patent, that means
peaceful
that you can
protest
start
on the
moving
White
forward
House.
with
Smiley
those
face,
with
smiley
those
face,
pre-made
smiley
safe
face,
standards,
smiley
with the
face,
standards for
smiley
manufacturing,
face,
and I will even go
smiley
one
face,
further because
BRO
I
mo-
advocate
smiley
that the
face,
United States
smiley
should
face,
A,
smiley
refuse
face,
to uphold
hang
those
my-
patents and those intellectual properties, and should B, publish for the world manufacturing and investigation or inspection standards and their own recipes for a universal vaccine as information comes out. I think that would be amazing. Keep in mind, and I know you know this because I know you work in medicine, the number one thing that we need to do is get as many people
Legacy
vaccinated
_Cornish
as safely and as
$5.
quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So
He's
it is in
literally
our
about to
interest
do
to
the
not
I'm
buy
not cheating
into
school on a
the
test
not
and
buy
get to
into the
80 so the
very,
teacher
very
won't
biased
be
perspective of
suspicious.
people who are very interested in allowing corporations to control basically everything, but specifically medicine. We shouldn't just assume that they're coming from a place of good faith. Bill Gates has his own agenda.
Quinns,
He has his own interests.
€5.
He's very much a corporatist.
How
He
do
very
you
much
keep your
believes
cool when
in
debating
preserving
Christians
corporate
smile
hegemony,
at
or
dum-dums
sorry,
like
corporate
Wurs or
sovereignty
Root who keep
over their
pretending
IP.
that everything
But this
is
is
a
not an
joke to
issue
them.
of IPs or of money. This is a world that we could end up with a disease that circles around for years. We just need to put that aside, and we need to take proactive action instead of constantly being on the back foot. And we've been on the back foot for a year in this. So that's my
Okay,
take.
so I'm gonna do something, and I never do this because I have the integrity of the hippy dippy roundtable means a lot to me. But since it might be the last one, yes, I hate everybody. I'm gonna throw a grenade in here. I'm gonna allow somebody on here, okay? I'm gonna allow somebody on here. I don't usually do this because it kind of messes up the balance a little bit, but why not? Okay, got it. Next is gonna be CTV, and I need to use the bathroom.
Because I hate my life.
He's gonna make me come up to Baltimore, isn't he?
CTV?
Dylan, can you check your DMs?
Okay, can everybody hear me or?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
I can hear you.
Got it.
I'm waiting on everybody else to, understand that I'm supposed to have the floor right now. Something about DMs. I don't know. So we're sitting here talking about, what are we talking about?
India COVID vaccine.
Oh, yes. India. Right. So I think that that American homogeny, right? Right? Is it homogeny?
Hegemony.
Hegemony. Yo, hegemony, right?
Hegemony.
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 Hermione.
Like that dog money, right? That dog money. Anyone? Nobody else? All right. So I think that, frankly, us helping India is an outstanding thing for us to do. And I'm not even, frankly, against helping India first. I don't even think I'm necessarily against that. I think that there's large bits of manufacturing that's got to get done. I think there's probably still a substantial portion of the American population that sees the vaccine as potentially market there, and having relationships with that country just for the market capabilities or potential labor, business investments. All of these are great, especially when you have a player on the stage like China that has the population densities that they have, and they have a announced goal of being the global power by 2050, right? So at the end of the day, especially when it comes to economics and money, population and market size is a very real thing to consider. And India just has a shit ton of people, right? So that's a good thing, and I think we should help them out.
Okay. quick thing. Now, this is a 9-person panel, I guess, now. Again, it's the last one, so I'm dropping all standards. So just to be clear for everybody, if it's 9-person, that means it's going to be more difficult for me to moderate. And I already am leaving septic shock. So let's all acknowledge that a little bit and do our best to follow the rules, okay? Destiny, I don't need to explain the normal rules to you. You're used to them, right? You know the rules?
Just don't shout over other people?
Just basically like if I speak up, I'm just moderating, get quiet, basically. Right?
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay. So we're going to keep going around the room. So next it's going to be who hasn't, sorry, the cameras all just changed. So who hasn't spoken yet? Can you raise your hand?
Eris too, I think.
Okay, so we're going to go Maddie, Counterpoints, Eris, then Destiny, okay? Maddie, you're first. And let's try to make these intro statements a little shorter because we're running short on time. You're muted. Great statement.
Shit, mother. Okay. Hi. So I think that it would be both morally, ethically, and just, I think it's a good idea for the United States to provide more support in the way of not only opening up IP of the vaccines, but also helping to provide some of the raw materials that are required in order to produce the vaccines, because that actually is one of the biggest blockers worldwide in ramping up production. And it's a little tough to think about if you're a worker in India and you are helping to manufacture the AstraZeneca vaccine or something else, knowing that all of that is then going to be exported out of your country, despite your country suffering and having countless people die because they don't have access. I think that is an area where the United States can be a leader and go in and help the Indian government more widely distribute vaccines. That's also a way we can help them more widely manufacture vaccines. And especially with the increased influence of the Chinese government internationally, this is a great place for us to emerge as a leader and build that relationship, because that's something we're going to have to pay closer attention to going forward.
Okay, next is going to be Eris.
Hey, so just in general, I mean, to my knowledge, there is a vaccine surplus, but I'm not too educated on like the ins and outs and like pragmatically on getting the vaccines to India. But in regards to helping out India, like I'm pretty right wing when it comes to immigration. And if anyone here is like, against illegal immigration, so I should have said illegal immigration, then you would be very concerned in general with issues that are going on globally. And this issue in India is going to cause so many other problems, and it's going to just cause like a domino effect of, what's going on around the world. And it's just going to lead to more, refugees, illegal immigration, and just tons of other problems around the world. So it just makes sense to try to help India as much as possible, especially considering the amazing position the U.S. is in, because, so many Americans don't even want vaccines. So, why not, try to help out other people? Yeah, that's it.
Okay, next is Connor.
Yeah, everybody said the same thing. So I'm going to say, Dylan, if you end the hippy dippy, I am going to come up there and I'm either going to show you a really good time or a really bad time, depending on what we end up doing. So that's pretty much half my statement. The other half of the statement is basically like, yes, when you're on an airplane and the oxygen cuts out or whatever, you're supposed to put the mask on yourself before you help other people. So America first instincts right there. However, that being said, you're also supposed to put oxygen on other people so they don't get fucked over. There's a whole bunch of regional and geopolitical reasons to do this. China is a competitor using India to offset, creating a strong alliance. India is technically another colony from, the UK or the Anglosphere. So we share languages, some cultural traditions, some governmental traditions. There's a whole host of reasons to help out our good buddies, India. And I'll yield right there.
Okay, now it's going to... Oh, and again, it's not like I want to end Hippy Dippy. I love the format. I love the show. Mm-hmm. I just hate all of the people involved. That's all.
Okay, well, I love you. Is that not enough?
No, it is not. We're gonna throw it over to
Destiny loves you enough to be here. Is that not enough?
No, it does not, because he did have an opportunity to come here, and he did this. He chose the other show instead of this show. He did have an opportunity. And now he's asking last second, like always.
I didn't know the other
This
show
ain't
was
the
gonna
prime
go through.
times royale, okay? You can't just come in and come out like anywhere. We're not like a fucking bar, not like a fucking open whorehouse where you can just come in at any time, okay?
Okay, Dylan, you know damn well that the abusive relationships sometimes have the better sex. So Destiny is just priming you, metaphorically, not literally, for just like an abusive emotional relationship. So you know the sex is going to be better later.
You know what? I don't think he needs to prime me for that. I already have that with all my panel guests, okay? I'm going to throw it over to Destiny now.
Okay, what is the exact question so that I know, because I hear a lot of requests.
the exact question was, should we help India? It's a question of America first versus the international, but it's basically just swerved over to the patent thing immediately.
Okay, yeah, because there are two fundamentally different questions. I think that we should help India in any way, size, shape, or form. But I think that the patent conversation and then like people obsessing over like Bill Gates' answer to it, I think is a massive red herring. Like even if we did release not only the patent, but all the other parallel technologies, it would take them years to get up to speed. The patents themselves won't help them with anything. They don't have the manufacturing capacity or capability to make these vaccines. And the biggest issue is that if we found a way to get through all of the technology, all of the manufacturing errors, all of the transfer of like actual knowledge for producing these vaccines, if we found a way to do all of that, if any part of that process was messed up and there was any issue with any of these vaccines, you would continue to further like this really rabid anti-vax like idea that has like taken over the world, where people are like canceling vaccines because of like minor problems and stuff, and that would just like exacerbate that issue as well. So yes, we should be helping India in any possible way we can, whether that means subsidizing or paying for vaccines that we're sending over or whatever. But the patent question is like a really big red herring. I don't think it's like really relevant to this conversation at all.
Okay, so again, there's 9 people here, so I'm gonna be a little dictator over here, okay? Little Francisco Franco, little Tito, a little something, okay? So I need you all to please follow the rules. Now it is open to the floor, but he raised his hand out first, so I'm just gonna pass it to him.
All right. Okay, so just a couple of things to respond to. Maddie, you said that, and this isn't just you, I'm not just trying to pick on you. I also saw many people on Twitter saying this as well, that how do you think the people in India feel when they're making life-saving medication and exporting it across the world? That is not happening anymore. They've stopped exporting, okay? They're completely using everything domestically now. And the manufacturing CEO, the CEO of the manufacturing plant, he said, we used exports as a source of generating revenue so that we can continue to expand our manufacturing. As they just don't have the money to be able to expand their manufacturing fast enough to be able to ramp up production. So it's kind of like a balancing thing where it's not necessarily bad to export because it's a fantastic form of raising revenue. So that's the first thing. The second thing, to piggyback off of what Destiny said, this has been one of my major concerns. As someone who is in, so my field of study is in radiation physics and radiation protection in particular. I have been trained to think of the worst case scenario. What Destiny brought up is the worst case scenario. If one of these vaccines, a batch of them, let's say, God forbid, kills 1,000 people or something, you can literally set back the entire vaccination movement by decades. We're at a point where, because the vaccine issue is such a hot topic right now, it's very important that things are done carefully, that safety corners are not cut. And again, to just go back to what I was saying before, it seems to be the case that when manufacturing facilities are up to par, these corporations license it out, because obviously there's a competition. Obviously, the Moderna, J&J, Pfizer, all of these corporations want to be the first ones in India, want to dominate the market share. So it's not as though they're like, no, we're too good. We don't want to help poor people, which is the narrative that I've been seeing a lot of, that, oh, these companies don't want to help poor people. I've even seen lefties saying that it's for population control. Like, we need to this is turning into blue anon shit. So I think it's really
okay, but you don't
when
need
did
to straw
lefties
man.
listen to Alex Jones?
You don't need to straw man. First of all, I've never seen it. Like, I've never seen a single lefty argue that like it's because they're trying to do population control. I'm sure there's probably some of them, but nobody on this panel has done it. So I don't think we need to like.
Okay, nobody on this panel. Okay, nobody on this panel.
Yeah.
But
no serious commentator or someone.
That might have memed.
That would be someone. If someone were making that argument, they'd be totally unserious.
Okay, we're gonna you're gonna give you about 30 seconds to finish it, and then it's gonna go somewhere else. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, basically, I think it's crazy that some people are saying that, oh, how can we trust these corporations? We should let governments all over the world set their own safety standards. I think this is absolutely ridiculous. I think Western scientific safety standards are fucking the best in the world, and I am not willing to cut any sort of corners that to potentially cause a catastrophe.
Nobody said anything about cutting safety.
Well, when you
I
get
said,
rid of
no, hold on. You had your turn. Now it's my turn. So, when you say you're conflating multiple issues in order to, I don't know, it feels like you're kind of like rooted in on this particular, like the Bill Gates thing. I don't know. Like this is the thing. We had a little back and forth about that. I recognize the question is much broader. I do think that the IP question is probably not the most important part of all this.
But
However,
it's turned into the main discussion.
Well, that's
I think that's the point.
That's you, though. And now what you're doing in this particular part is you've merged two different concerns, which is safety standards. Nobody has ever advocated for safety standards. In fact, I explicitly advocated that what we should do is we should choose to be the leaders on this, and we should publish the most accurate and up to date, regardless of any IP concerns, the most safest manufacturing, the most safest inspection procedures, and we should give that to other countries. Now, the concern I do have with IP enforcement being an issue is that while I agree that corporations do want to distribute their vaccine, they do want to go into countries because they can make money.
Of course,
that introduces a major profit incentive that we don't have to deal with if you waive the IP and you say this is a global emergency. We're not going to enforce you being able to sue another country. And I want to bring in another thing, a historical example that we have in the past. You say that somehow, I don't know how you've tied these two things together, that waiving the IP protections for it would somehow undermine people's faith in vaccines. No, that's not true at all.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Come on, no. Come on. I said if there was.
You can't run the respect your law.
Okay, so I'll give him 10 seconds to clarify what he meant. Then
I specifically said if you waive the IP and a catastrophe happens where a batch of vaccines is unsafely made. I didn't say waiving the IP alone. Of course, if you waive the IP and the vaccines are flawless, nothing would happen.
The IP is irrelevant to that discussion. If a disaster happens, as we've already seen, guess what? IP law was enforced when the J&J disaster happened, and I can tell you firsthand, right down the street from me, there are copies upon copies of the Epic Times with their, the J&J vaccine is killing people. That is a problem that is separate from IP. It has jack shit to do with IP. IP has nothing to do with manufacturing disasters. In fact, but I will say that there are some ways in which the IP could impede us avoiding manufacturing disasters, but I don't think the IP has anything to do with manufacturing disasters. Manufacturing disasters are going to be used by bad actors all over the place. In fact, that's why we should commit, as the United States is one of the most powerful and most advanced medical countries in the entire world, that we should commit to making sure that no disasters happen, regardless of what that means, even if it has nothing to do with IP or else. But the problem is that as it stands right now, part of the problem that we're encountering, hence why Joe Biden considered to waive the IP, is that people can't start working on manufacturing these things when they're at risk of being sued. Now you can have that happen. Do you want to know what would be? Do you want to know what would be worse of a disaster? If we have what happened during the Spanish flu, which is that vaccine shortages and medicine shortages during that time were so rare that you had random doctors brewing up their own vaccines completely illegally and under the table. I would rather have it above the table and just not have corporations being able to strong arm their own influence over other countries. And that would be infinitely better. Now,
real quick on that. So Moderna already said they weren't going
Maddie,
to.
I wrote your hand. I wrote your name down.
Yeah, so real quick. So we're talking about exporting safety standards to other countries. We're not exporting like how to make the perfect like Wendy's square cheeseburger.
Exactly.
You can't just export these things. There's like only so many people in the world that even know how to operate these machines, that only so many companies in the world can even manufacture. And there are like shortages of this talent even within these companies. Like even Moderna needs more of these people to do it. So the idea that we can just like undo a patent, I don't need you to say okay after everything I say. I know I'm correct. I don't need you to reaffirm it. I don't know why you keep saying okay after everything. But the idea that like you can, I'm sorry, I'm not that you had your turn. I'm just talking. So the idea, well, the point is that you specifically said we should export safety standards to other countries. You can't do that. I'm telling you that you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how this technology works and how it's applied, because we can't just export the safety standards to other countries. This isn't just a matter of intellectual property. It's a matter of human capital. It's a matter of like the actual know-how to operate these manufacturing plants and these machines. It's like some of the processes for this are incredibly complicated, and you can't just say like, oh, well, here you go. Now you have the technology, go and do it. If that was true, everybody around the world would be making the Moderna vaccine. They're not. The patents aren't stopping anybody. Like, in order to file a patent, you already have to disclose how the technology works. Moderna's done that. It's not like there are people out there making the vaccine anyway. The whole patent question is just a giant red herring. All of the manufacturing on these vaccines are moving as quickly as they can, and all of the plants are totally tapped out in the manufacturing as it's happening. And the idea that just because some mistakes have happened so far, if other huge vaccine mistakes were to happen because these were being made in an unsafe manner in another country, becomes irrelevant is absolutely not true either. Just because some mistakes have happened,
that it was irrelevant.
You did. You said that it's always going to be.
I said it was irrelevant to the question of IP.
And it's not. And it is relevant. It is relevant. It is relevant because if other people
relevant
were
to the
start
question of
making
IP.
these, so you were misleading and saying that, well, there's already been Johnson and Johnson. I'm trying to explain, but you won't shut the fuck up and let me. So you were already saying like, oh, well, down
you're
the
really
street,
already
they're
super mad, aren't you?
Okay. Okay.
Is there any- is there like a-
okay, I understand that
Yeah.
you two are dating and going
Well,
out.
I'm
and
just-
you love each
no,
other.
no,
Wait,
I'm just trying to finish my point. Yeah.
You got to let me finish, Destiny.
Okay, yeah,
you
go
can't
ahead, sorry,
complain
my
about
bad.
not letting me finish, then not let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
I understand you love each other very, very much. Destiny, you finish what you're saying, then I'll throw it straight over to Demo. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know this was a Destiny dating show. Demon Mom, if you want to hop into my DMs after, feel free to. But anyway, so you were saying earlier that like people are already using the propaganda stuff on the Johnson & Johnson. Like this idea that like, well, some very, very minor mistakes have happened, therefore any mistake can be allowed is just absolutely not the case. The transfer of capital needed to make these vaccines won't happen with anything related to do with intellectual property. And if it were to happen, this would be on the scale of years. And as was already correctly stated by you earlier, Demon Mom, the most important thing is to vaccinate as many people as possible. That has nothing to do with transferring IP rights.
And also, we can't even. Sorry, can I just say quickly? You're asking government. You're trying to trust governments across the world when we can't even get basic workers' rights across the world to be standardized.
Okay.
So how can you have?
Demo, I'm sorry, but there's a.
Yeah, it's okay. I get it.
I don't know. Like it's really funny. Like I feel like I'm getting like a bunch of weird and like they're like interswitching between what arguments actually being made. Now, I already agree that that the IP is not the biggest thing standing in the way. However, I think that there is we've already agreed, both Heamed and Destiny in this have admitted that there is a big interest that corporations have in being able to be the ones who get to go in there and manufacture that. I think that waiving the IP brings that out of the question, okay? So, but originally, of course, the question was not about the IP. And I would say that we should help in any way that we can. I'm not a doctor, but I do believe that there's probably a lot of things that we can do, and I do believe, and I don't agree or accept the idea that like exporting inspection or safety standards wouldn't help at all. In fact, the core of Dr. Heem's argument is that American safety, manufacturing, and expertise is what we need to get everywhere else in the world. So like, there's contradicting arguments going on.
It's not a set of OSHA guidelines. I'm sorry.
But I never said that it was. I mean, is that supposed to be like your gotcha?
That's what
like,
you're making it sound like. Like, oh, it's just.
No, I'm really not.
Well, the enforcement of those safety standards is important too, right?
Yeah, but how do you start the ball rolling on that? You have to, if you have a process, if our processes for investigating, inspecting, and passing vaccines is so good, then we should certainly be able to give that away to other countries and get them set up.
It's not that great though. Like we people we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
Wait, but you're making a different argument than Heem. So Heem says that ours is the best, but apparently we can't.
Okay, I'm gonna go back into septic shock real quick. Okay, so D-Mama's gonna finish their point, then we're gonna go to Maddie, then we're going to go from there. Okay, wonderful. D-Mama.
My point is that yes, we should help India in any way imaginable. Sure, I don't think the IP is the most important thing. I do think that there are ways in which the IP rules can be can perhaps hinder this. I don't believe that we should have IP and profit incentives stand in the way of our response to this pandemic. It already has enough, and it's had disastrous consequences. And yeah, there's a whole lot of other parts of this that we could discuss. So yeah, that's my point.
Okay. Maddie, we're gonna go to you. Nacho, I saw you raise your hand, and I saw Counterpoint raise their hand, but okay, got it.
Great. So I think we're getting caught up on this idea of the plausibility of, oh, well, even if they release the patent, is that even going to change anything? Is that going to mean that this vaccine can go into production? And I wanted to just quickly point out that there are plenty of vaccines and medications that are made by generic pharmaceutical manufacturers that are safe and effective and normally have a much better cost benefit analysis as well. Like that's why they're way cheaper, because they don't come with the brand name that also has marketing and other things that are baked into that price tag. So I think, it's important to remember that this isn't something that's new. This is something that happens routinely with vaccines, with medications.
mRNA vaccines are brand new.
I'm not done. No. You can have your turn. I waited throughout all of that. So this is something that's happened. Another thing that I think is really important to point out is that there were taxpayer dollars used in the development of these vaccines. So I don't know that it's necessarily the right call to then have all of the proceeds and profit coming from those vaccines going to private manufacturers, because that's another thing that we have to consider, especially as those manufacturers ramp up worldwide distribution. And then lastly, despite thinking, my position is that I think the vaccine patent should be released and made open to other manufacturers. However, I think we won't see any meaningful change in the vaccine distribution worldwide, especially in developing countries, until there's the question of equitable distribution and what that might look like. So even if we were to ramp up production, that doesn't always necessarily translate into equitable distribution. And that, I think, is going to have a much greater impact on making sure that we get the world vaccinated.
Okay, we're going to go over now to Nacho. That's a great point, Nacho. I just wish I could hear it.
So I was just pointing out, basically, reiterating some things and just adding, like, we already asked this question, like, why aren't all pharmaceutical companies like producing vaccines? Is because it's a very stringent process. Like, we're already basically at our capacity for like how many vaccines we can produce. So like, in order for us to do this in other places, and even if we lifted the patent, we would then have to bring people over there away from the facilities where they're already manufacturing these things at capacity. Everybody's being worked to the bone, like already working as much as they possibly can. So moving this somewhere else, taking people away who are already maximizing the process here, and potentially for the rest of the world, would just slow down that process. So it doesn't really make sense. I mean, like, I'm all for helping India, but I just think that we already have an excess of vaccination, so it would probably make more sense for us to keep producing excess and ship them over there. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, next is going to be Counter. And then we're going to probably try to drop the hand raising, but I saw two people raise their hands. So I'm going to go to CTV because he hasn't spoken forever. And
Yeah, so I understand. Basically, maybe I could get some clarification here. This is more posed as a question than a challenge. So I actually had to look up like a historical example, which was the polio vaccine was left unpatented. It was given away for free. The person who created it basically said that it was better for the world to have it than for everybody to not have it. And I understand that they're basically like, maybe we're at capacity for qualified manufacturers of vaccines right now. But at the same time, one of the things that's been repeated previously throughout this entire pandemic was that this is going to be with us for decades to come. COVID is very potentially going to be similar to the flu, where we're going to have like annual COVID seasons. It'll kill less people, but it will be around going forward. And so that's kind of my thing, where maybe in the short term, releasing IP doesn't make sense, but maybe in the long term, it does. And maybe building up the capacities of foreign nations is going to have geopolitical effects. So, for instance, if we export this technology to India and then they sell it to China and then they sell it to Europe and like all that kind of stuff, there's going to be a whole bunch of geopolitical leverage that we lose. But there's also a whole bunch of geopolitical leverage that we gain by being selfless with our intellectual property. So I wanted to pose that more as a question than a challenge. Is what do we lose by opening this up to the world, with the understanding that if you manufacture this shit yourself and you kill your own citizens, that's kind of on you. We just gave you the patents, the ideas, and the standards that we follow.
Okay. I'm gonna give it the CTV and then Destiny, and then we're dropping hand raising it back to open for me.
Okay, so Demon Mama, the reason why you can't just have like, you know, these federal government rules built, if you do this right here, exactly like this, we're going to ship the idea out for you to be able to do the exact same, right? It doesn't work. It doesn't work from a practical example that I'm about to give you. I served on 3 of the same class of submarine, and all of them had shit that was a little bit different about all of them. So imagine trying to set up a business, even though you're going to be manufacturing one thing in an area that doesn't have the same resources in the area, doesn't have the same, say, electrical supply, doesn't have the same the building materials, doesn't have all the same things. So this, like, you have this one, this is how you do this, but then when you get down on the field and you try to do it, this is why shipping that idea just doesn't work. This is where, like, you can have some guidelines, but doing it from there, it just doesn't work, right? So for the rest of it, I'm kind of lost now. So Destiny, kick it off.
Okay, 1 second though. If everybody in chat tell me to call on this person or that person, I know how to do my job. Please sit in your seat, okay? Destiny, continue.
Just for a couple things that were brought up. So manufacturing generics is something that companies can do. A cutting edge, brand new technology. So these are some of the first mRNA vaccines in the world that have been produced. The way that we manufacture these is not like a well understood science such that everybody in the world is ready to just switch over and do it. So we can't just make generic versions of these vaccines like we could like with other drugs. It is a very new technology. In terms of like tax dollars have gone into manufacturing these, like different companies have taken like different levels of money at different stages of like distribution, but like most of the research and development for this has all been like fronted by capital like from private companies. The idea that it's like been a whole bunch of public research or whatever that's gone into developing those vaccines is not necessarily true. When people are talking about like what's the harm in releasing like the IPs or all the technology related to this, I mean, technically, if you do it right, there's not really a harm, but there would need to be like an enormous cash transfer that happens to these companies if that happens, because pharmaceuticals are a very, very, very risky business. And if we were to just go in and when somebody stumbles upon like a really effective treatment to just completely deprive them of the ability to make money for that, you are like putting potentially like a huge harm in the way of the pharmaceutical industry. And like the public-private partnership that happens with pharmaceuticals is probably one of the best examples we have of like public-private partnership, and we probably wouldn't want to harm that type of innovation that occurs in the US.
Can I respond as well? Okay, so also I just I looked this up because a lot of people were saying, why can't we just publicly fund vaccine and medicines and all this shit? Only 1 out of 1,000 drugs actually make it to market. I don't think that we want to waste our taxpayer money on 999 failed projects to get one successful one. It's better that private capital goes. I don't know why are you making that face, Demon Mama. This is a fact.
I mean, wait, that's silly. You're saying that we shouldn't that we should take advantage of private capital, which makes a lot of money, but despite the fact that
because they can, they can take tons of risks. They can afford to lose.
Heemed. You asked her a question. Let her ask the question.
I mean, Heemed, look, I understand. Like, I don't know. Like, we can talk about this another time.
Yeah,
too.
we have
like,
to talk one-on-one.
It
Obviously,
feels like you're super mad, like, about it, and I don't really entirely get it because, like,
wait, hold on. What did Heemed say that was super mad? Just respond to his point.
I just said one. I don't think it makes.
Okay.
You're doing it again.
Okay, well, let me. Okay, I don't care what you're gonna do off here. Please ask the question.
Yeah. Okay. So my question was,
do you think talking to Demon Mama?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Mama. Okay, there was a question. Like you asked why was she making the face, and then she was answering that, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay. You Mama.
Sure. I was reacting and was going to wait my turn to respond to you. I don't think that the argument that it takes lots of tries to come up with something, therefore the private industry should do it. In fact, no. Like this is part of the problem that we have is that we don't have investment in risky drugs that would be beneficial to society. In fact, they could be so beneficial, it would just be an abstracted value. I think that there's a lot to be talked about with regard to how public-private stuff works. And I don't know, there's a lot of that there. But I think that to sort of respond to all the things we've been talking about here, if we can all admit here that the mRNA vaccines are brand new, that nobody's cutting edge yet. That's all the more reason to remove every single roadblock that we can to getting them all over the world. Vaccinations benefit all of us. So we want to get as many people capable, capable of producing them as quickly as possible. That's what we want. And that goes for any vaccine. Now, I would go further. We're not having this discussion here, but we could any other time about how we go about researching and developing medicines. I disagree with the idea that because there's a lot of trial and error in it, that it's necessarily an unproductive or non-profitable venture. It obviously is. Otherwise, pharmaceuticals wouldn't be billionaires. That's ridiculous. The idea that just because it's high risk means that you can't do it via other structures. There's a million ways to approach this. That doesn't have to be just private. And there are downsides of private of relying exclusively on private investment. For example, rare conditions don't tend to have a whole lot of private investment because those would not be profitable. So there's some issues with that. And I know I could tell you're like, I don't know what you're melting down about.
I'm melting down because you're basically agreeing with me but disagreeing at the same time. You're saying that
you interrupted me to question me. Like, you're the one who's been disagreeing with me. So what it seems like is you disagree with me as a person and not anything that I'm actually advocating.
No, come on. You know I love you, Demon Mama.
Wait, I'm not saying as a whole. I'm saying in the context of this panel. I know you're not an asshole. I'm just saying that you question me. So what do you disagree with me?
Okay, so my initial point was that 4,999 drugs never make it past human testing to make it to market, and I think that's a shitty way to use tax money. Tax money should be used in things that we can clearly fucking point to it. Like, there's so many other problems, and there's only a limited amount of budget that can be used. So that's all I said. And then when I said that, you made a weird face.
Yeah, so a more formal declaration of this. So something that governments historically have problems with are picking winners and losers. Like, it's a problem with a lot of more public funded models, is that in a private system, capital can respond much more quickly to winning and losing situations. But on a public model, trying to pick out which medications are going to be the winners is not going to be very effective. We might say here privately, there's not going to be much incentive to solve for rare diseases. There's probably a greater chance that a rare disease is going to be cured in a private market because some philanthropist makes it their pet project than us voting democratically or having a medical institution that's throwing tons and tons of excuse me. Please let me finish. And no, I'm not just asserting that. This is just common sense for how markets work, right? So what you can make out of dumb hand things you want. Well, so I can explain the actual incentives for you, right?
Sure.
So publicly, if we are trying to throw money at all of these potential research projects because we're trying to figure out which drugs or potential drugs we want to fund, we're probably not going to be voting to do this for the rarest conditions, right? If we imagine that the majority of us are voting and the majority of us have a stake in how this public funding goes, we're probably actually going to be even more driven towards solving the biggest diseases. So 99% of our money is going to go towards things like diabetes or things related to dementia and Alzheimer's or things that are related to obesity. This is where all of our public funding is going to go. In a private system, you have a higher chance of riskier drugs being explored because somebody thinks there might be some money to be made if they find it, or from some philanthropist picking a pet project and then lending money towards people to go and solve that particular thing.
There's some things that I think that you're correct about in that, and some things that I think you're not correct about. I don't agree with the idea that a public system would necessarily be worse. I think that we don't have the infrastructure for it right now because we've relied on a private system. But a public system absolutely could identify what is needed. Hold on a second. Well, there's a number of ways. First of all, we have other similar structures of this, such as how we handle agriculture, right? People don't vote directly on what agricultural rules and what ecological decisions are made by the EPA.
I want to stop you right now because agriculture is the worst example you could bring up because we actually throw away so much money into ag because we produce farm goods that are just thrown right away. If you look at the whole thing,
we're not talking about the specifics. What I'm talking about
it is literally the example that I would bring up to win my argument. Look at how much money we throw away in agriculture and corn.
You're getting really angry about something.
I'm not angry at all. I'm just helping you with your argument. So go ahead.
I don't need any help because you're not
actually you because you brought up an example for me.
You're not talking. You're not even touching on the same thing that I'm talking about. It's like really weird. You know, it feels really weird. It feels like there's like this weird thing where you.
Dylan, can we make a rule where Demon Mama can't just talk about how mad people are? Because it's like the biggest waste of time.
I can't.
Really
Okay, well, stop. Okay,
Can you make a rule?
Wait. Okay. If there's any rule I have made is that when I talk, no one else talks. Okay. You hear that? You don't hear anything? That's because all of you in this room, 2 brain cells that are in your head have yet to bang into each other. They do hit, it's gonna sound like a pin dropping, okay? That's the current state I'm in. So, what we're going to do, I'm going to give you both 20 seconds to say something, and we're going to throw it to basically the room. And if it's interesting enough, I'll let it go on. If it isn't, then I'm just gonna give it to somebody else. Okay? That's how we're doing this. You mommy got 20 seconds.
Okay, 20 seconds. Yeah, look, there are all kinds of structures, some of them flawed, some of them not. But we can institutionalize these things. They don't have to be voted on directly. They can be done by appointees in other institutions. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I'm gonna jump since you said it would be open to the floor.
Wait,
can I just?
Oh,
sorry, my bad.
Yeah, so I don't know.
There's the brain cell. They forgot to hit the
so
other
real quick.
one.
So done by appointees means that it's still ultimately an appointee of a publicly elected figure. If the issue becomes a hot button enough topic, then of course these are going to become like issues that we are going to be indirectly voting on, just like we indirectly vote on like our presidential cabinet and heads of our EPA and all those other things. Agriculture, I just thought that was a funny thing to bring up because it's a good example of how government tries to pick and choose which crops are grown. We see huge issues going on with that in the United States when it comes to throwing away tons of money on corn because it's electorally popular to quote unquote support our farmers. So we like misallocate resources there. You see it happening in India, which we kind of were talking about earlier. In East India, a fuck ton of subsidization goes towards growing rice that's essentially thrown out into the trash can as well. I think that some of these things are just better done on a private model. And I think that like the history shows that.
Okay, elbows thrown.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so this is where I think I can play the enlightened centrist and answer both of your questions simultaneously. You can marry both of these interests. So I think it's kind of silly to think that the private market doesn't have some advantages and the public market doesn't have some advantages. One of the examples I would bring up is the military-industrial complex. Just like agriculture, it's an example in which billions or potentially trillions of dollars are thrown away on pet projects that don't necessarily yield immediate commercial products or immediate products that are beneficial to the nation, and yet we consistently do it because the public good is viewed as necessary and is so overwhelming that we should have an advanced military that it's worth it to throw billions or trillions of dollars away on this public good because it's just that necessary. I would also argue that agriculture falls into a similar category for this because agriculture is basically food security. If there's one thing that we all fucking need, it's food security, because tomorrow, if basically the grocery stores didn't have any food on the shelves, then I'm pretty sure 70% of the people in this room would starve within 2 weeks to death. So there's advantages to both the public research model, the private research model. The point is to hybridize these things. And I would argue that specifically when we're talking about COVID is such a public issue that public funding, maybe that large cash transfer to these private corporations, should be done for the benefit of the globe. The faster that we get these things produced, the faster that everybody's inoculated, the faster the global economy opens back up, the more we can go back to work and then basically return to some semblance of normal. Yield.
So I wanted to add in here, this can be my little diet dunk on Destiny, because I think you forgot to mention, like when he said something earlier about the research being publicly funded, like in contested Demon Mama, a lot of, if not most of the research that was done on like CRISPR, the RNA, the SARS, and all that stuff was off of all the research that those companies did individually was off the back of like publicly funded research that was done through like universities, etc. So like we do benefit a lot from the research that we choose to invest in already. So like I don't know what more. I mean, I think it is probably better to have these in the private sector where these they can fine tune all these things, where they can manipulate the CRISPR and the RNA stuff to be able to make something like the Moderna virus. And then also I just wanted to add in from earlier, like because you were saying something about that this brand new technology should be shared so that everybody can, like, we barely understand this already. So the fact that we would just spread it to other countries and just allow them to like start toying with this virus and try to create and potentially create some like mutant version that would just spread throughout the rest of the planet and fuck us even more is like kind of mind-boggling. I think we want to like keep this under wraps for now, like, and maybe in the future we could look into like
if
sharing.
I can respond to that specific point, which was responding to mine, like I think that there's an assumption that's being baked in here, which is that like that we're the only ones who know anything about it. We're not. There are skilled, ingenious doctors all over the globe that by opening this up, we may be able to identify. And I'm not saying just like literally take a gun and just fire out incomplete, like this is, I don't know. I feel like we can't get like an actual like reasonable discussion about it. But what, like there are scientists all over the world who can contribute to this, who could help make it better. The vaccines could be made better because there's more eyes on it. There's more intelligence. There's entire countries worth of skilled, studied people who could contribute to this. I think that like this is a better approach towards medicine in general. And so I just wanted to respond to that. I'm not saying that like the idea that like America's the only people who could have ever made a breakthrough on any virus or vaccine ever is just not true. In fact, I mean, we're known for doctors coming over and contributing to us from overseas. Like that's a matter of our economic power, not that we're just like by virtue of being born in America, brain geniuses. No, there's lots of smart people all over the place who could contribute to this, and it is a world problem.
So just on top of this, so there's so many misconceptions about how any of this.
Okay,
yeah, there's so many misconceptions of how many. So first of all, this idea that like there are all these people around the world that could contribute, probably not. There were other massive pharmaceutical companies that were trying to get vaccines to work, and people don't realize how many of these other massive pharmaceutical companies failed. The idea that there are all these doctors around the world that it's like, oh well, if you just show me the machine, you know, like maybe I can chime in with my brilliant piece of code, like I'm in, you know, like some hackers movie or whatever. It's just not the case. Like we already have like the best people in the world that are in the position to work on this are not only working at this, they are working at it at capacity. Also, just to address, I hear this said a lot. American Nacho brought this up. A lot of people will say things like the majority of medical research is publicly funded, blah, 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 blah. We do not publicly fund treatments or therapies. That is not true. There is a lot of general research that happens, but taking that general research doesn't help cure you. It doesn't cure you. You don't go to a hospital and get general research. You don't go to a hospital and get like something that, you know, like you need an actual therapy or treatment, and these are privately funded. And the big money sink that comes into funding these goes into all of the trialing that happens to get a drug from the general research ideas and principles that we establish at universities into an actual therapy that we can administer to somebody that has an acceptable number of side effects for an acceptable number of people that actually treats the disease that it purports to treat. And that entire process in the United States, at least, is privately funded, and it is incredibly expensive. It is incredibly arduous. It is incredibly risky. There aren't all these pharmaceuticals that make billions and billions of dollars and blah, 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 blah. You can go and look through the stock histories of any of these companies. You can go and see how many of them start and how many of them fail. The idea that like this is just some incredibly lucrative industry that all these people are becoming billionaires off of is not true. Again, and to reiterate, there are plenty of huge pharmaceuticals that tried to make vaccines for this and they failed. There are not a ton of people around the world that know how to do this stuff.
Quick question. Are you aware? Wait, quick question. No, it's a very serious question right now. I just have a very quick question.
I just got something.
Are you aware? So was I.
With that. Oh man, that's the smartest thing I heard all day. Nothing. Okay. So, what we're gonna do?
I got something quick. It's quick.
And it will be the smartest thing I heard all day.
It will be. Believe me.
Well, you know what?
Because I wanted to point something out to Nacho.
You got 5 seconds.
So Nacho, a minute ago when you iterated that like the little mini dunk on Destiny,
that was great. Anyway, back over to
that fucking smackdown from the attempted. That's what happened.
No, that's
yeah. Okay,
I'm gonna do something. Very disappointed. Got a 5-minute timeout. I'm sorry, my guy. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Not 8 seconds. What a tragedy. Another conservative censored by the liberal elites. I'll give you a loan to meet you in 5 minutes, okay? Okay, so Demon Mama, can you do the 5-second rule, knowing the consequences of the 5-second rule? Okay, 5 seconds.
Destiny or anyone else on the panel, where was the first vaccine successfully developed? Tell me the country. I would love to know.
Russia.
I mean the US/Germany, right?
I think Russia.
Destiny.
I think
it was
Sputnik.
Germany.
It was Sputnik in Russia.
Well, arguably.
Perhaps it was Russia then. But regardless, it wasn't here.
But it was with a partnership.
The idea that we're the only ones with the brains is just so American-centric.
It's not American-centric. The problem is you don't understand supply chain for companies. You think that just because a supply chain is located in another country, that somehow that country owns that intellectual property, or somehow that country is the ownership of the production of the vaccine. You just don't understand the issue of what's being discussed.
That's not true. You're claiming.
So BioNTech works in partnership with Pfizer, and these were the two people that jointly came up with a vaccine. But like BioNTech didn't come up with it themselves. Why did they need Pfizer?
And where are their scientists working, huh? You're saying that this is a supply line problem? It's not a supply line problem. You're talking about research. You're flying all over the place about things that are unrelated. Keep on point.
I mean, if anybody wants to go read my Twitter, I post a lot of stuff for people that know a lot about vaccine manufacturing.
Yeah,
Everyone
go-
read about
go
it, but
follow
like,
Destiny's
it's not,
Twitter
it's
about
not,
this,
it's not a
best
matter
source.
of just like flying somebody around and then showing you on the computer what buttons to punch in to get the magical
I'm
vaccines
right.
to pop
Source,
out.
my
but-
Twitter page. Please go to my Twitter page.
You mean
Show
Destiny's
the-
friend.
Okay, so it was Heemed.
Thank you.
Throw it to Heemed.
Thank you. Okay, so I, as someone who is currently taking part in public research, I think I understand pretty well the dynamics between public and private research. I am a PhD candidate. I make $4 less than minimum wage. I would never go into becoming a PhD scientist if I didn't know that I'm gonna have future earnings as a possibility. The reason that public funding of research is the way it is because they take advantage of people like me, because there's just not that much budget. They'd rather give 2 PhDs $28,000 a year instead of giving 1 PhD $50,000 a year. So part of the reason why this and the research that I'm doing, which is noble, it's fucking fantastic, it'll contribute to the greater knowledge of science. None of it will be practiced on patients, because to practice it on patients requires so much money and so much resources that like public funding just doesn't have.
Okay. So EDV has been let out early on good behavior and on being white. So we're gonna throw it first to Demon Mama.
Can I respond to?
Sure. If it was something made directly to you.
Yeah, because there's
Yeah,
something that Destiny said that.
Boy,
I
there
just
is
wanted to
nothing like
clarify-
being what
Okay,
is it
cool.
when it's not misgendering, obviously, but it's like
Let the
white.
Nacho guy talk. Why don't we cut Nacho off? with this?
Miscategorized?
Oh my God.
Let's go, Nacho. Come on.
Look at this guy. Hold on,
Nacho.
I've been getting some damn Florida sun down here, right? Like it's just getting darker, right?
yes,
Matter
yes.
of fact, yesterday I had somebody walk up to me and just start speaking Spanish.
I'm sure
right?
everybody
Like,
asked you
what the
all the
fuck?
great questions during Black History Month, and you are the MLK of our time. But we're going to Nacho right now, okay?
Yeah, I thought I was gonna have to pull on POC card. So I just wanted to clarify the point that I was making, that Destiny like touched on earlier. In that I know that the research. I want to clarify that the research that the pharmaceutical companies do and like their end product and all the stuff that they do with it, and like they lose a ton of money and take a lot of risks, etc. Like, but the base research that they're building off of is publicly funded. Now, then when they take that research, when they take like the CRISPR and they take the other things, like they lose a lot of money investing. Like just like you pointed out that there were a lot of other companies trying to make vaccines and they lost out on it. Like a company could go bankrupt trying to find the next cure to whatever, like cancer, etc. But they're doing it off of the back. Generally, most of the time, they're doing it off the back of some kind of like publicly funded research. So I think I don't know, it's just to try to say that like I was even bringing that up just to say that I think what we do with our public funding right now generally is pretty damn good. And the fact that the private companies are going to take all the risk in doing this research is probably a net benefit for all of us.
Demon Mom.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a couple of issues. Like the fact.
Wait 1 second. I need to use the bathroom desperately. Please, nobody break the rules while I'm gone. I'll be right back.
Okay. So, public funding being short and being it's like that's a huge problem that I agree with. Like we have a notorious problem in the U.S. of creating our own problems with funding. Basically, what happens is Republicans get in office, they cut public funding to research, they cut public funding to health, whatever, and then when it starts getting worse, they go, look at how bad it is, and then they justify that to cut further funding. This is like a known political topic. I know most everyone here has talked about this in the past when it's not having to do with whether it agrees with you in this particular context. The fact that your experience with public funding is bad, like I agree, like I would agree with you. I think we should give more funding. We should make these processes more efficient, and we should rely less on corporate interests that are extremely, extremely profit driven. And while I agree that the private industry can sometimes, private industries can sometimes respond faster, a lot of that is because they have no other responsibility aside from making money. So they can dump an entire team of people who've been doing research. All that can go in the trash if they want it to, as long as they're making more money. And there are in our currently existing system, there aren't really that doesn't quite exist for the public eye. But there's nothing to say that we can't build ourselves a public investment structure that also says, hey, if we need to move quickly, if something is failing and it's sucking up a lot of resources, we can cut this thing. And that would kill two birds with one stone. One, it would make our public structures more efficient, and secondly, it would cut out the profit incentive, which is a huge issue in pharmaceuticals. And it doesn't matter the failure rate of mom and pop pharmaceutical manufacturers. The fact of reality is that there are massive multinational, multi-billion dollar industries that do indeed have a profit incentive in what they choose to research. This is an issue with rare forms of cancer that are unable to get any sort of attention because there is no backup. So those things are very serious.
How would you pick, let's say a company, so like if we had a publicly funded company, would you say like what? So they're losing money for 5 years, 10 years, then we just stop publicly funding them?
Well, no. I mean, if you're talking about, I'm not talking about a publicly funded company. Let's say that we expand the CDC and we have various.
No, but how do you pick and choose what research gets researced?
Wait,
we already do
this. We already do this.
For drugs. You want to do this for drugs, not general research. How do you do it for drugs?
Hold on a second. We already do this in other publicly funded things. We can structure it to be better. You use the scientific method to identify which of these are, what are the statistics? What's the likelihood of success? Are we going to have a failure on this? Okay. Yeah, obviously it's a complicated process. But wait a minute, hold on a second. What we do, wait a second. It already costs money. It's
but
just
the private companies are taking it.
Stop. I know. I get it. I promise you. You don't need to, holy shit. Yes, the private companies, they both get to benefit from it. They make a lot of money from it, and they take those risks. Now, if we say, hold on a second, we recognize that a medicine is a public good that we probably shouldn't have built into the profit motive. You say, okay, here's what we allot for funds, and we use the scientific method as companies do internally.
Please stop saying the scientific method. You're killing me.
They also, what do you mean?
Pay for law.
Well, I think
you're actually killing me.
the scientific. The scientific.
This is so stupid.
I'm not.
You don't use the scientific method.
Great,
to
Scott,
determine
the dumbest method I've ever been on because.
Okay. Ooh, that was real close too for the second person. Okay, Team Mama, please finish your point.
Oh, thank God. What I'm talking about is there are all kinds of ways. Listen, I don't work for a research company, but listen, I know for a fact, and I know Dr. Heem can't look at me in the straight face and say that there aren't already existing peer review methods that are sometimes enforced privately, sometimes enforced publicly. There's a hybrid of these, which allows us to determine the validity, the success rate of various things. If you make that a public enterprise with the goal of being the public good, you take out the profit incentive, but the government maintains it. The people involved in it maintain their incentives. They're still being paid because the government would be able to fund it better. The government has the goal of generating medicines that will help the most people possible. There's just not a profit incentive for private interests. Now, are there potential roadblocks in that? Yeah, I'm sure there are. There's all kinds of things, nitty gritty, that we'll have to figure out. But removing that profit incentive is really, really big. And the benefit that you get back, that the people who are doing the investment, the people who are doing the research, they get paid well with a nice public job, and the public gains the benefit of reliably getting resources or vaccines or medicines that will help them. That's the payoff. And in the long run, the government, the nation, the society, the planet gets the benefit of not having people die, which, as it turns out, people being sick and dying is super, super expensive. It's just an abstracted economic value. And we know for a fact that companies and governments alike already calculate to some degree the impact of diseases and downtime and deaths on their economy. We can just do this as well, but adjust our calculations so that we figure out what the actual value of producing these vaccines are, of producing these medicines are for the public.
Okay, so who wants to respond to that? I know Counter.
I got it.
Anybody? Okay, Counter.
Yeah, so you guys are talking past each other a little bit. I've already brought it up. It's fine. That's because I don't have a capitalist jerk-off or a socialist jerk-off impulse. So we already do this. We do this with the military. Yeah, I have normal masturbatory impulses, okay? So my normal masturbatory impulses are telling me that we already do this. We do this with the military industrial complex, and there's actually a really great quote that I fucking hate. And it's basically, the world will not know peace until the money dedicated towards weaponry is dedicated towards livingry. I hate this quote because I'm not a fucking hippie, but it's a great goddamn quote. So basically what you can do, because I worked in logistics, so I understand the military industrial complex. is you have a certain amount of R&D budget that rotates throughout the year. You hire a bunch of private entities that know that they're going to get a minimum contract. These companies you already know: Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Pratt & Whitney, a whole bunch of mega corporations who can count on the United States government for billions of dollars every single year. And they know that their engineers and their employees and their administrators and all that kind of stuff are going to be employed year after year after year after year. Those people make not phenomenal salaries. They're not making like doctor salaries, but they are making living salaries. And on top of that, they will grow and shrink in response to actual conflicts. So there is a certain amount of the population that is on the chopping block. Now, there's problems that Destiny alluded to, which is basically waste. There is a fuckload of waste. So the F-35, I want to say over its like 10-year lifespan, is going to end up costing trillions of dollars. I want to say that they spent like 1.3 billion just developing a helmet. But at the same time, these R&D projects are going to pay off in the future because they're already building augmented reality off of the $1.3 billion helmet. And they're also building the next generation of stealth fighters. Those are probably the UFOs that you see in the sky right now. So all of this being said, these massive public investments do pay off long term. And just because they're wasted doesn't mean they're wasted. Final point before I yield. So for instance, we brought up how inefficient our agricultural systems are. They are inefficient, but as a result, everybody inside the United States of America, except for 2 weeks during the COVID scare, basically know that their grocery store will be stocked. Barring some weird natural disaster, they will have food access. There are some public benefits that outweigh, basically private interest. And I would say destroying a deadly disease that has frozen the global economy is not just a public interest for the United States, it's a public interest for the world. So we can get into fucking nitty gritty about fucking logistics, research, mRNA versus whatever, but basically that's the North Star. And you could basically create a health industrial complex the way you have a military industrial complex. Yield.
I don't think anybody thinks there's anything wrong with public-private partnership. I think that the example that the U.S. sets is really, really, really positive of that. Yeah, I don't disagree.
Okay, is everybody...
Well, then fuck you, Destiny. You're an asshole.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So is that everything on this topic? CTV, I know you're muted. Or do you want to say anything? Or anybody else want to say anything? Or are we done with this topic?
I'm okay with moving.
I'm just glad that the U.S., with all its evil profit incentives and everything, managed to develop a lot of these vaccines that are going out to the world right now. And I think that's really cool.
Okay.
Keep up the great work, Evil Pharmaceuticals.
We're going to do quick ending statements around the room, and then we'll go into the last topic. Okay, Heem, we're going to start with you.
Okay. So I think...
Keep it under a minute.
Yeah, I think my stance has been pretty clear. I fucking want the vaccine to be given to as many people as possible, but I think it's not important to just get vaccines. It's important to get vaccines that are safe. I don't want to cut any sort of corners when it comes to safety, and I don't see how waiving the IP would, like, today we waive the IP, tomorrow we 10x our manufacturing or anything of the sort. I don't see how it would improve or increase the speed anyway. And it seems to be the case, and we never really got to discussing this, that every factory that has the capability of producing the vaccine is getting licensed the vaccine. I don't understand why people think that, like, I don't know, I guess I just don't understand why the pharma corps wouldn't want to be first to market in every single country. It's not like there's a monopoly on the vaccine and only one company is creating it. There's a competition right now with multiple different companies trying to race to be the first one so they can, like you said, make the most money. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that, and I don't think that publicly funded medicine, just like research, I'm for universal healthcare, but I don't think publicly funded pharmaceuticals is necessarily going to work ever.
Okay,
and that's my closing statement.
You, Mama?
Has eyes everywhere.
Sure. Well, I'm really actually very pleased with how this topic went, because by the end of it, everybody agreed with basically literally exactly what I said at the beginning, which is that we should help as much as we can. I don't really know. I can go back and forth on the IP thing. That's neither here nor there. We should do what we can to help. And I do believe that taking a proactive approach towards this will help us fight against future pandemics in the future. Maybe Heem is right. Maybe if we didn't unpatent the polio vaccine, we'd be in a perfect position right now too. But there's always the possibility that somebody scoops up that patent and is really malicious with it. I don't think we should have a profit incentive involved in something where the global health incentive is at potential opposites to the profit incentive. We should just get the profit incentive out of it and focus on the thing that matters, which is the global health incentive. And the way that you do that is by offering aid, being communicative, getting as many experts as we can, like the ingenious people in Russia who invented a vaccine, like the ingenious German scientists who invented a vaccine, like the ingenious other scientists around the world who don't happen to be American, but also have big brains. As it turns out, you don't have to be American to be smart. So yeah, let's do that.
Shaved.
I might take a little longer than a minute. I've been incredibly quiet. I coming at this from a more person who really hates intellectual property law and thinks it's super cringe. I don't think intellectual property laws are the biggest, even a significant barrier to getting vaccines out around the world. Destiny brought up that already there's incredible shortage in the market on labor supply, as well as just manufacturing capabilities or actual machines to make these things. I could see that IP laws as they are could be used to ensure equality for all of those in some regard. An alternative to that, IP law historically to me has been exclusively used to establish some pretty cringe market monopolies, starting with Thomas Edison in the film industry. He was able to go as so far to hire goons to beat up other people who were infringing on his intellectual property rights. That was done entirely at the behest of the state. So these kind of laws inherently benefit these established market players, and they can use it to continue their hold on the section of the economy. Thankfully, they were able to escape that and go to California. But then again, they just kind of did the exact same thing Edison did. They established their own monopoly and everything. That being said, this was originally about helping India, and we should do as much as we can. The first thing, at least with intellectual property laws, we should suspend all IP around our American cable networks. And so we can provide all of India with the 200 plus channels of TV doctors so that they can get really good and healthy like us Americans here. Yeah.
Okay. Next is going to be Eris.
I'm just, same thing what I said earlier. I just think it's we need to help out India, and we need to kind of get out of the nation first concept, because everything, there's domino effect. Everything eventually affects us, eventually. And also America should help, its neighbor Canada a little bit, because we're also struggling. Not at the level India is, but we're having a really hard time as well. But yeah, that's it. I'm excited for the next topic.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Nacho.
Yeah, I think America should probably help as many people as we can with the vaccinations because I think it's in our best interest generally. I mean, we don't want this thing spreading around the globe. We have 2 different strains already popping up in India specifically. So if the original question was, should we help India? I think we should help them. But if it's should we remove all the barriers around a brand new technology that we just learned how to use ourselves? I think that would be more dangerous than it would helpful. That's it. I yield.
Okay, now it's going to be counterpoints.
Yeah, so I think the main thing that I wanted to drive home was just the public-private balance. We do have a military-industrial complex. It's oftentimes criticized. It's inefficient. It's bloated. It's wasteful. All that kind of stuff. That being said, it develops incredible technology. I wouldn't mind a health-industrial complex being, being created. I think it's fucked up that Dr. Heem has to work for $4 an hour in order to develop, research that ends up benefiting the globe. I wish you well on that. I hope that by the time you're in your 40s, you can basically buy $3,000 wine, have a $3,000 wine monthly budget, because you deserve it, buddy.
Thank you.
But the so health industrial complex was my main takeaway, and then I just want to say efficiency isn't our only metric. So there are public goods that have to be balanced against efficiency. The market is incredibly good at being efficient, but also the problem with efficiency is there's a lack of redundancy. One of the things that scared the shit out of me when it came to COVID was basically seeing the food supply lines kind of buckle for a few weeks. Also, them talking about a meat shortage, probably 6 months into the pandemic. We need to realize that redundancy and security when it comes to basic human needs might be a good thing, and we shouldn't use efficiency or the market for all of the things. I understand Dr. Heem's concern that if we just roll out vaccines or the mRNA specifically, we could create some nasty superbugs that wipe out the planet, and then maybe we get zombies or some shit. I think we do need to balance that concern out and maybe not sell or open the mRNA vaccine to a meth lab in the Philippines. But that being said, I do think we need to basically consider the global impact of deadly diseases and how we attack it as a global community, because since we are in a global economy, any disease that fucks over vast markets like India or China ultimately fuck us as well. Also, when it comes to this topic particular, America first, fuck Canada, except for laymen and heiress. Yield.
Wait, I'm Canadian too.
Oh, and Dr. Heemed. Every other Canadian can suck it.
Okay, thanks.
Destiny?
Yeah, we should obviously do what we can to help India recover from its unbelievably monumental fuck-ups, which is causing a whole bunch of problems around India right now, maybe around the world in the future. Whatever that looks like, if that's shipping them more vaccines, if it's selling it to them at cost or giving them for free, I think it's in all of our best interest to do what we can to help India overcome the
and CTV.
Yeah, I think that at this point, right, we should probably just look at getting India added as a state of the United States, right? Let's just put it up to a vote, have them vote to be a part of the union, and let's just kind of roll from there, right? We've got a whole lot of geopolitical things to consider in the area. We could set up some military bases right there on China's doorstep. There's a lot of things that could be done, right, on U.S. soil, right? So I don't know, maybe we two birds, one stone. Maybe 2 birds, 1 stone.
Great. We're going to go into the last topic, which is, should Twitch moderate hot tub streams? Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. What should our policy around hot tub streams be? Is it consistent? What should we do about them? Squad W, we're going to start in the top left-hand corner with Heemed.
Okay, this is a really interesting topic. Honestly, it's not something that it's definitely not something I've spent as much time on like I have with the vaccine patent. I've spent a way more time digging into the nitty gritty of that. But I will say, and I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's answers. Maybe I'll shift my position. My initial position is that either Twitch has to get rid of the just chatting section altogether and force everyone to play games, or if you're going to have a just chatting section, you kind of are opening the Pandora's box to all kinds of things. I think as long as people are not showing titty, nipple, or anything crazy like that, I really don't see how you can draw a line and judge it. Also, the people who watch those streams typically are not going to be watching my streams anyways. I don't feel like we're in any sort of competition, so good for them. Make racks.
With racks. Demon Mama?
So I did a lot of research in preparation for this topic, and I have to say there is truth in the idea, at least as far as I can tell, that there's not a whole lot of overlap between these channels and other channels on Twitch, which perhaps that's its own problem in and of itself. But there's been a lot of talk about the hot tub meta and all of these problems. Honestly, I would really hope they don't get rid of the just chatting segment. That would be very sad. That's one of my concerns. I think that just chatting is fantastic and has brought a lot of attention to the platform. There are some issues, I think, but a lot of those come, in my mind, as a result of the TOS being very, very unclear, and clarifying or at least making more structured the TOS would probably help with most of the issues. With regard to analytics, the #1 largest hot tub streamer is not even on the top 100 list by average view count. By some metrics, usually what are they called? Compounded metrics based on all follower count, gain new followers, et cetera, et cetera. Amaranth is 42nd on the list of the top 100 streams that are on the rise, but that's completely varies from site to site based on how they choose to compound their analytics. What I'm basically saying is there's not really a major threat to anybody with this, and while some people might be irked by it or whatever, I don't really think it's a major threat. I think the biggest issue is that Twitch just needs to refine and clarify their TOS and I would say this in multiple aspects, by the way, not just with regard to their policies on nudity and clothing, but also with regard to their hate speech policies, with regard to their, violent and protest coverage. There's a lot of policies on the site that are really unclear, and it leads to a very unfair feeling enforcement situation on Twitch, in my opinion.
Shaved?
I don't want to say that nobody actually gives a fuck about them being hot tub streams, but I mean, there is some concern for it and care for it, but ultimately it's exactly as it's already laid out. I think I mentioned it earlier with Facebook, at least. We are still in our technological infancy when it comes to the internet. We've made a lot of progress, but when it comes to governing what is essentially a stateless society of a couple million people online, we haven't quite developed the right amount of moderation systems when it comes to what we qualitatively judge. I think largely Twitch needs to move to a more public and codified moderation system where they can make public rulings and point to evidence in the past on why they chose things or the otherwise, and maybe even have users input on it in some degree. I don't know. I think that might lead to more brigading and whatnot, but yeah, I think the only other concern that could come up is it being what is essentially softcore porn and accessible to other individuals on the site who aren't of age and might not be shouldn't be seeing that content or having easy access to that content. But I think we take a lot of steps to minimize that anyway, and we could do more. Yeah.
Eris?
Okay, just 1 second. Sorry. Okay, so I'm actually a hot tub streamer, right? But anyways, I think just in general, the issue is not the hot tub, right? The issue is, the reason why people are using the hot tub, which is to get around Twitch's rules, being sexual, being sexual. And we all know that people are breaking the rules. We all know that, the content is sexualized, whatsoever. I mean, I'm not technically, even though right now I'm in a hot tub, I wouldn't be counted as being a hot tub streamer because I'm not in a bikini. So what people really have a problem with are women in bikinis. While I can understand the feminist arguments about that, I also understand the consequences of what amounts to basically, a sexualized woman's body being the most profitable way to be a woman on this platform, which is true, and it sucks. It sucks for those of us who are not comfortable doing that for whatever reason. And I'm sorry, my audience likes bouncing the ball in my hot tub. But and also Twitch just needs to start realizing what kind of content they want to support on their stream, on their platform in general. Right now, it really feels like they don't mind profiting off of sexual stuff. They don't mind profiting off of, death threats or toxicity or streamers being incredibly cruel to one another. There's so many problems in general on Twitch, and I just wish that they were more strict in general. But it is kind of a family. It's supposed to be family friendly. It's supposed to be available to kids. And there is an issue initially when I was first totally fine with, the hot tub streamers and everything. But then when I started looking into it and I looked into the people who go into the hot tub streams, they don't actually go into anyone else's streams. It's very rare. They're not actually moving into, so it's not they're increasing viewership for everyone else. And I feel that's actually kind of a bad thing, because I think one of the biggest arguments people like Amaranth had was that she was bringing in new people, and then new people would come in and then move over to everyone else's streams too, and it was just an overall kind of good for bringing more audience, more of an audience to it. And it just in general, like, I know it's kind of being kind of framed as like this women's rights thing. Women can do what they want with their bodies and all that stuff, but you have to understand that, like, in a community, Twitch is a community, and anyone's actions have consequences to the overall community. So if like it becomes super profitable to be wearing a bikini, and you're a woman who is not comfortable doing that for whatever reason, you're actually still, it's not as simple as saying, oh, like, just do whatever you want with your body. It's like that person's kind of being kind of pressured. There's a huge financial incentive, especially in this competitive atmosphere, to show more skin than they're comfortable with and all that stuff. So I do think in general it affects community, and I don't think it could just be dismissed as simply, oh, like, you're just being sexist, you're telling women what they can and can't do with their bodies, because it does affect not like other women as well. It's just like a much more complex issue. That's it.
Gonna throw it over to American Nacho.
So I think for me, it's more like I don't really care. I don't have anything against women doing what they want to do with their bodies, but fuck hot tub streamers, only because they're messing with our platform. Okay, so it's like, it's not like I care necessarily morally. It's more like, if I go set up shop, if I gotta like run a spot at the local mall or whatever, or like the flea market, whatever it is, and I go rent a space there, right? And I'm doing business out of there, and like 2 doors down, a strip club moves in, and they're gonna like host a couple strippers there, right? Because it's no secret that these streams are meant to be a link to their OnlyFans, right? Okay, so let's not pretend. So they move in next door, and then I go and I'm trying to give up my business card to people, and I'm like, hey, yeah, my business is located down here in this mall or in this flea market, and they're like, oh, you mean the one with the strippers in it? So like, that's more what it is to me. I don't really care how you make your money. This is America. Like, the libertarian in me is like, fuck it, do what you want. But the fact that like I'm trying to like do my thing on this platform, and this is where they want to come and like hang out to promote their OnlyFans, like, it just seems kind of like dirty, I guess, to me. It's like I have to tell my mom, like, hey, yeah, come check me out on Twitch. And then when she makes a new account, like, I've been on Twitch on a brand new account. When I had to set up my wife for her brand new account for her to start streaming, these are the top promoted, like 3 hot tub streamers in a row, like at the top of the page. Okay. And whether you click 18 and up or not, before you're even logged in, if you log out of Twitch, like, these are the things that come up in the top. So, I mean, that's pretty much it for me. I yield.
I think they recommend it based on your past viewings.
Gonna throw it over to
CTV. What if you're not logged in?
Well, I think that this is probably going to be a similar argument to what we were having earlier, and it's already been hit the nail on the head with regard to moderation. It's not being very consistent, right? And it's just, these attempts are obviously to skirt rules. So with all this in mind, right, we just got through running a poll over here in the Wolf's Den, right? And it's confirmed, right? The pack wants to see CTV in a Speedo. I have no idea why, right? But the pack wants to see CTV in a Speedo. So apparently we're going to be doing some hot tub streams and some poolside streams, right? And that's just, we're just going to be doing it, right? I don't know. I think that if the moderation was more consistent, then an idea like that would just obviously be laughed at completely. But since there's other people obviously doing it, it's like, well, it's silly, but fucking go for it, right? So that's where the moderation not being consistent creates that dynamic. And I don't know. We'll just kind of see where it goes, I guess.
Okay. I'm going to throw it over to Counterpoints.
Yeah, so I definitely want Twitch to moderate this activity. I think they should move it to an NSFW category. That way, and I think it also should be restricted to 18 and up. It should be treated as softcore porn. I don't think it should necessarily be booted from the platform. If this is whatever, if this is how they make their money, that's cool. I love Tiggle biddies as well, so that's sweet. I just don't want, like, if my kid was 14 logging into Twitch, watching his favorite, streamer Destiny in his 50s. Then 20 years from now, because my son is 3. So basically, if that were to happen, I would be concerned if the first thing that he caught was hot tub titty streamers riding bananas and then basically acting like they weren't being sexual. That being said, I do want this moderation and NSFW category to be done maybe in about 60 to 90 days. I'm currently at 6,500 subscribers on YouTube. Once I break 10K, CTV and I and all of the right-wing people who will join me, we are going to buy either Speedos or short shorts, and we are going to do a group conservative hot tub stream where you get to see our sweet dad bods and our banana hammocks. So once we do my inaugural Twitch stream, that's very sexual, then we can create the NSFW category, and then they could be, moved to their own category, still on the program, but age conditioned. Yield.
Destiny?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think like make a softcore porn category and then put it there. There needs to be like a separate category so that advertisers aren't scared off from the platform. Although just having that not safe for work associated with it, that might be enough to do it. But like, I mean, obviously, I don't think that pornographic content belongs on Twitch. I love pornographic content. I just don't know if it's appropriate to like intermingle everything. And I mean, that's clearly what's happening here. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people want to take it off. Take it freely.
Okay, so there's a couple. It's the thing about sexualization is that it's kind of like a vague term, I guess. I have a beard cam on my stream. Okay, I literally have a cam that points to my beard, and sometimes I brush it. Is that sexualized content? Maybe.
Can I ask a question for everybody on this panel in regards to that? Wait. I have a really big question.
Okay.
Does anybody here agree?
Wait. Heemed, are you okay with them doing that? You were
Yeah,
in the
of
middle
course.
It's about what you just said. Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Does everybody here agree? I want to see a raise of hands. Who agrees that it's kind of blurry to figure out like what sexualized content is in regards to some of these hot tub streams? Can I see a show of hands for who thinks that? Okay. All of these people that have their hands up right now, keep them up, get them up there. Could you please keep your hand up if you would be comfortable if a 13-year-old were to come onto Twitch and do an amaranth bikini hot tub stream?
No. But I can't.
Okay, so like that's the issue. So I guess Demon Mom would be okay with literal children coming onto the platform and like riding around on like
I don't
bananas
know
with bikinis
enough
and everything.
Amaranth to say that particular content creator.
Then why did you put your hand up?
Were you saying viewing or were you saying doing?
I'm saying doing.
I was waiting for a response.
I'm saying come onto Twitch and do a stream where you are riding a banana as a 13-year-old in a scanty bikini where you can see tons of cleavage and tons of booty.
13-year-old booty in this.
Yeah, and yes. So I think that's the reason why I bring this up as an analogy is because I keep getting this weird argument where people are like lying to either themselves or anyone else. They're like, oh well, it's not sexual content. It's like, okay, if it's not sexual content, then we should have no problems with like a 13-year-old coming onto Twitch doing the exact same thing that Amaranth or Indie Fox does, right?
It is sexualized content for sure. I think we can all agree. It's just that like where exactly do you draw the line? Do you draw the line if a girl is showing cleavage? Do you
wherever you draw the line?
So hang on, how do you compare like a good-looking person to not a good-looking person? Like it just becomes so vague.
But I mean, like in the U.S. courts,
you could flip this around the same way, right? Like, there's a lot of ways that you could make something that would probably seem pretty weird if it was like a 13-year-old. Like, for example, if somebody if some like dude on Twitch who's like really ripped tore off his shirt, and this is allowed by TOS right now, and just started doing a fucking dance, like just shirtless, ripped as fuck, just doing a fucking dance. You know what I mean? Just a dance that maybe is like vaguely sexual. And then you said, well, why don't we put a 13-year-old and have a 13-year-old peel off his shirt and start to, okay, it starts getting really weird. There are a lot of things that if
I don't know if this is just me not being a pedophile, but I would also be really weird seeing topless 13-year-olds, even if they were little boys dancing on Twitch.
But that's what, I agree.
Now, I'm a father, so maybe I'm a little bit biased there, but the idea of like my son in 3 years coming onto Twitch and dancing topless, that sounds really fucking weird to me. So I don't know how that's supposed to be an example of like it's so ambiguous.
No, I'm not arguing against you, Destiny. Jesus fucking
Well,
Christ,
but you just did. You said it was ambiguous.
I agreed with you. I'm augmenting your point by saying that we have a thing that is currently allowed in TOS.
Didn't agree with the augmentation.
Wait. Well, that's fine. Nobody asked you. Who asked? Any askers? No.
Oh, I just told you that I didn't require
nobody asked
asking
you.
for me to
Nobody
tell
asked you. Nobody asked you.
Right? That's how that fucking works.
Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. All right, now
that you've been told,
I agree with you. Wait, I agree with you that like there are issues with like sexualized content like this, but I think that this is a deeper problem that goes deeper into the TOS because, like I said, like even if we agreed that like okay, the hot tub shit is like too much, we have other rules that are currently in existence that would permit content that you yourself just said that you would be irked out by. So how do you build a rule that says, you know, maybe 13-year-olds shouldn't be taking their shirts off and dancing in front of a camera, but also do you see what I'm saying?
No,
like
so like in the U.S. courts, like In the U.S. courts, they call this, we'll know it when we see it. Like, I mean, like, it might be the case that down the road, we run into some, like, very, like, on-the-line cases where you have a 14-year-old girl that wants to do, like, a Just Dance stream, and it's like, I don't know. But we are, like, so far over that line, it's not even a conversation that's worth entertaining right now. Like, right now, on Twitch, we have softcore porn, and I think that we need to, like, do something better to address it. And, like, the weird, like, kind of tone policing is like, well, you know, what if in the future, what if there's a 14-year-old, and they just happen to have really big boobs, and they want to dance one time on stream, and maybe they level, like, okay, like, yeah, I agree that in the future, maybe there are, like, going to be some edge cases where it's kind of, but we already do that with any TOS. Like, you always have to make these kinds of value statements, like what counts as like radical speech, or what counts as a terrorist threat, or what counts as a blah blah blah. Like, you're not gonna have a hard line on literally anything. Sexual content is no different.
Can I ask you a question? How do you feel about ASMR streams in general? And also, before you answer that, a lot of people brought up that these girls are using this as an opportunity to plug their OnlyFans.
Yep.
We plug our Patreons. So what's the difference?
That's okay. The difference is that you're not supposed to plug sexual content on Twitch. So, like, for instance, I can't link to my OnlyFans on Twitch, but I can link to a link tree that has my OnlyFans, right? Like, it's kind of like, okay, well, that's not really like the spirit of the rule is being violated there.
Okay, sure. So we don't actually have a problem with that?
With what?
Like, I'm asking, forget about the TOS. I'm asking, like, how do you feel about? Do you think that it's okay if, like, let's say, I'm just asking, do you think it's okay for them to plug their OnlyFans?
No, I think that mixing, I don't think you can mix safe for work and not safe for work content. It's just really bad for advertising. Like, every other platform figured this out. Like, Tumblr figured this out. Fucking Imager figured this out. I think Imager doesn't do it, not safe for work content, right? Like,
okay, and then if you could answer my ASMR.
So the ASMR isn't, so believe it or not, Jesus, as somebody that has followed ASMR communities for so long.
I don't, I'm not
I
familiar.
have. So ASMR
Wait, hold on. Wait. Destiny, we might have found some common ground because I also have followed ASMR communities for a very long time.
Cool. Then we probably know Heather Feather and the first girl, that Veni Vidi Vici girl.
Oh, look at it. You guys are
Lovely Galoshes, classic.
Yeah. So, and Ephemeral Rift before he got really weird and sexist. And like,
that's
yeah.
true, he did. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So the problem is that originally, these communities were never sexual. Like, ASMR was never like a sexual thing, but somehow, I guess on Twitch, if you ask most people what ASMR is, they think it's like people giving like ear blowjobs or whatever.
Sure.
I think if it's like very sexualized ASMR, that's probably a problem. But like generally, ASMR is a category. It's not supposed to be. It's not generally a sexual thing. It's not supposed to be a sexual thing.
But it's so hard to draw. Like, then you have to have individual human beings listening to every stream to figure out where it's sexual, where it's not. Unless you just ban just chatting.
So it's not to every stream. And again, I have to ask for like a little bit of good faith here. Like, I know immediately, because I still do listen to ASMR sometimes when I'm working on shit. I do. I know immediately within 2 seconds of looking at something what I'm looking at. Okay. If I open a YouTube channel and I'm getting like a girl with like a plunging neckline thing, and she's like, "Hey guys, today we're gonna do," like, I'm watching like a softcore porn on YouTube, right? That's way different than like, oh, here's like 55 top triggers for teenagers, or blah blah blah, or here's 27 different checkout books at the library that make a certain noise when you open the pages, right? It's immediately noticeable as a totally different category, and there is little to no ambiguity about it in my opinion.
Yeah, but the idea that it's difficult to like decide whether or not like a bikini streamer is sexualized or not is pretty.
Okay, wait 1 sec. So can I respond 1 sec to what Destiny said? So right now I agree with you that I mean, again, I don't watch ASMR content, so I shouldn't weigh in on it or whatever. Yeah. Maybe right now it's the case that ASMR, it's clear when it's sexual or not sexual. But once they start enforcing that, hey, no more sexual ASMR, then you're gonna start to get some weird, like, you know, they're gonna like drop it in a little bit, they're gonna pull it back a little bit. It'll become so much more ambiguous, and then again we're back in the same place where it's hard to moderate.
But there is a difference. If we're ambiguous because some girl like licks like an ear thing like one time every hour, or whatever, we're in a way different world than like here is like my 2 hours of oral simulation of blowjob sounds, right? It's a way different world, and I'm okay with like the iffiness of that world versus where we're at now, which is like software porn. And it's also even with what you say, it's incredibly sad to me that a lot of people now seem to think that ASMR is literally just like fucking like blowjob sounds, and that's all it is. That's kind of sad to me.
No. Is that what you thought? Is that what you think? I think.
Oh, that's what you make it sound like when you say it. When you're like, oh, okay.
No. I understand. Yeah, it's not. I'm not thinking they're like gagging sounds and shit.
So clarifying question, like what ASMR, whenever it gets said, I think that it's more about sound than it is visual, right? So I think it's the visuals of things that are happening that definitely require more moderation versus like the sound, because there's a lot of cases where there are things that are said that if you
not
don't
if
have
you're
some
hearing
type of
law.
experience with the thing ahead of time, then you might not understand the innuendo, right? So.
I
Hold
promise
on,
you that
CTV.
there are plenty of ways to make explicitly sexual content using only sounds that you do not have to only. It's not just visual. I promise you. There's an
CTV.
entire,
What
there's entire instance of it. But I want to say,
what do you
like,
think when you hear audio?
Quick question. All right. So are there which I don't are there
Can we take a mo- wait,
ASMR hot
get-
tub streamers?
Okay.
Sorry.
So, Shave raised his hand a while ago, and he never got to spoke. Speak. Spoke.
I mean, I want to read, like, I know a little bit about advertising on websites, and you can even see with, like, websites that allow NSFW or unmoderated content. Basically, the only advertisers they can get are, like, other NSFW products. Like, J-List on 4chan is, like, the most popular advertiser, and they sell, like, Oni holes and stuff. Or, like, and it's really about two extremes. So you either have to, like, focus on keeping all of your content, like, acceptable for a wide proportion of the population. Dylan, you joked about it when Counterpoints came in here and said the word penis, which means you're going to get demonetized. But like the other half of it is if you do allow NSFW content, you get some like really like the only ones that really pay money, which of course I don't buy into these. I know people who do, are like insanely malicious advertisements that try and like webhook into your computer whenever you click on them. So yeah, like it's actually okay to see hot tub streamers as a threat to people's profit incentives on Twitch. It could definitely hurt. I mean, we're already seeing some level of hurt in global followers and growth at large. Maybe not a lot, but I think some people will say that. But yeah, I think that that's an incredibly important point.
Yeah, and I just want to jump in really quickly. So rules, I understand like the fringe cases that were brought up, but rules almost necessitate exceptions. So for instance, like what is it? I think somebody, maybe it was like Hegel or something like that, said like the forwarding of a thesis almost automatically guarantees its antithesis. That's the same thing with a rule. As soon as you create a rule, there's almost a guarantee of an exception. But just because there's fuzziness around rules or fuzziness around categories doesn't mean you
just get rid of them.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you just eliminate rules or categories altogether. So for instance, if we have a negative thing that 13-year-olds now have access to softcore pornography on a regular basis, it seems like a lot of people get hooked into these parasocial relationships with very attractive women, but they're never going to get the kind of positive like emotional or physical attention that they probably actually want in real life, and it's distracting from their real IRL attempts to build relationships, then I think this needs to go into NSFW and it needs to go into an adult. That way adults are making the decisions about how they choose their time, choose to spend their time and their money. And that's pretty much it. But not for another 60 days, not until we have the banana hammock stream.
But Connor, the issue you brought up is an issue with all parasocial relationships.
Sure, but I'm trying to capitalize on parasocial relationships, so don't talk too loud.
Okay,
that's the thing. I do think that there are. So there's a couple of different ways of analyzing this. I think that the parasocial one, I maybe call me black pilled on this particular issue. I don't think that Twitch and YouTube are ever going to do anything ever to move parasociality away from their, like, to address parasociality on their platform. They make way too much money off of it to ever address it. In fact, they push it really hard. They push content creators to be super parasocial as much as possible. They're never going to do anything about it. So, but I do think there's huge issues. I think one of the biggest risks of like a lot of these sort of like lots of different types, even just some non-super sexual just chatting ones, but especially when you're acting on all of these different avenues for like obvious parasociality, it becomes a risk. But the fact of the matter is this entire industry is flush with parasociality. Every single one of us is guilty of it. We're doing it literally right now, most likely. It's really hard to deal with.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But the audience is right there.
But I promise you that the audience isn't going to do anything about it because they're hooked. And guess what? Twitch isn't going to do anything about it because they're hooked too. So unfortunately, that's sticking around. We got to find better solutions to that. But with regard to the sexual content, like, I do agree that it's like it's not super clean to line these things up, but like as it stands right now, nobody knows what you can nobody knows what you can and cannot do on Twitch. Like, it's just, this is a long-standing critique I've had of the TOS. The TOS is very unclear, and I do think that even without in creating like a not safe for work segment or section of the website, I do think that the TOS could be modified to be more clear about what type of actions and contexts are okay or not okay. Obviously, there will always be people trying to find ways around the rules, but it would be a serious shame if we lost just chatting and ASMR as two genuinely enjoyable and not areas of content just because of a handful of potentially problematic streamers. And at the end of the day, like, there's big risks to this. I agree. There's large risks, but it seems like a lot of the biggest risks seem to be in scaring off advertisers, which seems to be like something that's going to happen one way or another at this point if there's not some action taken. So I think the key action would be to refine the TOS and then see if that's able to clear things up a little bit so that maybe some of the people who are currently doing it will back down a little bit or refine so that they're within TOS and we want a big of a problem. If necessary, create a not safe for work segment.
I'm a boomer, so I'm not on Twitch. What category are we in technically right now?
Just chatting, baby.
Just chatting.
Damn.
Can I ask a question?
Sluts we are.
Can I ask a question? So,
no.
Like, one of the problems was with like the kids watching this content, right? How do you feel about kids? Like, there's obviously some political streams that are extremely radical. How do we feel about kids stumbling onto those streams that could potentially be even worse than watching a video?
Up.
I mean, I can address this. Like, I think that like, unfortunately, like, a lot of the arguments that stem around trying to prevent children having access to certain types of content are, like, most of the time they do more harm than good. And I say that because, like, I mean, we all know that every kid under the age of 18, under the age of 13 has played a fucking M+ game. Elsewise, how would we have the stereotypes about Xbox Live being horrible and full of children playing things they shouldn't play? Children, they're going to get access to porn websites, and it's unfortunate, but it's just a reality. And what we have to do is try and address those things to be as safe as possible without, like, doing ridiculous things like requiring you to upload a state ID in order to have a Twitch account. Like, as much as, like, the goal of protecting children from certain things is very, very respectable, the reality is that the internet is super hyper accessible and it's really hard to clamp down on that. So it really ends up being about adjusting a number of different social concerns, like, for example, encouraging parents to be more involved in their kids' lives and in the decisions that their kids make. I know that sounds silly, but we know that that's the only answer for gaming as well. That if you make all these weird rules about shit like that, it starts to have very bad repercussions for other people. We don't want a world where Twitch is run by the likes of, what's that guy's name? Jack Thompson or whatever, the crazy anti-video game guy. And I'm like, I mean, that guy really went hard on that sort of stuff. He was pushing all kinds of laws, like making it possible to charge parents who buy mature games for their kids. Like, we get to a point where it becomes ridiculous. I do agree that children need to be protected.
Yeah, okay.
It just sounds like you're trying to avoid
I think that there's a problem in general.
Wait, okay. There was two people talking. I can't. Okay. Who was talking there? Sorry, I was.
Eris. I was
trying to.
Yeah, VTuber Destiny. Okay, so I'm gonna give it to Eris first. Who's the other person trying to talk? Actually. Okay, then Nacho. Eris the Nacho.
I find the whole, like, kid-friendly thing, like, strange because I agree. I do think Twitch needs to be, like, a kid-friendly platform. That's obviously an important part of gaming and all that stuff. But I've faced, like, when I found out that that I had accidentally broke TOS. In one instance where I was teaching about the history of anti-Semitism. And I found out that you're not actually even allowed to show, even in an educative kind of, like, environment, you're not allowed to show any kind of like hateful imagery or something, even if, like, I'm showing primary sources or something. And that was, like, really, really frustrating because it's, like, very necessary when you're teaching. So even if I'm giving, like, content warnings and all that stuff, I still couldn't do that. So, like, I agree with you that I think that sometimes it can go too far, but it's just that makes it all the more frustrating when I see, like, when I can't teach something that I think, like, would be totally acceptable to be teaching, like, even like a 7th grader or something, like showing them, you know, the history of anti-Semitism or something like that. But then they can just go, and I can't do that, but then they could just go to someone else's stream and just see, like, oh, you know, a woman basically like half naked simulating a sexual act on a banana, and, like, you know, and that's okay. And it's just like, it just makes no sense to me. It feels like, I don't know, it feels like you get really punished, like on this platform for not sexualizing yourself.
But the thing,
especially as a smaller creator.
So the thing is, though, that, like,
Nacho
you're
was next. Then could we go to you? Is that okay?
Can I just respond quickly? I think the reason is, Eris, that
You didn't even wait for an answer. You didn't even wait for an answer.
I'm so sorry.
Just get a dog anyway.
So the reason, Eris,
now
is
I'm not
you're
gonna
a good. Oh, okay.
I'm not going to because you didn't even wait for an answer.
All right, sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Nacho, then you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like really minimizing your retort there, Demon Mama, but it just really seemed like you were trying to avoid saying, like, put porn everywhere because they can find it, but raise your kids better. Like, I mean, is that too minimalistic? But I mean,
I want to address that.
It's just like, I mean, I don't think that it's like, I don't know. I don't think it's that, like, I think that's a very reductive way of interpreting my argument. I just am saying that, like, there has to be a balance, right? Like, we all acknowledge that, like, hey, having a check, a thing that appears, that pops up that says, hey, this is for 18-year-olds and older, is great, but they're gonna hit okay all the time. So then what's the next step? Then the next step is what? You have them upload a photo ID, and then you have porn sites that are keeping records of people's photo IDs. Some sketch, like, it's a logistical problem. It's not like a moral issue. I mean, the fact of the matter is there already is porn plastered everywhere. Like, especially if you, I mean, like, in other countries, that's even more so than here. Like, I'm not saying that that's the ideal state. It's just like, that's how it is, and certain aspects of that are very difficult to correct or adjust, because if you do so, you end up putting other people at risk. You end up blocking people who have a legitimate reason to access these things. It's an actual issue. And yeah, with regard to, there was one thing that Eris said that I kind of wanted to push back on a little bit, which is the idea of, like, I don't think that we can really attribute, like, the idea of needing to like women needing to sexualize themselves, or femme presenting people needing to sexualize themselves on just this particular thing. I don't think it's really fair to push this onto the hot tub streamers. That is an issue that goes far beyond that, and I do agree it's the case, but that's true for anyone in any field. If you are sexier with your content, people are gonna most likely like it more. But I don't know that, like, the presence of people who are, like, hot tub streaming is gonna hurt political streamers. Although I will agree that, like, political streamers who sex it up a bit are probably gonna do better than political streamers who don't, in general, with a few exceptions. But that doesn't have anything to do with the presence of those streamers, because I just don't think there's a
poolside stream right there in the Speedo.
So actually, one thing I will say is somebody that's been on the platform for a long time. It's for what?
Can I give it to him first, then you, Destiny? Is that possible?
You don't have to ask me. It's your show. Do it, buddy.
That's right,
Okay.
Destiny. Him, you should take a note from Destiny. Okay, continue.
Listen, Destiny's been doing this for 10 years. I haven't even hit 1 year. Give me 9 more years, bro. I'll learn. Don't worry. Okay, so I just want to respond to Eris. So Eris, I understand your frustration. I think we all understand your frustration when it comes to the like, you can't even educate on these things. The problem is that there just isn't enough people on Twitch to watch every stream. I think there's, like, probably fucking hundreds of thousands of streams that happen every day. They don't have enough staff to go around and watch and check everybody's streams. There is a guy right now who is the biggest anti-COVID, anti-mask, anti-vaxxer in Canada. His name is Chris Sky. He has a Twitch channel right now where he actively promotes anti-COVID, anti-vax propaganda. The other day I was watching his channel. He even dropped anti-Semitic Holocaust denial. Okay, he dropped straight up Holocaust denial. I reported it. A bunch of people in my chat reported it, but he's still out here because like it's just very hard to. There's too many people on the platform, and like you even see it with partnered streamers that get banned. They don't even hear back from their partner. What is it called, Destiny? The partner thing? Like, yeah, the account manager doesn't even respond to them as to why they've been banned until their ban is up. Like, they clearly have a shortage of staff, and that's, I think, part of the reason why they're so wishy-washy.
Heemed, I would agree with you that it is like a shortage of staff, but it's also an over-reliance on automated report functions. What this does, like, it's actually terrible. The way that it works right now basically encourages the worst actors to succeed. So I'll give you an example from YouTube that doesn't have to do directly with Twitch. I had a video that was debunking a just blatant COVID conspiracy theory, racist, like anti-Chinese video. That video is taken down, deleted from YouTube, and I got a strike for it. While the original video, my video had 100 views. The video that I was responding to and debunking had 90,000 views, still up now, even though, and the reason for that is that, like, those of us who are like engaging in the arena of ideas, we usually don't go on these big report brigades, but they will report the shit out of anything, which means the automated system gets turned against people who might be doing actually good stuff. And it doesn't work favorably to people who are churning out this other stuff. That's part of the reason why.
That's what I think people are actually upset about.
What's that?
Like,
Yeah,
that's what I think people, like all the people who are raging against hot tub streamers.
Then count.
Yeah, all the people that are raging against hot tub streamers, I really feel like that's really what in general people are upset about, is like the double standard that they've seen. And I think like if Twitch needs to do something, it's to address that double standard first.
I don't even know if it's so much a double. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Eris. I just want to.
No, you could do.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No,
Eris.
it's fine. I was finished my point.
Yeah, I could care less about. Sorry, Demon, go ahead. I know you were about.
Yeah, no. All I was gonna say is like I don't know that it's even a double standard so much as there's not even a good standard to go off of, right? Like, we've gotten really mixed messages. I know for a fact that like Lucid Fox was in communication at one point with a Twitch partner support person who said that, oh, okay, certain educational context and protest footage and stuff like that is still fine, even if some hateful messages appear. But then in the TOS, it says you can't use it in educational contexts. And I know personally people, someone like Chud Logic, for example, who had their stream taken down, presumably for a few seconds of a image that he was using to talk about the dangers of extremism, which had a Nazi flag in it, got his channel taken down for a week. And it's like, so it's not even so much of a double standard as much as it's just no standard or no consistency whatsoever. And it is a big problem. I think that refining the TOS and committing like a team of people that they're actually willing to invest in would do so much to benefit everyone involved. But here's the thing, I don't know if it's going to benefit Twitch and Amazon, right? Like they probably make money not running with a skeleton crew. And I don't know how you overcome that.
Destiny?
Well, the Twitch.
Well, fuck. Now we're moved past it. But there was a comment earlier about how like the audiences that hot tub people bring or whatever, that there aren't expectations fostered on a platform. You know, if I was to boot up a Chatterbait stream and I were to just start talking about politics, everybody on that platform, I imagine, probably get pretty upset because they're not there to see politics. I think that depending on the types of people you have on the platform, you're going to foster certain expectations for certain types of content. This is something that we all understand to be true. For a lot of the older people here, I don't know if there are any older people here, but there used to be a streamer on this platform called Ice Poseidon. And one of the biggest reasons why people wanted him off the platform, aside from whatever shit Twitch said, a lot of people don't remember this, but it's because the audience that he brought here was actually incredibly toxic. Not just the streamers or not just the content that they did or whatever, but it was actually like all of the new people that were coming to Twitch to watch. All of those people, anytime Ice would go offline, would all flood the other chats, and people hated it. And then you have other like larger female streamers now that are starting to complain that like there's like this expectation as a female streamer that doesn't exist for male streamers, where it's like you where's your OnlyFans? Like, or do you have a Patreon where do you do cosplay? Like, there is kind of this expectation being created that to be a large, successful woman on Twitch, you need to be doing that stakeholder content.
I'm getting that though. Like, I'm getting it so much that I had to actually make a OF link redeemable thing in the channel points, so that at least that there's like a thing. So it happens to male streamers
No, it
too.
does not happen to male streamers in any.
It just happened, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
So
Every day people ask me for a body pillow.
I mean,
Do people ask you for a body pillow, CTV, huh?
I mean, I think I will have made it once they ask me for a body pillow. Yeah. That's gonna be the bar for success.
By the way, I don't entirely disagree with you, Destiny, about the expectation. Like, I don't know. I think it's a little hard to suss out how far that goes, right? Like, I mean, for example, I mean, I think a lot of people come to Twitch expecting gameplay, and yet nonetheless, there's a lot of just chatting and politics communities that have been fostered on here that aren't in line with the expectations of what a lot of people came to Twitch for, but I would say are valuable for the platform and good and can coexist with gaming content without necessarily taking away from Twitch's gaming vibe. I don't know. I do think that's a little bit of a harder spot. Like, I will agree with you that yes, most people won't go to Chatterbait to find a politics stream, but that's a little bit more of a single purpose website, whereas Twitch has clearly shown an interest in expanding beyond just gaming. I just think they need to decide and make up their mind exactly what they want to do and let us all know so that we can make decisions accordingly. Because as it stands right now, their intentions are very unclear, and it seems like a lot of their creators are getting whiplash, both from TOS issues and also from content expectations.
Yeah, I actually got an announcement to make right now. It's a perfect time to make this announcement. So the politics community has been infiltrated. I was sent here in order to establish the Infinity Acre Wood as the gaming league for Twitch politics streamers to be able to participate in Halo 3, right? Using the Master Chief Collection, because here in the forwarding future, we are going to be doing it with Halo Infinite, right? So the community's infiltrated. There's a real clear way for us to be able to marry gaming and politics in the community, and for people to be able to have a way to shit talk each other that not always have to be so toxic along political lines. So this is how we actually grow the community, is by doing something like this. And this is the dream for Twitch moving forward. So
amen. I'm happy I could break it. Counter, you.
I can do it in closing. How much longer are we running for? All right, cool. Then, yeah, I'll say this. So my short-term goal is you'll get a hot tub stream at 10K. If we break 100K, I'll make a body pillow and sell it as merch on a website. So there you go.
Okay, it looks like
that's
everybody's just
intellectual theft.
Looks like we're just about done with this topic, so I'm going to go around. Everybody's ending statements. We're going to wrap it up. Start with Heat, top left-hand corner.
Are we doing
Yeah, and also do your outro, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
Maddie, I want to say Maddie Cakes was here earlier. Be sure to support her content as well.
Okay. Yeah. So I initially said when we started this topic that this isn't something that I had thought about too much. I just gave you my initial point of view that that it becomes ambiguous as to what is sexual or not. Again, like I have a beard cam on my stream, which a lot of people would say it could be considered sexual. Like, I don't know. It's vague. Don't make that face, Destiny. You should see the way people thirst about it in chat, bro. And then the other thing I want to say though, you did bring up a fucking great point that swayed me a little bit about like the 13-year-old doing a hot tub stream. I think like that I hadn't considered that before, and that was a great point you brought up. And yeah, I'll have to give it some more thought. And yeah, that's it. And so just plugging my channel, I'm Dr. Heemed Out. I stream Monday to Friday, 5:30 a.m. Eastern time until 8 a.m. Eastern time. It's the only time I have to consistently.
Absolutely insane. I have no clue why you do that.
It's because I have to go to work. I do research at the hospital, so I go until 8 and then I go at 9.
And need attention.
I know.
Get poggers.
I know. I gotta keep grinding. But yeah, we have a good time. when Destiny was banned, I was coined as the next upcoming omni-liberal. So take that for what you will. But now he's back, so he's regained his position. Yeah, it was really fucking fun. I had a lot of fun. If anybody wants to chat furthermore, we can chat anytime. And thanks for having me on, Dylan. It was a great time, and I'm glad to see you're feeling better.
Where's this rumor that I'm feeling better?
I mean,
I was like, I don't know. He looks really grumpy to me right now.
If you weren't
Hey,
feeling
you might have
better,
gotten sick again after this.
I'm feeling. Look. The thing is, I am feeling not almost dead, right? Because I almost went into septic shock. So that's good. But I'm still not feeling great. Still feeling pretty bad, right? So it's like, I guess technically I am feeling better, right?
Yeah.
Technically.
Well, continue to feel better. How's that? Sorry I overspoke or whatever the fuck. Misspoke, whatever.
Misspoke. Okay. Demon Mama.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty complicated issue, but a lot of it, unfortunately, I do think falls at the feet of Twitch to be more clear about what they want from the platform, from their platform and from their TOS. There's a lot of issues with TOS on this platform. I do think there is some validity to the argument of like what Destiny said about you'll know it when you see it. I do think there's some validity to that. However, that requires actually having a hands-on team that can look at reports of like, hey, this is over the line. A great example of this that we already have had unfold and not really be well resolved is the YouTube Just for Kids videos. Like there's been like a ton of like, I think there's a Down the Rabbit Hole episode about this, about these very weird kids videos that sometimes had extremely strange like sexual content in them that were being churned out by like almost by algorithm, and the computers just couldn't deal with them. And like, and they never really got any people to sit down and filter through them as well. I do think that there needs to be on the side of these companies like Twitch and like YouTube and a lot of these other broadcasting companies, a devotion to having more human eyes on it that can make decisions and that can come to nuanced decisions and that can also offer feedback on how to enforce and improve the TOS. Robots can't tell you where your TOS is going wrong. They can just blindly enforce TOS according to whatever rules you give them. And as it turns out, that's a really messy way of doing things on a medium like this.
Okay,
and my name is Demon Mama. You can find all of my stuff at demonmama.com. /live to join the chat. I'll be doing Q&As and some debates and stuff after this, as well as a review of Dr. Heemed Out's content. So I've received permission. We're going to be talking about that later. So come on by.
I got brigaded by Nazis with downvotes on my YouTube video.
Don't you worry. We'll make sure some constructive comments come your way. All right.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Gonna throw it over to Shaved.
Mute.
That's a great point, Shay.
I didn't do it the entire time until now. Online communities have had a horrid time combating illicit content. There's not like a lot of really good moderation tools, and the ones that are available are pretty bare bones. And not only that, there's been huge debate over time as the internet has grown over what is deemed acceptable or not. A lot of these issues still might plague judgment today, such as a specific example being Reddit, and like its old jailbait community and the upskirts and all that shit that they used to do and allow. Like there are still moderators and known people who are associated with all of that still in like administrative or moderation positions on Reddit. I think I mentioned earlier about like populations on the internet interacting with each other, especially between like in 2016, where you saw this massive spike in activity on like Reddit, 4chan, and all these other communities around politics. These hot tub streamers are essentially just invaders to us. They're non-gamers, they're women, they're people we hate, just jokingly. But like they probably won't be around any longer than Twitch can make money off of them. Eventually, like they're probably gonna have to make some kind of ruling. And I mentioned earlier about like ad revenue. If it starts to cut into ad revenue and sponsors pull out because 13-year-olds are seeing boobies, like that they're going to like make a ruling. But right now they're making quite a bit of money off of like tips and donations, I would assume.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over to Eris.
Hello. Yeah, I was really happy with this conversation. Like, surprisingly, it was, I was kind of expecting some of the typical arguments I hear about this, which is like virtue signaling liberal feminist takes about like, oh, it's just their body, that's it. Like, you're just telling women what to do with their bodies. And it was cool. We had a way more nuanced discussion. So that was interesting. But hello, I am aristocracy, the good kind of aristocracy, the one spelled with an E. My chat is my community is the only place where both lefties and righties and centrists join together to oppress the lower classes together, and I also run Calliopean Club, which is, great intellectual Discord server. But you should watch my streams. I do mostly history streams and I do interviews. And my videos, particularly my history videos, where I talk about degenerate things like the history of cuckoldry and stuff, are really, really funny. So you should search me on YouTube too. But yeah, thanks for having me, Dylan. And this has been really cool.
No problem. I'm gonna throw that over to American Nacho.
Hey, so I'm American Nacho. I stream and play video games, whatever. I want to touch on the last comment first, just to make sure. Like, I want to address the fact that everybody backed off the hot tub streaming content as soon as we allowed the youngest person on the platform, 13-year-olds, to be allowed to do hot tub streams. I think it's bad for advertisement, for revenue, for overall, like, providing free content to all the viewers. Like, it's bad for everybody because advertisers are not going to want to come here. They're not going to want to allow us to provide. It's going to be harder for us to provide like free content to everybody else. I really just wanted to shout out, to end this on a really wholesome note. My mom started sponsoring my channel. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys where to go with that. I don't care if you follow me. My mom's a lefty, so if I lean right, you can say fuck Nacho. We're going to go follow his mom. Go follow my mom on Instagram. Her @ is Bringing Spring. Okay, she's doing a hashtag 365 days of art. Her website is bringingspring.com. If you use code Nacho25, you can get 25% all of your purchases, and I get a little slice of the pie too. Okay, but also a percentage of all the purchases go to Step to Hope, which is a local nonprofit organization that provides shelter to and education for domestic abuse victims. Okay. So please go do that. It's awesome. She's an amazing artist. Go check it out. Okay. Love you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Nice. Your mother's an amazing woman. Throwing it over to Counterpoint.
Yeah, so no, love being here. Super fun. Dylan, if this is the last one, we're gonna have words in person. I mean, it'll probably be over beer, but it's okay. My name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints, common spelling. Literally jump onto YouTube, type in Counterpoints. You can find me there. And then basically I do a whole bunch of stuff. I'm a Marine veteran of 4 years, person other than Grunt, so POG or POG, if you will. Then also a law enforcement veteran of 4 years, 3 years on the road, 1 year in the schools. Right now I'm doing a whole bunch of different stuff. I'm reacting to Full Metal Jacket, breaking down all of the psychology and all of the tactical issues that go on inside Full Metal Jacket. Same thing with End of Watch, which is an excellent law enforcement movie. I'm also doing that for Warhammer 40,000, which is one of my passions. If you're wondering what I'm painting while I'm hanging out with you guys, I'm actually painting Warhammer 40,000 miniatures. I post those to my Twitter, which is Connorpoints, CONORPOINTS, CONORPOINTS. I also post memes there. Identify as center right, but in general, just love yelling at people about politics on the internet. And that's me. So I had a beautiful conversation. You should also follow all these wonderful people and bully Dylan to keep the hippy dippy continuing.
Thin your paints. Thin your paints.
Two thin coats.
Throwing it over to CTV.
Yeah, so the conversation's been pretty good. I think that at the bottom of all of it is moderation and even back to the very first thing that we talked about with regard to censoring on Facebook, right? Like the conversation between publisher and platform and how I kind of feel like that the best way for corporations to proceed moving forward would be to focus on their user interface, which would help with moderation and, et cetera. So that would just end up being better at the end of the day. As far as everything else is concerned, I am Critically Thinking Veteran. You can find me on Twitch under the same name. You can go to criticallythinkingveteran.com. You can also go over to our Discord, which is the Infinity Acre Wood, where we host Halo tournaments and a large community that involves a university, a chapel, a coliseum where we actually fight, and a myriad of other, wonderful people that occupy the space. If this is in fact the last Hippy Dippy, right, then it's only fair to say that it's been one hell of a ride, right? And I've enjoyed being here, a part of it, every single time that I have.
Wonderful. Okay. We're going to throw it over to Destiny now.
Hi, I'm Destiny. Twitch.tv/Destiny, YouTube.com/Destiny. It's been fun being here. I love you, Dylan. Good luck. That's all I got.
What do you mean good luck? Good luck at what?
Well, at the rest of your life, I guess. You're leaving the Hippy Dippy. You're probably going to fade into obscurity as a streamer. You're not going to be doing this anymore for income.
Bully him harder. Bully him back into his job.
Look, if you want me to be bluntly honest, I love Hippy Dippy. I'm still going to do championship. This thing is, I just hate everyone involved. And what I mean by that is like the guests.
True. I understand. Do you want me to, on my
You're
site,
gonna hate me, but-
because I know you can't do it as easily.
Fuck you, buddy.
Do you want me to change your name right now to Mindwaves 2.0, or do you want to wait a little bit?
Dylan.
Look,
There we go.
I work on these long-term projects, and the worst thing I can ever get from somebody, happen more often from like, is a maybe, because then I'm in the position like, no, yes, I know what to do. If I get a no, okay, I got to reroute, do this. Get a yes, okay, let's work, continue on the project. Maybe we're in this limbo where you're trying to kind of like make a show happen, but they just won't respond to you. And I've had to deal with that a lot recently. Certain things. And that's on top of last second cancellations, people last second saying, oh, I gotta leave early. And this
is actually like, if the scheduling is actually a problem for you, you just got to do the tried and true, my dude.
What?
Message Summit, just lie about your other guests. If you message me and say some shit like, hey, do you want to do Hippy Dippy on Friday? Like, Lauren Southern's going to be there. I'll say yes. You can probably also get some other really big figures to say yes. And then by the time everybody shows up, even for like, oh, Lauren Southern canceled, you're going to have other big figures that agree.
That
and
feels like it'll end up like Firefest one day. Like everybody will cancel last second once they can't like deliver on anything. And then I'm the one stuck with the ticket, right?
It's okay. I'll be here for you.
Your
always,
show,
bro.
you can lie to everyone.
And then you have to get people like me.
Wonderful.
Nah,
Like, it's
shame
not
dog
Joe.
ass.
That's-
You were excellent.
Yeah, that's like
Just don't forget. Just
I
look,
forgot
just
the protest in my outro. Everyone protest, okay? Chat, rise up, dude. This is a communist
forgot
chat.
to shill
Everyone
for
rise up and
myself.
demand that we continue the Hippy Dippy podcast, okay? I'll
What?
show up every fucking Friday, Dylan, all right?
Same.
I
Right.
understand that is that very it was very stressful because I had to do all this happening at the same time that I almost go into like septic shock, right? And I have to go to the hospital at the same time with finals, and I'm dealing with all of that. And as that's happening, people are like, damn, I'm so sorry that you're going through like the septic shock and you're with all this going on in your life. Anyway, I gotta cancel. You have a nice day. Like that's the fucking type of shit of messages I'm getting, right? Like that type of just cold-blooded, I don't care. It's like the type of stuff that's like,
Yeah,
okay.
but Dylan,
And,
this
like,
is
why do
where I want
bother?
to. I want to point you to a fact, though, right? I'm gonna tell you the one thing that I know for a fact you didn't think this week. There was never a doubt in your mind after I told you that I was going to be there, whether or not I was going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
you just got to make sure
Yeah,
you
hey,
remember the
inviting me
people that
guaranteed
when
Did
they
you just
tell
see Mike from PA? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay,
And hey,
Mike
and
from
he
PA can't even
made
stay
you.
on without quitting, right? Like
He
right in
made
the
you
middle
a
of it,
fucking
too.
leash. He made you a fucking leash, friend.
He did make me a leash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dog.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna.
Hey,
say-
Destiny. Destiny, unironically, let's have a conversation about ASMR sometime. I have a feeling we could have a fucking awesome conversation.
You know what? I bet we
There
could have
would
a
be some
great
peace.
conversation. That's possible, but I still fucking hate you as a human being.
Oh, I know you do. Oh, trust me, everyone in the world knows that, Destiny. You've made that abundantly clear.
All right, just making sure.
Okay. So I'm gonna go probably pass out in the middle of my room now. So I'm gonna pass you all, bid you all adieu. Thank you very much.
I
for
actually
coming.
didn't know that. Destiny, I didn't know you didn't like Demon Mama like that, but now I know.
Yeah, they used to date back in high school.
So Demon Mama just lied.
part of the
Everybody
lore.
didn't fucking know, right? Over here making false claims again.
Lion demon mama.
I'm telling
Lion
you.
demon mama.
If you guys
Yeah.
ever want me to
All
sort
over
out your
here.
issues, I'm happy to do it on my show.
We're drinking and we're doing a rock band party, okay? Come fucking join the after party. I love all you guys.
I'll be in the Wolfpack chat.
Bye.
Yeah, Joe.
All right.
Bye.
Love all you guys.
Yo, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? Okay, what do you want to chat about?
That was fucking the vaccine shit made me want to video game myself, dude.
Oh yeah, well, what are you gonna do?
It's so hard to bring nuance topics on Twitch. I understand why people call you toxic as fuck. Like, you've been doing this for 9 years. I've been doing this for 1, and some days I'm just like, I can't do it anymore. How do you do it?
Oh, man, just one screaming fest at a time. I mean, I enjoy like all the shitting, like all the screaming and the fighting. Like that's fun for me. So if I was here to just have serious conversations, I probably wouldn't do it.
Well, I mean, it's a little better on Twitch. On Twitter, though, it's absolutely insane.
The positions you take become kind of like calling cards for your like ideologies rather than like having any type of real actual position too, right? So it's like it's a harder thing to do. So it doesn't, the vaccine isn't really, no one cares about that. What we're really talking about is like, are you an evil cuck that supports like big business, or are you like a compassionate human being that wants like other non-American, non-rich humans to survive, right? That's basically what the arguments all boil down to.
It's just weird because like the arguments they just fall within like a little bit of analysis. Like the fucking, like, why would these companies not want to make money? Why would they not want to license it out? It makes no sense.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, of course.
But I guess the more interesting thing that I wanted to ask you about, like we can get back into the vaccines. When you say that, I'm surprised to see that you were kind of against the hot tub streams. And my question to you would be, how do you feel about Melina's streams?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that type of stuff should be allowed.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, I didn't know what your position was on that.
Yeah. I mean, as long as it is allowed, you might as well go for it. Like, fuck, it's not like, I mean, it's more money for our household, I guess. But yeah, like, I think that there should, the kind of like the weird, like, softcore porny stuff is a little bit strange.
Yeah, fair enough. I think that the example you brought up about the 13-year-old was really fucking got me thinking. What's the age that you can start streaming at? Is it 13?
I think it's 13. That's why I brought it up. Yeah.
But how does it work with money and stuff? Like, isn't that basically like a child, like a 13-year-old?
You probably get like an adult to sign off for it and get money for it, would be my guess. Or maybe you can't be a partner until you're 18. I don't know. Or maybe a parent can sign for you.
Yeah, I guess, man, you came in right at the right time during that discussion, because Demon Mama and I are very, like, I mean, like, I've seen your discussions with her, and I can see why you get frustrated. But, like, we've never had a bad discussion or anything, so I felt like it was about to get fucking heated, because a couple times I said things that I thought were pretty, like, the 4,999 medications that fail compared to the one that makes it to market. And then, like, Demon Mama was just like making faces at me. I don't know. So fuck you came in at the right time.
Yeah, I think the problem, people misunderstand. It's really strange that the argument is just like, it's so strange because it's like, people will say like, oh, okay, well, we need to publicly fund it, because what about stuff that's not popular? Like, that'll never get cured. It's like, okay, but if we publicly fund stuff, our public money should probably go towards whatever helps most people, right? So
yeah, things that we can point to, like the fucking infrastructure that they all love to complain about.
Or I mean, like, even if it was like medicine, like the money's going to end up going towards the most popular diseases anyway, right? Because that's what publicly we should be doing. It's going to be the most like visible shit, right? So you have like the exact same problem, except now that it's publicly funded, you literally have zero chance of anybody like stepping in and something because it's all public now. But yeah.
It's just shitty because, like, generally I'm for like taxing billionaires and stuff, but we've been put in this position where I have to come out and say and explain to people that like Bill Gates has been doing this work for decades when it comes to global public health, and like people laugh at that as though it's a meme. It's so frustrating to have to fucking, I don't know, and I guess maybe it's a little bit easier for you because you have a much bigger platform. As someone who's a small content creator, I fucking get shit on. It's insane. Like everyone just says, "Oh, you're a billionaire simp." It's like, no, I actually maybe thought about these positions and like read an article past the headlines.
Oh yeah, because that's what I came into the conversation. Because I think Demon Mom was accusing you of like simping for Bill Gates or something. Yeah, and like this whole like vaccine thing is like, oh well, obviously Bill Gates just wants big business, and it's like, wait, really? Do we really think that like a guy that he's like 65 years old, retired, like does ultra, like is that really what he's doing with his life now? Is he just wants to be a perma simp for like big business and patents? Is that really what we want to? Like, I don't know.
Or even more interesting is that Bill Gates has spent 30 years dedicating his life to helping global health, and what now at the time where it's needed the most, he's gonna
his
fucking
true colors himself.
yeah, it's so weird, man. It's so weird. But anyways, yeah. So I just wanted to fucking vent a little bit and tell you how frustrating it is. I've had like 5-hour streams where I just have caller after caller calling in to fucking just tell me how I don't understand science, even though I'm literally like going through the process. But yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to stop by, say hi. It was nice fucking tag team debating with you on a topic we both agree on. And I look forward to running into you again in the future.
Okay, well have fun. Be careful, buddy. Okay, stay safe.
All right, buddy. Have a good one. You too. Bye.
Oh my god, that profile picture. Resident Evil Village. What is that? Sasha Grey. Am I gonna play Resident Evil 8? Nope. Here, you can go watch it. You're like, Ripper and a cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, mappuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alla pacino, my little poggers. Goodbye, my little poggers. Goodbye, poggers. Goodbye, my little poggers. Look at Merc on chat. Mootin.
Merca is cringe, dog.
Let me in.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
What? What do you say?
He said a bear's not gonna grab your ankles and just like toss you around. Like a gorilla could just fuck you up. All right, are we gonna do it this time? Do you want to kill the hive mind, or what do you want?
Kill whoever you want to kill. I'll kill anybody now. I'm ready to kill. I'm a killer now. Okay.
You're a killer.
I'm a killer.
Jade and some guy walk into the woods alone at night. Jade says,
Do you really want the meteor armor on
The
them?
guy says, why?
Yes.
I'm the one who has to walk back alone, smirking face.
Okay.
Which one do you want to kill? Eater Worlds or?
I don't see the hive mind, so we're gonna have to kill EOW.
Let's go. Oh, EOW, you're pro now. Whenever you're ready, Soy.
Okay, I'm coming up to the surface, Soy.
Oh, I found the hive mind. I'm procking him.
You better not. All right, are you ready?
Born ready, babe. Please go, dude.
Waiting on mana.
Wait, who? Who the fuck is? Who is? Oh, I'm underground.
Hey, my mana has regen now.
Oh, you're
I'm in a
insane
bad
over there
spot.
again, huh? I can't see this blue cursor, guys. I'm a boomer. I'm booming so hard.
I'm so dead.
Oh, Moody Cakes. Moot, you're gonna have to dodge. Moot! Moot!
Shut up! Am I still gonna get the loot?
No, you have to be here when it dies. If it dies and I don't die.
Kill it quickly before I die. Sorry.
We all get the loot, dumb fuck. Just wormhole to me. Oh, wait. He's getting madder and madder. You hear how mad he's getting?
We need a damage done mod. Tells you who did more damage to the boss.
They were going to, but your damage will all just be a rounding error to 0.
Because it's so high. Can't even be calculated. True. Thank you, Steve.
What? What?
Shut up.
No. Tell us what you mean.
Okay, let's kill the hive mind next. Are you ready? I'm about to break. Where's my loot at?
Treasure back here?
What?
What?
Precise worm scar reduces damage taken by 10%.
Yeah,
That's pretty.
It's one of the best
trash.
successes in the game. What do you mean? Trash. Never mind. God, he's such a Terraria noob, guy.
Trash, dude.
Okay, let's find the hive Cisco.
Yeah, well, I'm just
Nope,
looking
never
for
mind. It's not
trash.
here.
Wait, I only got one item from that.
Sounds like you got scammed. But we can always just kill him more in the future. Okay, ready? League?
Yeah.
What are you telling her back? Just say nice.
I have a magic mirror.
You cringe.
Hold on, I gotta depot my stuff. Ooh, I got a rain hat. I'm about to break.
No, $4.99. Trader
I am going to beat
I will
Merca.
pay you $1 to bring back the Askers emote. I will pay you another $1 if you dab on stream.
Wow.
Reminder chat, taxes are due in 7 days or 6 days. I don't know.
Soy. Oh, what's that? Free Elo? I think I will be. Hello, Trust.
Ban a champion.
Ruffles are just so underrated.
They're a very good chip, yeah. With some onion dip or whatever.
Sure.
Sour cream and onion dip. Woo!
Although you also think that like Fritos or whatever are really good, so.
I said Fritos were like okay.
No, you said they were like a base underrated chip.
They are not an they are underrated, sure. People, they are slept on.
Oh,
Best
yeah.
chip by
Funyuns.
far.
Ugh.
Funyuns. That is
Oh my
well,
God.
second best chip. Flamin' Hot Cheetos are better than Funyuns. Flamin' Hot Cheetos are an S. That is the de facto best chip. Who do you want?
Who do you think? Time for the God Hand. Bring out the
Dude,
God
I'm
Hand.
not gonna hit it.
It's okay. No. You're doing a great job. Bring out.
Mirror. She's just gonna.
No.
eat it or
It's
whatever.
good. Her cooldown is so long. You got it, dude. It's easy. You're the God. You're the God. Moot. You gotta trust in yourself. Yeah, pick it. All right, guys. You ready to see how many times he accused people out of Malzahar's ult? Oh, baby. Be right back 1 sec.
Once a Vandal Gunner, always a Vandal Gunner.
Hello?
A summoner has disconnected.
Wait, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, I had to restart my PC.
You had to restart your PC?
Yeah, I hope that fixes the sound thing. I couldn't hear shit.
Okay, well, we're in game, so.
I don't know why the fuck it started when I'm not in there. Okay, it did fix it. You're lucky.
Okay, guys, how many mutant slams are coming this game?
Probably gonna be 1,000.
Thank you for joining the game, by the way.
I think I just go straight to lane, yeah?
No. Yes. This fucking Kha'Zix doesn't need help. No, wait, come up through here.
I'm too late.
No, you're good. Nah, just go to lane, go to lane. Dip ass. Right up here? No, don't do it. What is happening? Yep. Hit that second one and then run it up. Ah, fuck.
No, you?
Nice try.
Careful. And this is warded. Fuck.
Okay. Oh, okay.
8, 7. Can we even win if I pull it now?
Yeah, of course.
You sure?
If you pull it way behind the creep line, yeah. But actually, maybe not. Let's just chill. What?
Because I'm not going to get the other one.
Not with that attitude. Oh, get ready. Okay, back up.
Okay, we got a lot of
Oh
shit.
my god. You level 3? How long on your queue?
2, 1.
Okay.
So.
You gnome fuck!
Oof, almost.
14.
Okay, I still have both my sums, so. Ooh. Yeah, go in if you want. How am I in turret range? No way, dude. Oh, this lane is fucked. Never mind.
I'll scratch your tummy later.
It is. Yeah. Nice.
Don't have anything for him.
You fucking loser, dude. Just back up. Why do I do such dog shit damage at low levels? Even with 2 fucking long swords, I'm doing like fucking 20 damage a shot to this giant flying Hente monster. Holy shit. I don't think they know you're there. You're still here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is boredom.
No way, Jose. Let's get this. If they're gonna play like babies, then.
Nope.
Down over here. Oh my god, it's Diana.
I think we're omega fucked.
Any Q is good, maybe?
Oh.
Yeah, he's good if you get him too.
I don't have it.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, did we just... I just can't even kill this guy. It's just whatever. Dude, that dragon reset was so fucking stupid. That we actually could have had that, and then the dragon fucking resets. You're still here, right?
I'm always gonna be here.
Just check.